The grand hall of judgment, a young noblewoman's world shatters in an instant. Prince Evan stands before the court, his voice echoing as he harshly announces the annulment of his engagement to Elaine Norris, accusing her of threatening the beautiful Sanuka out of petty jealousy. Stunned by the sudden accusations, she stammers in utter disbelief, unable to fathom what he is talking about. He looms over her with cold indifference. A heavy sigh escapes her lips while she whispers his name. Continues his harsh tirade without mercy, slamming his point home by accusing her of trying to kill Sanuka out of envy, leaving her utterly heartbroken. Desperate and overwhelmed, she cries out in anguish, asking why this is happening when she did nothing wrong. Mind drifts back to her upbringing, remembering her high lineage as the daughter of the Minister of Defense and a foreign princess, along with fond childhood memories of receiving gifts from Evan. She reflects on those earlier years when she lived a peaceful and happy life without any discomfort. That tranquility was strictly policed by her severe grandfather, who scolded her and enforced that women must remain in the shadow of men, forbidding makeup, cosmetics, or standing out. Upon entering the academy as His Highness's fiancée, she became the target of malicious snickers from peers who mocked her pale ghost-like appearance. During those difficult days, Evan had stood resolutely by her side, berating the cruel gossips and telling her to pay them no mind. Though her freedom was severely limited, having her childhood friend Evan beside her allowed her to spend those days peacefully. Everything changed when another woman arrived, drawing eyes with her lavish provocative dresses and dazzling rubies gifted by the prince. Ever since that rival joined the academy a year ago, she adorned herself in bold fashions that Elaine had been forbidden from ever attempting. Snapping back to the painful reality, his rough grip on her arm stings sharply, forcing her to realize with despair that he truly believes the newcomer's lies over her. His whispers ripple through the shocked crowd about the outrageous false accusations. She stares up at him and demands to know what truth remains if his claim is nothing but a lie. He could only watch in despair as Prince Evan fiercely barked out a refusal to doubt the young woman beside him, insisting that the revered saint who had been enshrined a year ago by a wandering prophet could never tell a lie. Cradling Sandra gently and pressing a tender kiss to her brow, Evan coaxed her to detail every perceived offense, prompting Sandra to nod submissively while claiming she had suffered endless petty insults. Feigned hesitation, Sandra painted a tragic picture, recalling how an accidental ink spill resulted in being ordered to wipe the floor clean with her own dress while enduring cruel demands to leave the academy. Elaine attempted to protest the absurdity of the claims. Evan silenced her outright, escalating his accusations by alleging she had even hired an assassin to target Sandra, while Wilfred looked on with a heavy sigh. Wilfred then produced confiscated documents recovered from the alleged assassin, revealing that they were written in a unique blue ink that belonged exclusively to Elaine. Trembling on unsteadied feet, she struggled to maintain her balance as she stammered that the existence of such paper was no proof of her involvement. Before she could finish her plea, a sudden splash of liquid was callously hurled directly into her face. Evan held his glass empty, sneering in cold contempt as he dismissed her defense as disgraceful excuses while liquid dripped down her pale skin. Drenched and humiliated before the crowd, she realized with bitter clarity that no one present would believe her. Forced into the role of the villainess who had tormented the kingdom's beloved heroine. Sharp, throbbing pain shot through her foot, signaling a severe injury fracture, yet she forced herself to endure the intense agony. Ignoring the concerned calls of onlookers, she dragged her injured leg forward, stubbornly insisting that she was completely fine. Maintaining a dignified composure, she offered a formal bow and announced her immediate departure to inform her parents of the annulment. Pausing briefly, she turned back to confirm whether the prince truly intended to relinquish his claim to the crown, as royal decree mandated that marrying a saint required forfeiting the throne. Evan casually shrugged off the sacrifice, asserting he was content to hand the throne to his elder brother and become a commoner, a revelation that caught Sandra completely off guard. Observing Sandra's sudden panic, Elaine realized that Evan had misled his lover, promising her status and power while hiding the grim reality that marriage to him would strip away her prestige. She could only watch as Sandra wept, proclaiming with tear-filled eyes that her devotion to Prince Evan would never waver despite the sudden revelation. Playing the noble martyr, Sandra urged the prince to become a splendid king alongside his rightful betrothed, claiming she would patiently await the day he might return to her. Elaine was utterly stunned by the girl's shameless performance, listening in disbelief as Sandra apologized while insisting she was content remaining in the shadows to support Evan. Refusing to endure any further absurdity, she offered a polite bow to the crowd, firmly clarifying that she had been ordered to dissolve the engagement before bidding them all farewell. Ignoring the frantic cries calling out her name, she turned her back on the ballroom and stepped outside, slamming the heavy wooden doors firmly behind her. Once alone in the grand hallway, the composure faded from her face as agonizing sharp pain shot through her injured foot with every single step she attempted to take. Leaning against the wall for support, she realized with dread that Evan's brute force had likely fractured her bone, making the short walk to her carriage feel like an impossible trek. Suddenly, a tall, commanding figure approached her down the quiet corridor, his sharp eyes focused intently on her suffering. She recognized Prince Wilfred immediately, feeling a wave of embarrassment at being seen in such a pathetic state by someone who usually went out of his way to avoid her at social gatherings. To her absolute astonishment, Wilfred stopped right beside her and softly called her Lana, inquiring with genuine concern why she looked so unwell. Mind raced in confusion, wondering how high-ranking royalty like him could possibly know her obscure middle name. Her mother's distant homeland, middle names carried an intimate significance, reserved exclusively for close family, trusted companions, or beloved lovers. Noticing her bewilderment, Wilfred hastily offered his hand to support her, trying to brush off his slip of the tongue before gently urging her to take his assistance. Seeing her hesitate in crippling pain and realize she truly could not walk another step, he abandoned formal pleasantries altogether. Before she could utter a word of protest, Wilfred swept her securely into his arms, pulling her close into a firm carry as she gasped in surprise. Carried her out of the venue and into the waiting royal carriage, despite her mild protest to put her down. Once settled inside, he immediately leaned down as she panted softly, her injured foot throbbing with sharp pain. Concerned by her distress, he asked if her foot was the source of the agony and requested to examine it. Carefully removing her shoe, he was shocked by the extent of the injury, questioning why she had concealed her condition from the prince. He offered to use healing magic, suggesting she remove her stocking, but seeing her struggle in pain, he decided to handle it himself. As his hand gently touched her bare foot, a sharp jolt ran through her body. He delicately slid the stocking down, causing her to flinch and gasp from the contact. Hovering his hands over her foot, a soft light enveloped his palms as he initiated advanced restorative magic. Pain rapidly faded away, leaving her in awe of his expertise while she found herself captivated by his striking purple-blue eyes. He asked if she felt pain anywhere else, prompting her to realize that her upper thigh was also bruised. Acknowledging the awkwardness of rolling up her skirt, he explained it was necessary to treat the injury, causing her to blush deeply and call him perverted in surprise. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest as he reached beneath her skirt to complete the healing ritual, swiftly finishing the task. Playfully noted that most noble ladies would slap him for such impropriety, but she instead offered her heartfelt gratitude for his assistance. Gentle, warm expression crossed his face as he looked back at her. Flustered, she stammered an excuse for her outburst before preparing to leave, while he curiously asked her what the unfamiliar word she used meant. She settled into her thoughts. Back at the carriage, Prince Evan returned to his attendant with a flushed face. Noticing the unusual blush, his servant asked if something unexpected had occurred during their encounter. Story shifts back to Duke Norris's grand estate, where the Duke sternly banished his granddaughter, commanding her to leave his sight without exception. Surrounded by her cold relatives, Elaine stood defenseless as they joined in condemning her. Family declared that a broken engagement brought unforgivable disgrace, making it impossible for her to ever become queen, brushing off her desperate pleas. Duke Norris remained completely unyielding, declaring her an embarrassment to the household and threatening to lock her away in a northern monastery if she remained by sunrise. Forced into exile, she retired to her bedchamber and began quietly packing her personal belongings into a trunk. Gazing out at the silent crescent moon, she acknowledged that her grandfather's command was absolute in this household, resigning herself to taking nothing forbidden from the mansion. Selecting only basic attire and a wooden cosmetics chest left to her by her grandmother, she let out soft stifled sobs as she pondered how a sheltered noblewoman could survive on her own. Suddenly, her tearful expression vanished into a cheerful grin, revealing she was only playing a part. Ripping off her elaborate noble sleeve with practiced ease, she confessed that she felt no despair at all because of a secret she had never shared with anyone. In truth, she possessed memories of a previous life as a middle-class Japanese girl who loved cosmetics and cosplay, before dying in a tragic accident, giving her a completely different perspective on her situation. Utilizing her talents, she deftly applied makeup and altered her appearance, preparing to step into her true identity. Free from the shackles of her noble lineage, she confidently resolved to live life on her own terms, returning home to the place where she truly belonged. Arriving back at the Fairies Inn, she was warmly greeted by Shin, Taki, and Chio, who questioned her sudden return on a weekday and offered their immediate assistance. Dressed in her vibrant innkeeper outfit, Elaine enthusiastically declared that the Fairies Inn was open for business. Storming into the grand estate, Prince Wilfred demanded an immediate audience with Prince Evan. Despite the guards trying to hold him back, he forced his way forward to confront his brother. Inside, Sandra cowered dramatic behind Evan, clinging to him as if threatened, while Evan shielded her angrily from Wilfred's advance. Wilfred was left speechless upon realizing that Evan had publicly announced the annulment of his engagement to Elaine Norris during the party. When confronted about the scandal, Sandra passionately proclaimed that she and Prince Evan were bound by unbreakable love, insisting the annulment was justified. Behind her delicate facade, Sandra inwardly lamented the loss of the luxurious tiara and jewels that had been taken back from her. The authority figures reprimanded Evan for his reckless actions. The prince harbored bitter resentment, feeling constantly judged and undermined by his own family. Dismissing their scolding, Evan quietly resolved that he cared nothing for the throne itself, pursuing a far different ambition. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Wilfred met with an informant to track any unusual movements surrounding the royal family. The informant revealed a crucial piece of news. Elaine Norris had officially been banished from the Duke's household. Far from the palace drama, water washed away the artificial dark dye from hair, marking the end of a hidden identity. Deciding there was no longer a need to conceal herself, Elaine let her true hair color shine through, stepping freely into her new life. A month later, at the bustling Fairies Inn, young Chio greeted arriving guests with a bright, welcoming smile. Working warmly among the patrons, Elaine carried baskets of food with a cheerful grin, fully embracing her place at the inn. Shin served fresh meals to the lively dining room. Laughter and camaraderie filled the warm atmosphere of the establishment. Watched as Lana enthusiastically presented the freshly completed bento box, earning a cheerful celebration from Chio. Chio teased that their regular customer always hid his face, though the spread of potato salad, bite-sized cutlets, sweet tamagoyaki, and kimpira was undeniably delicious. Situated in a corner of the city, the 150-year-old Fairies Inn featured a beautifully renovated ground-floor restaurant that had become popular for serving Eastern delicacies, especially its energizing onigiri. Patrons dined happily inside, marveling at how the food restored their stamina and washed away their fatigue after a long day. Anna reflected on how nostalgia for onigiri had started everything a year ago, back when she visited the inn in secret to escape the crushing pressure of her engagement to the prince. She recalled renting a room every weekend at the quiet inn, playing with cosmetics her grandmother gave her to pass the peaceful hours. Known as the Phantom or Ghost because few could see her, she remembered the exact day she first met the young girl from Japan named Chiyo. Chiyo offered her Japanese onigiri. The single bite triggered past life memories that merged seamlessly with her present identity. Chiyo worried the dried plum onigiri was too sour and unpopular. Lana wept with pure joy, assuring her it was exquisite. Chiyo confessed that she felt like a failure for not spreading Japanese cuisine, but Lana gently explained that strong flavors like pickled plum or pungent miso were simply unfamiliar to local palates. Lana then offered a clever suggestion to flake grilled fish into smaller pieces instead, panicking briefly when asked for her name before offering her middle name, Lana. With wide sparkling eyes, Chiyo exuberantly proposed that the two of them partner up to sell onigiri together. Surprised by the sudden offer, Lana blurted out her hesitation and disbelief. Joint venture selling homemade tuna mayonnaise onigiri from a street cart became a massive success, eventually earning enough funds for Lana to buy the entire inn when the elderly owners retired. Turning to the present, Lana felt fortunate that her identity as Duke Norris's daughter remained undiscovered while Chiyo politely requested a short break from work. He watched as Shin, the inn's blunt yet handsome head chef, excused himself to go check on his sickly younger brother. Though Chiyo had recruited him after his previous restaurant closed, his harsh demeanor often made him rather unpopular with women. Inquiring about his family, the innkeeper asked if his brother suffered from a frail constitution. Shin explained while tidying the kitchen that although the boy's condition had improved slightly after moving closer to the inn, his health remained largely unchanged. Sympathizing with his struggles, she realized how difficult it must have been for him to handle everything alone since their parents passed away. Learning that the young boy had to stay home by himself while Shin worked, her heart ached for their situation. Being the child who spent so many hours in solitude, she suddenly proposed an idea. She suggested that Shin bring his little brother along with him to the inn whenever he came to work. Since the inn was fully booked, she cheerfully offered her own room for the boy so Shin could keep a watchful eye on him throughout the shift. Shin expressed hesitation, but she warmly reassured him. Just before the front bell chimed to signal his brother's arrival. Turning around to welcome their guest, her mind raced as she suddenly did the math. Since Shin was 19, his brother would not be a small child at all. To her utter shock, Shin carried in a tall, fully grown young man wheezing on his carrying his frail brother into the room. Shin gently set Taki down into a chair, asking Lana if he might rest there immediately. Deeply concerned for his health, Lana warmly introduced herself as the establishment's owner, offering him a place to rest, though a wheezing Taki noted with surprise how young she appeared. Inquiring about his age, she learned from Shin that despite his delicate frame, Taki was actually about to turn 17, making him older than his younger brother. Having assumed from his slender build that he was barely 12, she teased Shin for letting his older brother yield his bed, leaving the young chef clearing his throat in quiet embarrassment. Cheeks flushed bright crimson as the realization washed over her that she had offered to share a bed with someone older than herself, while Shin promptly chastised his flustered brother. To clear the air, she quickly offered to prepare an unused bed in the room so he could lie down properly. Stepping quietly out of the room after Taki drifted off to sleep, Shin apologized for his earlier worry, prompting Lana to ask whether his brother had always been so fragile. He explained that Taki became sickly around the time their parents passed away 5 years prior, admitting with a heavy heart that they lacked the money to seek a doctor's diagnosis. As a pot of porridge simmered over the hearth, she reflected deeply on their financial strain, determined to support them by preparing nutritious meals. Standing quietly before the bubbling pot, she offered a silent prayer that the sick boy would find enough strength to swallow even a small portion. Freshly cooked porridge steamed gently under its lid, ready to be served. Bringing the warm dish over, she presented it to Shin and suggested he share the easy-to-digest meal alongside his brother. He offered a sincere word of thanks, which brought a warm smile to her face as she encouraged him to enjoy the food. Later that day, Shin entered the quiet room carrying a fresh tray, softly waking his sleepy brother to announce that lunch was ready. Gently helped his frail younger brother out of bed, bringing forward the warm bowl of nutritious porridge prepared by their host, its rich aroma filling the air. To his utter shock, the young boy found himself walking with ease, his body feeling miraculously light and refreshed by the comforting atmosphere. As he poured the steaming dish into a bowl, he scolded his brother with gentle affection for getting out of bed so recklessly. Taking his first bite, the boy gasped in delight at the delicious flavor, while his attentive older brother cautioned him to eat carefully. Though he had advised the boy to take only a few small spoonfuls to ease his weak stomach, he watched in bewilderment as the child began devouring the meal without hesitation. In a matter of moments, the weak boy scraped the dish completely clean, astounding his brother with his newfound appetite. Holding up his empty bowl, the young boy eagerly asked for a second serving, leaving the chef utterly stunned. Rushing out into the dining room, the frantic chef slammed his hands onto the table and demanded to know if Lana had used magic on his brother. Pressing closer in disbelief, he explained how the frail child, who usually struggled to eat half a tiny portion, had devoured multiple servings and even took his fried chicken. Startled by his intensity, Lana clarified that she simply brewed a clear broth without any magical spells, while Chio pulled on his apron to pull him back. Playfully wondered if a chant for recovery had been hidden within her cooking, but an accidental bump sent both him and Lana tumbling backward. Holding her close as they fell, he remained convinced that such a miraculous recovery could only be the result of true magic. Lana protested that she lacked any restorative magic, but Chio pointed out that healing someone through the power of food was a magical feat in itself. Observing the young boy's recovery after months of severe illness, she felt a wave of profound relief and quietly offered her thanks. As peace returned to the room, Lana reflected on the head chef's earnest nature, realizing his simple and trusting heart was strangely reminiscent of Prince Evan. He let out a soft sigh of relief as she watched color returning to the young boy's cheeks, noting how healthy and lively he appeared after eating. During a wake, the sick boy sat up groggily, murmuring about a goddess, before stammering an apology to her, explaining he thought he was still dreaming of the divine figure who had saved him. He continued to gaze at her warmly, convinced that the unseen face of the goddess in his dream must look identical to her gentle features. Blushing wildly from the unexpected praise, she bashfully tried to deflect as he explained how a dazzling light in his dream had cleansed the evil spirits from his body, insistence growing that her voice matched the heavenly entity perfectly. Anxious to change the subject, she quickly asked how he liked the meal, to which he enthusiastically praised the porridge, feeling his body's strength rapidly returning with every bite. Despite his earnest enthusiasm, she firmly reminded herself that ordinary food could never carry such miraculous magical properties. Looking up at her with wide, pleading eyes, he asked if he might work at the shop once he fully recovered so he could finally be of help to his older brother. Charmed by his sweetness, she agreed without hesitation, gently reassuring him that his only duty for now was to rest and regain his health. Later that night, the young boy devoured an entire pot of egg porridge before walking home beside his brother, completely restored by the following morning. Yet as the new day began, she felt uncomfortable under the intense, unblinking stares of both the head chef and the young girl. Holding a rice ball in hand, the child directly questioned if she possessed secret magic, mentioning how the chef remained convinced that her cooking was miraculous after seeing his brother's swift recovery and the energetic reaction of their customers. She attempted to dismiss the idea by pointing out that customers bought rice balls even when she was absent, though the child promptly countered that patrons openly complained those batches lacked her special touch. She suggested it might merely be a placebo effect. The child shook her head in disbelief, admiring her deep understanding of magic and unfamiliar culinary knowledge. Pressing further, the girl inquired about her past work and openly wondered if her vast expertise meant she was actually a noble in disguise, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Before she could falter, the recovered boy stepped forward to request a private word with her, while his brother revealed that the child possessed a rare ability to see dark hazes and glowing light surrounding human hearts. He had never been one to talk much, even before his body collapsed, but ever since returning home yesterday, he could not stop speaking about her as if she were a goddess. Listening quietly, she wondered to herself if his ability was what her former world would have called a psychic power, silently offering her understanding. Hoping it was all merely a hallucination brought on by excessive sleep, she knocked gently on his door before stepping inside with a tea tray in hand. However, as her gaze fell upon the figure seated quietly by the window, she froze in disbelief at the sudden change in his hair. Turning gracefully toward her, the youth reached up to touch his newly lengthened locks, addressing her softly by name. Before she could process his altered appearance, he dropped to his knees right in front of her. Startled by the gesture, she almost lost her grip on the tray, crying out in shock to ask if he was truly Taki and if he felt unwell. Chuckling softly at her reaction, he looked up with a serene smile, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for purifying him, and explaining that his previously stunted physical growth had suddenly advanced all at once. Standing before Elaine was Taki, transformed overnight from a sickly child into a fully grown youth. He realized with awe that her healing power was no mere placebo, while the flustered young man quietly asked if she could spare some proper clothing for his new frame. During the commotion, Shin burst into the room in a panic, frantic to check on his younger brother's well-being. Elaine urged the worried chef to calm down and listen, closing the diner for the day so they could all sit down together and address the extraordinary situation. Shin clutched his head in sheer disbelief over his brother's sudden growth spurt. Taki gently reassured him that he was feeling entirely healthy. Prompted by Elaine and Chio to explain what happened to his body, Taki revealed that he possessed the ability to perceive the spiritual aura surrounding people's hearts. Went on to shock them by explaining that his years of frail health were caused by exposure to a dark, malignant haze emitted by someone around him. Taki recalled how an envious girl from their old neighborhood had directed her toxic malice toward him, overwhelming him with a cursed aura when he dropped his guard. That dark energy had engulfed his soul, trapping him in sickness until the power of negative emotions took physical toll on his life. Connecting the dots, Shin remembered the strange girl who had always avoided Taki before mysteriously vanishing around the time he took ill. Together, the brothers realized that intense jealousy over their family's wealth and prosperity had manifested as a literal curse upon Taki. Reflecting on how close he had come to death, Taki bowed his head in deep gratitude to Elaine for purifying the darkness within him and saving his life. As she observed Taki, Elaine sensed a divine radiance in his heart similar to the goddess from her dreams, though she wondered if he was deliberately suppressing his true power. Chio slyly encouraged Taki to shine without hiding behind a mask, leaving the young man flustered at the thought that they had seen straight through his secret. Quietly asks if they are repulsed by him now that he has suddenly grown into adulthood, leaving Chio to stare back in disbelief. Young girl protests dramatically, pouting as she complains that they were supposed to be equal comrades in size, declaring her own burning desire to grow taller as well. Laughter echoes outside the cozy inn, filling the air as peace and lighthearted warmth return to their daily lives. Having fully recovered, the young man joins his brother as a fellow employee at the inn, quickly drawing an overwhelming crowd of female patrons, eager to see the handsome duo. Though harmony appears restored at the establishment, far away at Willingham Palace, a storm of doubt begins to gather. Inside the royal palace, Sandra furiously demands an explanation from a trembling official, who nervously conveys that the king now demands concrete proof of her divine status as the saintess. Prince Evan steps into the chamber as Sandra rushes to his side, weeping and begging for support, though he admits his own trust has begun to falter. Prince confronts her sternly, recalling how prophecy decrees the saintess must awaken her miraculous powers before 16. Yet she approaches her 15th birthday without a single miracle to her name. Continues relentlessly, revealing that the prophet who had originally declared her divine identity vanished without a trace immediately after pocketing his reward of gold coins. Desperate pressure mounts as ancient texts detailing legendary acts of the saintess, purifying curses, driving away monsters, and bringing life to dead soil, are brought forth as the standard she must match. Demanding to know what demonstration is expected of her, Sandra watches nervously as a frail elderly man is ushered into the hall. Calling scriptures that describe the saintess restoring sight to a blind soldier, she listens as the infirm man asks if he will truly be healed, only for the prince to warn him against raising his hopes. Panicking beneath her calm exterior, Sandra silently begs Evan for assistance, but the prince instead commands her to extend her hands and perform the miracle. Observing her hesitation with growing disdain, Evan inwardly questions if a person so devoid of compassion could ever be divine, harboring deep resentment over the loss of Lana. Driven into a corner with nowhere left to run, Sandra slowly reaches out and places her trembling hands upon the elderly man's face. She placed her hands upon the blind man. A radiant flash of light burst forth unexpectedly from her palms, startling both her and the onlookers. Overwhelmed with joy, the man gasped that his sight had been restored, prompting the surrounding crowd to cheer in astonishment. Emboldened by the apparent miracle, Sandra rounded furiously on Wilfred, accusing him of blasphemy for questioning her divine status. Satisfied with the display, Prince Evan declared that the holy texts were proven true, and ordered the news of the saintess's awakening to be proclaimed across the land. Sandra clung to him in gratitude, thanking him for guiding her through the ordeal. Seeking to prove her newly realized ability, she asked to perform the healing once more, musing quietly to herself that she might have used her power sooner had she known how to tap into it. However, as silence fell over the room, no miracle occurred on her second attempt. Left bewildered, she wondered if she had simply exhausted her energy, while Wilfred stared on in deep skepticism. Later confined to his bed, Wilfred lay racked by an unexpected illness, suspecting he had been poisoned just like before. As jubilation spread across the country over the saintess's birth, his thoughts remained fixed on Lana's safety. Weakly looking up, he greeted a hooded visitor who slipped quietly into his chamber. The mysterious figure assured him that the meal provided was completely safe, having been brought directly from their lodgings in the capital. For him was presented a carefully prepared, wholesome spread of dishes. Upon eating the food, he felt his strength quickly return. He then inquired if his ally had uncovered anything at the monastery, only to learn that no nun by the name of Elizabeth existed anywhere. Hearing the boisterous festival noise echoing through the window, he realized the nation was celebrating the official emergence of its new saintess. Delivering a gift, Kevin nervously offered Elaine a flower, explaining it had reminded him of her, as onlookers teased his earnest effort. Accepting the pink gerbera, Elaine watched the embarrassed fan dart away, while Chio remarked on her remarkable popularity. Looking down at the blossom with a warm smile, Elaine reflected on the admirer's bold gesture, admitting to herself that she understood the feeling all too well. Giggle escaping her lips, Chio confessed that she too had someone she admired, promising to share the secret identity another time when pressed by Elaine. As Elaine admired the flower and contemplated the upcoming event, a sudden sense of familiarity washed over her, triggering a forgotten memory of receiving flowers long ago. Thoughts drifted back years ago to the Finlay household, where a young boy had once presented her with a bouquet amidst the laughter echoing through the estate. She remembered running through the sunlit gardens as a child, calling out playfully while her companion cautioned her to slow down and play inside instead. Turning back with a bright beam on her face, she had called out the young boy's name, Evan. Sitting together near the garden stone wall, Evan had brought up a conversation, mentioning that his father declared they would marry when they grew older. Surprised by the sudden mention of marriage, she had asked if he was opposed to the idea, to which he calmly clarified that he was not. He had sweetly admitted that she liked him, causing young Evan to blush deeply and softly agree. He had confessed his feelings too, and though they remained close even after her formal engagement, everything shifted when Sandra arrived at the academy, as Evan suddenly grew cold and distant. Releasing a soft sigh, Elaine shook off the painful memory of how he had turned away from her back then. Standing alone with her thoughts, she wondered if Evan ever realized the profound impact his sudden shift had made upon her heart. She had truly believed that those sweet, tender moments with Prince Evan were real. Noticing her sudden distress, Chio checked in with concern, asking if she was feeling alright. Reassuring her that she was fine, Elaine quietly lamented her lack of natural beauty across both of her lives. Calling the bitter reality of her past life, where her fiancé had fallen for another girl, she resolved not to succumb to negativity as she gathered her makeup tools. Determined to refresh her spirit, she decided to experiment with new color cosmetics for a pleasant change of pace. Looking at the pink gerbera and remembering the young boy's sweet words, she wondered if a matching look would suit her better than her usual bold ruby rose style. Examining the delicate flower, she pondered swapping her usual flashy appearance for a much softer, more natural touch. Placing her sharp liquid eyeliner with a softer pencil, she carefully smudged the lines to tone down her typically intense expression. Applying a gentle touch of pink blush to her cheeks, she checked her reflection, satisfied that the subtle style suited her remarkably well. Finishing her look with a delicate coat of lipstick, her whole face radiated a soft, ethereal warmth. Uncertain if she truly resembled the pink flower, she stepped out to greet Chio, whose eyes widened in total amazement at her striking transformation. As the morning unfolded, Kevin arrived early to order rice balls, cheerfully greeting her as she walked into the room. Turning around to respond, her breathtaking appearance left the young boy completely flustered and blushing violently. Moments later, the rest of the crew walked in, only to stop dead in their tracks as Kevin stammered out a compliment about how cute she looked. Male patrons stood entirely spellbound, caught off guard by her stunning new presence. Kevin stepped forward to compliment Elaine's altered makeup, praising her lovely new look. Unsure of herself, she asked if it seemed strange, but he reassured her with a gentle smile. Theo and the rest of the staff enthusiastically chimed in, predicting a surge in sales. As they showered her with praise, tears unexpectedly began to stream down Elaine's face, surprising everyone. She covered her embarrassed face, completely bewildered by her sudden burst of emotion. She could not comprehend why simple words of praise were making her cry. Painful memories resurfaced of cruel whispers from her past, where high society mocked her pale appearance and claimed Prince Evan ignored her in favor of Sandra. Having lived through such isolation, hearing genuine compliments from Kevin and the children touched a place deep within her broken heart. She continued to weep openly, apologizing for her tears as Kevin and the group rushed to comfort her in concern. Kevin reflected on her words, realizing she had never been told she was cute because she didn't fit her country's strict beauty standards. Gently placing a hand on her head, he gently told her to have confidence in herself, reassuring her that she was truly cute. Overcome with shyness, he quickly turned away and aggressively began kneading dough at the counter to hide his blushing face. When the staff teased him about his bright red ears, he barked at them to stop slacking and get back to work. Watching the lively exchange, Elaine smiled brightly, feeling warmth in her heart for the genuine kindness of her new companions. Later, Chio prepared rice balls at the counter while chatting about a benefactor who had once helped her, hoping he might visit the cafe. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she looked out the window, hoping to see him again. Suddenly spotting a familiar figure outside, she gasped in shock and bolted out the door in a blur before Elaine could even react. Chio approached a young man in the alley, recognizing him as the kind stranger who had assisted her before. He listened in stunned disbelief as the tall visitor praised the delicious rice ball she had given him, explaining how it had miraculously restored his strength and accelerated his healing. When he expressed a desire to thank the chef directly, she excitedly invited him inside, guiding him toward the kitchen. Leading him through the doorway, she gleefully announced to Lana that this was the very knight who had saved her from the pickpocket. As the stranger stepped into the room, his face came clearly into view, revealing his true identity. It was Prince Evan himself. Elaine gasped in utter horror and disbelief, her eyes widening as she recognized the very man who had banished her, now standing right inside her establishment. Chio bubbled with excitement, explaining how Sir Evan had effortlessly caught a pickpocket who snatched her wallet earlier in the day. Deeply impressed, she recounted how swift and amazing his reflexes were. Introducing himself, formalizing his role as Evan Finlay, a castle knight, he expressed mild surprise at learning the chef was a woman. Meanwhile, Elaine lowered her voice, mentally verifying if her disguise and makeup were successfully concealing her true identity from him. Stepping forward gracefully, she introduced herself as Lana, the shop's owner, and expressed her sincere gratitude to Evan for coming to the aid of her employee. Chio cheerfully added that she had offered him rice balls as a token of thanks, which he thoroughly enjoyed. Hearing this, Lana warmly offered to prepare fresh ones using ingredients meant for later, prompting Evan to politely decline and prepare to leave. Apologizing for his intrusion, Evan explained how eating those rice balls had mysteriously filled him with a surge of energy and euphoria, leaving a profound impression on him. Elaine felt a sudden chill beneath her customer service smile, realizing the magic embedded within their cooking. Observing his gentle demeanor, Elaine pondered how strange it was for a knight like him to speak so respectfully to a commoner instead of asserting authority as usual. Taking his leave with a polite bow, Evan offered a final apology for the unexpected visit. Watching him walk away, Elaine marveled at how all malice had vanished from his gaze compared to how he acted beside Sandra, even as Chio called out after him. As Evan departed into the distance, his figure slipped away down the pathway. Behind her, Shin and Taki watched Lana radiate goodwill while wondering what had suddenly come over Chio. Slumping her shoulders, Chio trudged back toward the others in deep dejection. Asking her what was wrong, Lana listened as a downcast Chio admitted that she felt scolded by Sir Finlay. Clenching her hands anxiously, Chio fretted that she might have scared him off with special treatment or uncalled for insistence, though Shin reassured her not to lose heart. Turning to her sternly, Lana cautioned Chio to stop deluding herself, asserting that a single good deed did not automatically make Evan a good person. Despite Lana's firm warning, Chio quietly countered that anyone who looked closely into his eyes could tell Sir Finlay possessed a genuinely good heart. He insisted on seeing the good in him, remembering how gentle Prince Evan could be to those weaker than himself. But Lana could never forget the cold, indifferent eyes that had once looked down upon her. Determined to protect her new life, she resolved in silence that even if he returned, she would pretend not to know him and treat him strictly as a stranger. That painful realization, she turned her back and walked away, leaving Shin, Taki, and Chio behind, all of them watching her with deep concern. Morning arrived at the inn the following day, bringing a serene stillness accompanied by the quiet chirping of birds in the fresh air. However, that tranquility was promptly shattered when Evan arrived bearing a bouquet of decorative flowers, causing a flustered Lana to demand why he had returned and firmly refuse his gift. Observing the tense exchange, Chio questioned why Lana held such resentment toward their guest, while Evan playfully urged the young girl not to look so gloomy. Turning his attention back to Lana, the prince offhandedly asked about her place of birth, striking a sudden chord of anxiety within her. As she nervously clutched her dress and pressed for a reason, he explained that her name was quite unusual in this realm, sharing that it happened to match the name of his childhood friend. Lana let out a quiet sigh of relief upon realizing he had not uncovered her identity, listening as the surrounding conversation turned to how close friends in her distant homeland shared private nicknames. Evan recounted how his childhood friend had forbidden him from using her special nickname because it was reserved for someone else, leaving Lana completely bewildered since they had been betrothed and no such restriction should have existed. A sudden surge of distorted memories rushed through her mind, overwhelming her senses until her strength gave out and she collapsed toward the floor. Before she could hit the ground, Evan caught her in his arms, his eyes widening as he drew remarkably close to inspect her face. Looking at her closely from mere inches away, he suddenly recognized her features despite the subtle makeup she wore to disguise her appearance. Alarmed by the sudden commotion and seeing their landlady in the prince's grasp, Shin immediately rushed forward and forcefully separated Evan from her. Shin shielded Lana attentively, demanding to know what the prince thought he was doing, while gently reassuring her that she was safe now. He stood firm, commanding Prince Evan to leave immediately as he was obstructing their business. Behind him, Shio panicked, terrified that Taki and Shin might get hurt for laying hands on a noble. Observing the intense confrontation, the young prince noticed how terrified the children were of angry men. Realizing the distress he was causing, Evan backed down, acknowledging that he needed to stop. Quiet breath escaped him as he lowered his head, the sudden anger draining from the room. Turning back toward Lana, he offered a sincere apology, admitting that his desperate desire to confirm his suspicions had made him lose his composure and frighten her. Lana politely requested that he stop addressing her as if she were Lady Elaine, insisting that he was mistaken about her identity. Evan explained that although her hair color and facial features originally seemed identical to Elaine's, their demeanor and cooking skills proved they were entirely different people. With a heavy sigh, Evan turned to depart with Sandra, acknowledging that he had caused an inconvenience and had inadvertently made Lana dislike him. Sandra clung desperately to Evan's side, pleading with him to talk to her and asking why he was ignoring her presence. Lana called out to Sir Finlay, pointing out a key contradiction. While he claimed she had begun to dislike him without his knowledge, he had done the exact same thing to Elaine in the past. Surprised by her blunt statement, Evan paused as she accused him of using excessive force against a defenseless girl. Evan assumed she was referring to him grabbing her chin. Lana clarified that she was talking about the knight in training, who grabbed an innocent, unresisting girl and slammed her face into the ground. Evan stared at her in shock, realizing that only someone who was actually present could know about that specific event. Lana continued her sharp rebuke, condemning how easily he had believed rumors about a lady being roughed up without ever seeking the truth himself. Evan protested, recalling that he had heard Elaine was limping, and that people claimed she faked her injury just to gain sympathy. Lana looked at him with quiet disdain, questioning how he could blindly trust those malicious rumors over what truly happened. He questioned how he could ever believe she was capable of deceiving him, recalling their shared upbringing and asking if he truly thought so poorly of her. Taken by her revelation, Evan lowered his head, acknowledging the invaluable truth she provided before offering a sincere apology and taking his leave. As the prince made his exit, young Chio hurried after him, pointing out that he had forgotten one of his belongings. Stopping in his tracks, he offered a quiet, somber apology for his oversight. Door clicked shut behind him, leaving Chio to turn back toward Lana with an anxious expression. Overcome with emotion, Lana drew Chio into a tight embrace to offer an apology, but the young girl gently reassured her that she now cheered for Lana's happiness above all else. Chio wiped away her tears. Lana pondered Evan's apology and his genuine search for the truth regarding her past exile. Looking out the window, she wondered why Evan no longer viewed her as a villain, sensing that unseen events must have unfolded during her absence. Meanwhile, Evan walked through the town alone, his mind consumed by thoughts of Elaine and the heavy revelations she had shared. Recalled how Sandra had previously spoken to him about Elaine's exile with an air of innocent disbelief. Gripped by turmoil, he realized that if Lana spoke the truth, Sandra had lied to him all along, forcing him to confront his own grave mistake in refusing to hear Elaine's side. Determined to uncover the full truth, Evan was suddenly interrupted by shouts of panic, drawing his attention to a fiery glow in the sky. Sandra's residence was engulfed in flames. Chaos erupted in the streets as townspeople scrambled with buckets, desperately trying to extinguish the inferno roaring through the Saintess's estate. Rushing to the scene, Evan caught Sandra as she collapsed into his arms in tears, sobbing frantically that her family was trapped inside the burning building. Clinging to him tightly, her face was overcome with terror and despair as the flames continued to consume everything around them. Trembled with sweat dripping down her face amidst the chaotic blaze, while a cold, lingering question echoed in his mind. Was she truly a saint? Inside the bustling dining room, patrons gossiped animatedly about the sudden tragedy that had struck the Saintess's household. Tragic rumors spread that her family home had been utterly consumed by fire, leaving no survivors. Overhearing the dark chatter, Lana quietly offered a solemn prayer of condolence for Sandra's loss, despite their past rivalries. The busy shift came to an end and break time was announced. Taki stepped outside into the quiet alley and let out a tired yawn. Inside the kitchen, Shin instructed Chio and Taki to take a well-deserved rest while he and Lana took care of the remaining cleanup. Clearing away dishes, Shin noticed Taki wincing in pain and questioned why he was suddenly wearing a cloth wrapping around his arm. Caught off guard, Taki attempted to hide his wrist, but Lana noticed his suspicious behavior. Unable to hide the truth from Lana's persistent gaze, Taki confessed that Prince Finlay had grabbed her wrist far too harshly during their confrontation. Deeply moved and pained by the sight of her injury, Taki asked if he could hold her hand for a moment. Surprised by his sudden request, Lana watched in amazement as a gentle warm light began to gather softly around Taki's hands. Though she tried to reassure him that the bruise was not severe, her words trailed off as the radiant glow enveloped her wounded wrist. To her absolute astonishment, the dark mark completely vanished from her skin. Stunned by the miraculous scene, Shin rushed forward, loudly demanding to know if Taki had just cast healing magic. Concerned for his brother's stamina after using such advanced magic, Shin pressed Taki about his ability, while remarking on how knowledgeable Lana was about high-level spells. Taki explained that both of their parents possessed magic, which left Chio in utter disbelief since magical aptitude among commoners was extraordinarily rare. Shin recalled that a few townspeople possessed minor magical gifts, prompting Taki to share a memory of the first time he accidentally healed his mother's cut finger when he was a young child. Recalled how that initial display of healing magic had drained his vitality, leaving him bedridden with a severe fever for several days afterward. Turning to Lana, he confirmed that Shin knew about his past power, but confessed that his ability had completely vanished right around the time he fell mysteriously ill. Setting down his teacup, Taki voiced his hope that recovering his health might finally restore his magic, leaving Lana to ponder the strange connections between this and the disappearance of his power. He listened attentively as the chef remarked how unheard of it was for magic to simply vanish following an illness, even among high-born nobles. Hopeful thought crossed her mind, wondering if the young boy's magical abilities might naturally return once his health fully recovered. Offering a gentle, reassuring smile, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the boy for healing her wrist, before quiet settled over the town. Meanwhile, within Willingham Palace, the former prince sat slouched on a sofa in his quarters, demanding to know when he would be permitted to see Sandra again. His aide pointed out that they had just met yesterday. He exploded in anger, shouting that their declared love meant they should be together constantly. Paced frantically, agonizing over why she was not seeking his comfort or leaning on him after losing her family. Frustration mounted as he recalled how she avoided his gaze at school, keeping her face concealed behind a dark veil. Reflecting bitterly on his fall from grace, he brooded over losing his title as crown prince after breaking off his high-profile engagement with Elaine. Interrupting his rant, a servant entered carrying a simple plate containing wrapped rice balls. Disgraced royal questioned the strange dish, only for his attendant to explain it was a remarkably rejuvenating food purchased from a local establishment. Reluctantly sampled the onigiri, astonished by its incredible flavor, while the attendant mentioned it was crafted by a young female innkeeper. Intrigued by the concept of a female chef, he arrogantly ordered them to summon this cook to the palace if Sandra remained unavailable. The attendant stared back in utter disbelief at his master's fickle request. Truth, the attendant harbored his own secret thoughts, realizing he had never truly cared for Sandra, and had only ever wished to protect Elaine since the moment they met. Fond memory of Elaine walked through his mind, leaving him yearning for her whereabouts. Recalled the events of a year ago, when Sandra had thrown herself crying into Evan's arms, pleading for help and driving a wedge into the prince's engagement. Tears streaming down her face, Sandra had claimed that Lady Elaine spoke terrible words to her, telling her to leave the school and calling her an eyesore. Although Wilfred doubted that Elaine could ever be so cruel, Sandra's tearful act quickly made him back down and apologize for questioning her. Fidgeting nervously, Sandra went on to whisper malicious rumors about Elaine and Wilfred being lovers, deliberately stirring distrust to alienate Elaine from her peers. Elaine later approached Evan, offering to spend time together. Her gentle advance was met with immediate coldness. Evan coldly brushed past his fiancée without a second glance, choosing instead to walk away at Sandra's side. After distancing himself from Elaine, Wilfred witnessed scenes of Sandra being teased, yet subtle details began to make him feel uneasy. Sandra had wept over blue ink staining her dress, accusing Elaine of harassment, but countless similar incidents began raising doubts in Wilfred's mind. As he investigated, the reality came to light. Elaine had never spoken ill of anyone, and the noble society he trusted was built on orchestrated deceit. Turned out Sandra had been caught trying to steal the special blue ink unique to Elaine's family, spilling it in panic and using her own dress to wipe the floor. Even when faced with witnesses who supported Sandra, Wilfred realized those testimonies had been fabricated specifically to protect Sandra's lie. The dark truth laid bare, it was clear that Elaine was the innocent victim and Sandra the liar. Yet one piece of the puzzle still made no sense. The day he walked Sandra home, he had positively identified the spilled blue ink as the rare blend used exclusively by the Alfred family. Suddenly, a masked assassin had leapt out from an alley, attacking them with lethal intent. Two additional thugs joined the ambush, Wilfred managed to hold his ground and fight off the attackers. Noted how remarkably weak the attackers were compared to a true assassin, yet searching their pockets revealed written instructions written in distinct blue ink. Unfortunately, before she could extract any further information, the men managed to break free and escape into the bustling city streets. Left standing alone in silence, he lamented his inability to secure their testimonies, realizing the crucial evidence had slipped right through his fingers. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to gather more information in the marketplace, confident that solving the mystery of the ink would finally prove Elaine's innocence. Suddenly, an informant rushed toward Prince Evan with urgent news. Messenger breathlessly delivered shocking intelligence, claiming there were eyewitness reports of Lady Elaine presenting Lady Sandra with a new bottle of blue ink as a gift. According to the report, Elaine had noticed how desperately Sandra desired the rare blue ink and generously gifted her the exact same bottle design Sandra had previously attempted to steal. Feeling from this realization, he deduced that Sandra had possessed the ink all along and could have easily forged the orders herself to frame Elaine. Yet, despite finding the key to clearing her name, a sudden dark foreboding crushed his hope. His heart sank as the informant broke the devastating news. Every shred of physical evidence, along with the location containing it, had been completely burnt to. The night when the bright star fell, a priest proclaimed that a saintess would soon be born to save the country. From that day on, the citizens eagerly awaited her arrival. But even 16 years later, no one knew who she was. Whispers began to spread through the crowd as a mysterious young woman appeared, leading people to believe she was the true reincarnation of the long-awaited saintess. The girl enshrined by the priest's declaration was named Sandra, a poor flower vendor who had never been able to attend school. 2 months after her proclamation, she expressed gratitude for the hard work that had brought her to this point. Dismissing her guard, Sandra ordered him to wait in the alley rather than follow her home. When he expressed concern for her safety, she harshly threatened him with punishment through her alleged saintly power. Guard reluctantly agreed and stepped back. Sandra disrobed her royal persona in private, still living in a rundown house with thin walls, which was why she disliked her conversations being overheard. Turning home, Sandra was met by her dysfunctional family. Her mother immediately demanded money from the state, while her siblings noisily ran around the cramped, messy living space. Mother smugly confessed that she had squandered all the living expense money, blatantly asking where this month's funds were despite having wasted everything previously provided. Sandra looked on in horror as her mother denied being her biological parent, leaving Sandra to deal with the chaos caused by the younger children climbing all over her. As her younger brothers jumped on her and ruined the expensive rug, Sandra shouted in frustration for them to stop their disruptive behavior. Her birth mother had passed away from an unknown illness, and her father's earnings could not cover their living expenses. Forced to work alongside a father who could never say no to his mischievous children, Sandra carried the entire family's financial burden. Clutching her head in despair, Sandra remembered how she was promised a bright future as a saintess where she would finally have enough to eat, praying desperately for someone to free her from this misery. 3 months after her proclamation, Sandra attended school where she was mocked by Prince Evan and his peers for her commoner origins, flinching as they openly insulted her scent. Blushing with embarrassment and anger, Sandra dashed away through the hallways, blaming another noblewoman for making Prince Evan mock her shabby dress after spending all her money. As the town bells chimed in the distance, Sandra sat alone in her room, staring vacantly into the distance with a single consuming thought: she desperately wanted money. She reflected on how she wouldn't be struggling so much if it were not for her family's squandering, when her eye caught an ornate, expensive-looking bottle sitting unattended on Elaine's desk. Realizing the value of such a luxurious item belonging to a duke's daughter, her hands trembled as she reached for it, wondering how much money it could fetch if sold. Suddenly interrupted by Elaine's return, she panicked and accidentally knocked the bottle over, splashing liquid all over the extravagant dress. Desperate to avoid blame, she dropped to her knees, frantically wiping the stain while pleading for forgiveness and claiming she had merely been admiring its beauty. Outside, other students began to whisper amongst themselves, noticing her distress as she walked away from the encounter. A few days later, Prince Evan presented her with a replacement dress, moved by her tears and promising to stand by her after hearing how Elaine had supposedly mistreated her. He realized then that her tears possessed a dangerous power. By weeping and clinging to men, she could manipulate them into granting her every desire. Even the crown prince proved no exception, severing ties with Elaine and declaring his intention to marry her instead, signaling an end to her life of poverty. Overjoyed by her newfound fortune, she laughed maniacally, determined to use status and beauty to secure her elevated position forever. Now, a year after being declared a saintess, the culmination of her scheme appeared complete as Evan announced the annulment of his engagement to Elaine. Turning to her room with another gift from Evan, she opened her closet to store the new gown. Her utter shock, she discovered her entire wardrobe empty, confronting her mother who sat casually nearby. Mother dismissively admitted to taking all the dresses, arguing that she had too many anyway. He coldly suggested that Sandra simply ask her prince boyfriend for more money and gowns instead of complaining. Overwhelmed by bitter frustration, Sandra collapsed in tears, realizing that as long as Elaine remained alive and respected, true freedom and security would elude her. She suddenly snapped out of her dark thoughts as the pungent smell of smoke filled the air, accompanied by the panicked cries of children echoing from the adjoining room. Peer through the doorway, she discovered a fiery blaze breaking out near where her younger siblings and parents were. Inside the room, the adults remained utterly oblivious, fast asleep and snoring heavily despite the growing heat and the terrified screams of the young children. Inside an open window where flames roared outside lay a box of matches, revealing the careless spark that had ignited the dry wood. Frustrated, she grumbled to herself that the boys must have been playing with matches again, even as the youngsters wept in terror, helpless against the heat. Though she initially moved to call out to Tom and Sam, a sinister realization froze her in place. Watching the wall of fire consume the room, she whispered to herself that she had seen nothing. Stepping back silently while the children stared at her in desperate hope, she firmly convinced herself that she knew nothing about what was happening. Formulating a chilling alibi, she resolved to say she had merely been returning from a walk when the blaze started. As her hand reached out to pull the door shut, the door creaked slowly, narrowing the gap between her and the horrified eyes of her helpless younger brothers trapped inside. The final heavy slam, she sealed them inside the burning room, cementing her fabricated tale of arriving too late. Driven by her calculated plot, she sprinted through the courtyard and tumbled deliberately to the ground, panting hard to put on a show of frantic panic. Reaching a water basin outside, she eagerly splashed soot and water across her dress and hair, crafting the perfect illusion of a desperate rescue attempt. Catching her breath, she carefully checked her appearance to ensure enough grime covered her skin while repeating her rehearsed story under her breath. Bursting into the bustling town square, she wailed in apparent agony to draw the attention of nearby citizens, screaming that her family's house was ablaze. Dramatic cries reached Prince Evan, who rushed to catch her as she collapsed into his arms, weeping uncontrollably while claiming her family was still trapped inside. Resting her head against the prince's chest, her despair vanished into secret ecstasy as she celebrated being rid of her abusive family forever. She let tears flow down her cheeks to play the mourning victim. But hidden beneath the sorrow, her mouth curled into a dark, triumphant smirk. Wide, unhinged eyes, she realized there was no turning back from the path she had chosen. Throwing her arms wide in maniacal delight, she vowed to become the queen, live freely, and do whatever it took to secure her ultimate ambition without. Meanwhile, the young child Chio rested blissfully beneath the oversized cloth, exhausted after another busy day. In thought, a quiet moment passed as hands settled softly against a lap. Sitting down with a warm cup of tea, Elaine gazed thoughtfully into the distance, feeling a lingering sense that she had forgotten something truly vital. Shaking her head, she tried to focus on her duties, telling herself that such fleeting thoughts were ordinary. Yet the faint memory of a boy's face from the day Prince Evan arrived at the shop hovered in her mind like a distant daydream. Deciding to clear her head, Elaine offered to head out into the town square to pick up fresh groceries. As she strolled through the bustling streets reciting her shopping list of carrots, potatoes, and milk, a voice suddenly called out to her from behind. Panting heavily, Shin caught up to her, explaining that she had left the shop too quickly and warning her that the market pickpockets made it unwise to walk alone. Astonished by his sudden appearance, Elaine listened gratefully as he offered to accompany her. Shin walking reassuringly beside her, Elaine agreed, and together they navigated the vibrant stalls of the outdoor marketplace. They walked side by side, a faint sense of wonder swept over Elaine at how remarkably peaceful the outing felt. She reflected aloud that despite seeing each other every day at the shop, this was their very first time spending time together outside. Shin smiled warmly, revealing that he had been thinking the exact same thing. Passing by a vibrant florist, Elaine paused to admire the colorful displays, and Shin suggested picking out some blossoms to brighten up her shop. Looking closely at the vibrant blooms, she remembered that the gerbera given to her previously had wilted, convincing her to select a fresh replacement. Though slightly hesitant that asking him might feel burdensome, Elaine was reassured by his casual response, prompting her to pick out both a yellow and a white gerbera. Noticing Shin holding a potted plant of his own, Elaine inquired with surprise whether he was also purchasing flowers for his room. Arriving back at the shop, Elaine smiled inwardly, amused that despite his usual lack of interest in floral decorations, Shin had still carefully chosen a flower to take home. He stepped back into the shop carrying the fresh flowers, greeted warmly by Shin and Chio as Taki asked where his brother had gone. Walking down the corridor toward her room to fetch clean hand towels, she paused as something on the floor caught her eye. A neatly potted cluster of small flowers sat quietly near the doorway. He carefully picked up the potted plant, realizing with a gentle blush that the plain room he had mentioned was actually hers. Looking toward the kitchen, she observed him quietly preparing food over the hot stove. Turned slightly, his usual calm demeanor hiding any overt expression. Blushing furiously, she shyly asked if the potted flowers had truly been meant as a gift for her. He leaned over the counter to softly call out his name while he continued working. Expressing her sincere gratitude, she carefully placed the lovely potted plant right by the bright window. Following day, the front bell chimed merrily as she and Chio tended to the welcoming storefront. Liam visited once more under his hooded cloak, receiving his customary meal while offering a gentle, quiet smile. As he slipped a piece of candy to Chio, they remarked among themselves how kind he truly was, despite his reserved nature. When asked if he wanted a bento, he quietly declined, explaining that his visit was to secure food for a sick friend before promptly taking his leave. Meanwhile, Prince Wilfred had found fully recovered after consuming the food brought to him, puzzling Prince Evan, who suspected a magical spell was involved. Evan noted that Frederick had also made a swift recovery, fueling his growing obsession with the mystery surrounding Elaine. Contemplated the swirling rumors regarding the Saintess avoiding Frederick, curious about the sudden shift in attention toward another woman. Interrupting his thoughts, Liam approached with grave news that demanded immediate attention. Knight delivered a shocking report, A carriage carrying a young noblewoman had fallen deep into the valley. Wilfred's heart sank instantly as fear gripped his chest, praying his worst suspicion was wrong. Amidst a ferocious storm with crackling lightning, he rushed to the cliffside, shouting wildly into the rain for Elaine Norris. Despite his weak physical condition and Liam's desperate pleas for him to stop, he pushed his body past its limits, calling out for Lana. Sudden realization struck him amidst the downpour as he connected the noble girl's name to the familiar innkeeper. His frantic search near the slippery edge, his footing gave way on the muddy incline. As he plunged deep into the churning waters below, miles away the night remained serene as Elaine wished Chio a peaceful slumber. Next morning, while Chio noted how sleepy Elaine appeared, the front door burst open with Liam shouting urgently for help. Elaine gasped in horror upon seeing the drenched, battered form of the prince being brought into her establishment. Upon seeing the hooded newcomer up close, Chio gasped in utter bewilderment. Looking between him and the man beside her, she could hardly believe her eyes, stumbling back as she blurted out that there appeared to be two of the very same person standing before them. Before anyone could process the shocking resemblance, the hooded stranger suddenly slumped forward, his strength failing completely as he collapsed straight into Elaine's arms. Holding him upright, Elaine marveled at how strikingly similar his face was to Liam's, despite half of it remaining hidden under his hood. The shivering figure twitched, faintly requesting a warm blanket and fresh clothes, prompting her to immediately apologize and call for the fireplace in the guest room to be lit. Weakly lifting his head, the stranger muttered that his body felt ice cold, his eyelids heavy as consciousness slipped away. His vision dimmed into total darkness as his mind succumbed to exhaustion, unable to make out his surroundings as he sank into silence. Darkness took hold. Drifting memories from long ago surfaced in his fading mind, desperately wishing to see Lana once more, free from all grief and filled with happiness, just as things had been back during his childhood at his mother's residence. Years earlier, a young Wilfred stood quietly outside a bustling parlor, listening to the light-hearted laughter of the noble women gathered for his mother's afternoon tea party. Bored by the incomprehensible chatter of adults, the young prince wandered through the grand estate, only to be warmly greeted by a groundskeeper tending to the estate gardens. Gardner excitedly announced that the brand-new hedge maze was finally complete. Hearing this, young Wilfred's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly dashed toward the garden to explore the maze he had been waiting so impatiently to see. Trying to navigate the high leafy walls, Wilfred tried directing his attendant, only to be interrupted when another flustered maid rushed past, shouting in frustration that someone had snuck into the maze before her. Pausing mid-step, the young prince turned his head sharply as the faint, tearful sound of a young girl's voice echoed from deep within the green corridors. Deeper inside the intricate maze, a small, lost girl knelt weeping on the ground, completely unable to find her way back out. Her maid frantically called out directions from nearby, but only managed to confuse the crying child further as she took wrong turn after wrong turn. Stepping forward into the alleyway of set hedges, young Wilfred called out sternly to catch the attention of the lost young lady and her panicked attendant, requested to be lifted above the hedge foliage so he could view the entire maze, gasping in awe as his view opened up above the towering bushes. Observing the intricate pathways from above, he realized how meticulously designed the maze was, knowing that anyone wandering inside without guidance would surely lose their way. Calling out to the lost visitor, he asked her to sing a song so he could locate her by sound. As a gentle melody echoed through the hedges, he paused, intrigued by lyrics he had never heard before. Guided by the rhythm of her voice, his footsteps crunched steadily along the gravel path, pressed deeper into the green corridors, trailing the sound as it grew clearer with every step. Noticing the rustling leaves ahead, he rounded the corner just as the singing softly drifted into silence. There she stood before him, her face illuminating with pure relief and a radiant smile. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl burst into tears and threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. This unexpected encounter marked his first meeting with Elaine Norris, the young daughter of the Duchess visiting for tea. Despite her docile reputation, she proved to be a vibrant child whose delicate face flickered constantly with open, genuine emotion. During subsequent tea gatherings, she introduced energetic outdoor games like tag and improvised sports with thread balls and wooden sticks. He found himself eagerly anticipating every one of her visits. A year passed in warm companionship until one day she casually mentioned that she had spent the previous afternoon playing with Sir Evan. He recounted how Evan preferred quiet strolls and weaving flower crowns, admitting that he never enjoyed wild outdoor games the way Wilfred did. Wilfred wondered why she did not simply run around freely with Evan as well. She confessed that her father would severely reprimand her if he caught her acting unladylike. Looking at him with absolute trust, she admitted that Prince Wilfred was the only person in front of whom she could drop her guard and be her true self. Pondering her words, he quietly asked if she intended to marry Evan when they grew older, and she thoughtfully replied that it appeared to be the future their fathers were arranging. Rested his chin in his hand, troubled by the frequent meetings between his former beloved and the prince, wondering how she truly felt about the arrangement. Memories of their childhood resurfaced, bringing back the moment she had shyly asked if he would call her Lana instead. He had explained with a blush that Lana was her special middle name, a privilege reserved only for her family or someone truly close to her heart. Accepting her invitation, he had agreed to use the cherished name, bringing a bright, cheerful giggle to her face as she spoke of her father's joy regarding their potential engagement. Yet their peaceful days were shattered when an unknown enemy poisoned him, leaving him writhing in agony on the verge of death. He miraculously survived through sheer willpower and a desire to see her again. The culprit behind the attempt was never captured. Realizing that proximity to him put her in constant danger, He sought out magical aid and gave his solemn consent to erase her memories of him. Before the spell was cast, she had rushed to him bursting with happiness over the news that she was to become his bride, entirely unaware of the tragic choice he had already made. As the magical ritual took effect, she collapsed unconscious into his arms, leaving him to break off their engagement and resolve that she would forget him upon waking. To protect her completely, he changed his appearance and promised never to look her way again, sacrificing his own happiness entirely for hers. Back in the quiet present, he lay across his bed, covering his eyes with a heavy hand as the painful weight of those memories pressed down on him. Outside his door, the young girl and her companion lingered with concern, unsettled by his request to be left entirely alone. Night settled over the estate, casting long shadows across the silent building under the faint light of a crescent moon. Under the quiet night sky, Prince Wilfred checked in on his recovering companion, inquiring how he was feeling. Resting by the window, the young man reassured him that his body felt remarkably lighter after partaking in the inn's nourishing soup and bento. For his sincere apologies for the trouble caused, Wilfred announced his intention to return to the valley to conduct a thorough search once more. The sharp, inquisitive gaze, his hooded companion questioned what action the prince truly intended to take once Lady Elaine was finally located. Simply replied that his sole desire was to offer assistance if she were in any kind of trouble. By the following day, the hooded traveler ventured out into the town to gather information directly from the rescue workers who had handled the accident. Breathing a sigh of relief, he confirmed that the name Elaine Norris was absent from the list of victims recorded from the incident, allowing his search to persist uninterrupted. As he entered the lively dining area, his eyes caught sight of the bustling staff tending cheerfully to customer orders across the counter. Upon being greeted warmly with a bright morning smile, he instantly recognized the young woman standing before him as Lana. Observing her intently as she expertly prepared food behind the counter, he carefully scrutinized her familiar demeanor and movements, pondered the striking similarities in her name and hair color, despite slight differences in her facial appearance. Hearing the locals mention she had resided there for over a year confused him further. Knowing Lana had departed less than 6 months ago, a young staff member approached him to offer breakfast on behalf of his benefactor. His conditioned combat reflexes triggered instinctively, causing him to react defensively and startle those around him. Lowering his gaze in embarrassment, he promptly apologized to the startled group, explaining that his body reflexively reacted to sudden approaches out of ingrained habit. Receiving gentle, empathetic words from the young hostesses, he felt a sudden sense of warmth, silently admiring how genuine and kind-hearted the inn's staff members were. Stepping out into the bright sunlight, he gained a newfound understanding of why Prince Wilfred had chosen this specific place as his lodging, marveling at Lana's extraordinary presence. Back inside, Chio and Lana conversed quietly about how easily Chio had discerned that the traveler was not Lord Liam upon his initial arrival. Sharp observation stayed with Lana, who reflected on how the mysterious traveler maintained an intense air of tension, refusing to lower his guard even around someone as young as Chio. Yet Lana couldn't help remembering the fleeting moment his demeanor softened when his eyes first met hers. Wondering what could have provoked such a reaction, she eventually shook her head, dismissing the thought as mere imagination, before turning her attention back to her indoor garden, brightening as she noticed fresh flower buds opening in the planter. A gentle sense of comfort washed over her while she admired the delicate blossoms. She gazed tenderly at the blue daisies, fondly remembering that Shin had gifted them to her. Cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly reprimanded herself for being overly self-conscious, reassuring herself that it was simply a token of his appreciation. Inner thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a brilliant flickering light glowing amidst the petals, catching her completely off guard. Surprised by the shimmering orb darting through the air, she scrambled to catch it as it zipped right past her. Chaotic pursuit spilled directly into the dining area, startling everyone present as the luminous entity swooped wildly around the room. Bursting through the doorway, Lana called out urgently for help in capturing the elusive light just as Shin and Taki stepped inside. Reacting with swift instincts, Taki reached into the air and successfully snagged the glowing object right out of flight. As he cupped his hands around it, the strange light began to squirm, expanding and shining with ever-increasing radiance between his fingers. The complete shock of everyone watching, the radiant light materialized into a chubby little pig with tiny wings resting atop its back. The winged piglet settled comfortably atop Lana's head, while the group marveled at the magical creature, discussing how unusual plants and spirits always seemed naturally drawn to her. Mischievously, Taki teased Shin by revealing their mother's old tale about the fairy of happiness attached to those specific flowers, leaving Shin thoroughly flustered while Lana smiled with delight. Lana gently cradled the little winged pig in her hands, softly asking where it had come from and if it possessed a name of its own. Realizing they have no way to communicate with the strange creature, she acknowledges that nothing more can be done for the evening. Shin suggests closing up shop given the late hour, prompting her to politely instruct the small winged spirit to wait safely in the room until she finishes her work, though the creature responds with a firm, energetic thump. Later that night, beneath a quiet crescent moon, she lies fast asleep in bed while the tiny winged piglet rests peacefully beside her pillow. Her slumber is suddenly interrupted by a mysterious voice whispering softly for her to awaken. Drowsily sitting up and rubbing her eyes, she wonders who could be calling out to her at such an hour, hearing faint words addressing a descendant. Looking over, her attention is drawn to the little piggy from earlier, which has begun to emit a soft, ethereal radiance. Creature bursts into a brilliant flash of light, casting shimmering rays across the dark bedroom. As the blinding glow recedes, she gasps in total astonishment as the small spirit transforms into a tall, ethereal figure standing right before her. Visitor introduces himself as Leviant, explaining that he traveled to the human human realm to visit an old friend, only to realize the brevity of human lifespans and how drastically the world has changed over time. She sits stunned in bed as he reflects on the sheer fortuity of their encounter. Looking down at her with a serene yet authoritative gaze, Leviant expresses his amazement at encountering a direct descendant of Lanathamus in this place. Overwhelmed by his words, she can only stare back in utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the legendary name he just uttered. Awakening in her chamber, Elaine found an ethereal man leaning softly over her, bringing with him the distinct scent of fresh flowers. When she questioned his identity, he introduced himself as Leviant, the Fairy King. He explained that he had descended into the human realm to meet an old friend, forgetting how fleeting human lifespans were, and had become stranded after depleting his power without enough surrounding nature to recharge. Leviant added that she was a descendant of a human reincarnation of Limathamus, the well-known goddess of water and agriculture, carrying a fraction of divine power within her. Uncertain, she asked if he was confusing her with someone else, but he asserted that every soul possesses a unique color, and hers was identical to the goddess's daughter's. As he declared her to be undeniably the goddess's reincarnation, she recalled Taki mentioning something strikingly similar about the color of her soul. He sat quietly, processing the weight of his revelation. Interrupting her thoughts, Leviant suddenly demanded to know why there was only a single plant kept inside her room. Taken aback by his abrupt shift in focus, she could only blink and ask about the flower. Explained sternly that due to the scarcity of greenery in the town, he could not recover his strength, pressing her to fill her room with far more plants and flowers. Sighing heavily, he admitted that his time's up, and he could no longer maintain his humanoid form without sufficient surrounding vegetation. The final stern warning, he urged her to bring more flora into the room before his energy failed completely. A flash of light, his lofty form collapsed back into the small winged creature and tumbled helplessly onto the floral display, instantly falling asleep. Following morning, Shin and Taki joined her in the room to discuss the strange visitor, wondering how best to handle the divine companion now resting on her table. Little Chio bounded in, unable to see the Fairy King directly. A gentle breeze swept through the room as Levi offered her a warm spirit greeting. She observed the interaction. Elaine wondered if only those blessed with magical affinity could perceive spirits, realizing that if true, young Taki might possess the very same sight. Turning to Shin, she inquired about his errand, and he explained his intention to purchase flora from the farm where young Kevin worked. Shin offered to accompany her for the afternoon, playfully pointing out that she was undoubtedly planning to make him carry all her packages once again. Young girl cheered at Shin's granted leave, earning herself an affectionate, playful tap on the head from the head chef for her precocious commentary. Ranging to meet at the rear entrance once preparations were complete, Shin prepared to step out while the children giggled over how much the group resembled a true family. Outside the manor, Kevin greeted them enthusiastically from his horse-drawn cart, ready to convey them to the flower farm. As they boarded the wagon, Kevin muttered under his breath, disgruntled that the head chef had ruined his chance not to spend time alone with Elaine. Lively banter erupted among the group, with the youngsters teasing Kevin for trying to pick an unnecessary argument with his senior. Watching Shin's gentle smile, Elaine felt a warm appreciation for his calm elder brotherly demeanor toward the younger ones. The swift karate chop, Chio jokingly urged Shin to return to his duties at the inn rather than intrude, sparking light-hearted laughter. Moments later, the carriage rolled smoothly down the dirt road toward the distant farm, wheels clattering rhythmically against the earth. Breaking the quiet of the journey, Shin turned to Elaine to ask what specific varieties of blossom she intended to acquire. Leaning closer, Elaine dropped her voice to a quiet whisper, asking if he could help her select flowers that had spirits dwelling within them. Realizing she had blurted out sensitive details about unseen entities so carelessly, she caught herself in mild panic, embarrassed by her sudden lapse in composure. Softening her tone, Elaine admitted how deeply she appreciated his constant, quiet helpfulness, praising his selfless nature. He felt her heart pound rapidly in her chest as he drew unexpectedly close, his earnest gaze fixed on her as he made it clear that he did not treat just anyone with such intimacy. The tender moment was abruptly shattered by a sudden jolt from the carriage, prompting Kevin to turn back with concern and check if she was all right. Shin turned his attention toward the grand estate visible in the distance, noticing something out of the ordinary as they approached. Realizing their destination was nearby, Kevin asked if they were heading to his workplace, but Shin abruptly urged everyone to disembark immediately. Confused by the sudden urgency, Kevin struggled to pull back the reins, shouting that stopping in the middle of the narrow pathway was impossible. An ornate, high-class carriage approached from the opposite direction, making it clear that turning around or pulling aside on the tight road was impossible without moving further ahead. Evan apologized nervously as the fine carriage brushed past them, while Elaine froze in shock, recognizing the high-status nobility traveling inside. Elaine recognized the emblem on the passing carriage as belonging to Evan's family, prompting Shin to explain that wealthy titles resided across the river and warn against running into Prince Evan again. Evan pointed enthusiastically toward their arrival, reassuring them that the kind master of the estate had granted him permission to cultivate flowers in an unused garden. As they passed the impressive compound housing Captain Finlay of the chivalric order, Kevin explained that his garden plot lay just beyond it. Further down the path stood a grand, elegant mansion nestled amid beautifully landscaped gardens. Kevin proudly presented their final destination, announcing that they had arrived at Count Calvani's residence. Upon hearing the name, Elaine was visibly stunned, realizing that this was the home of her close friend Maria. Waves of nostalgia washed over Elaine as she recalled taking secret alternative routes here in the past, wonderingly reflecting on how Maria was faring. As Kevin guided them toward the greenhouse, Shin noticed her subtle hesitation and asked if something was wrong, only for her to quietly brush it off as they arrived at the lush conservatory. He stepped into the radiant greenhouse alongside Shin, marveling as brilliant sparkling light enveloped the entire space. Swarming around them were countless spirits taking on tiny animal forms so vivid and lively that even Shin, who usually could only perceive Leviant, could see them clearly. As a soft glow drifted near her face, Shin admitted that the sheer density of light was almost overwhelming to his eyes. With a gentle smile, she watched the sparkling spirit hover close, whispering soft chuckles as it offered to accompany her. Turning her attention back to the garden, she asked Kevin to help plant the gerberas, secretly wondering what kind of generous person Count Calvani must be to offer such a magnificent greenhouse without charge. Thoughts drifted to the Count's daughter, Maria, her dear friend who had always stood by her side against cruel rumors. Though she longed to see Maria, she knew her friend was away attending a tea party. Suddenly, a shadow passed the window, sending Kevin into a sudden panic as he realized Maria was actually home after all. Hearing rapid footsteps rushing toward the greenhouse, she turned in surprise, alarmed by the sudden approach. Before she could react, Maria burst through the entrance and threw her arms around her in a joyous, overwhelming embrace. Maria beaming and instantly calling out her name, she panicked internally, realizing her makeup disguise had failed to fool her closest friend for even reassuring her companions as they moved through the crowded streets. Elaine was suddenly startled when a voice called out her name. Looking up in surprise, she recognized Maria, a familiar face from her past life. Uniting warmly, Maria expressed deep relief at seeing her well, remarking on how considerably her appearance and demeanor had changed since they last met. Maria shared the wild rumors circulating about her disappearance, wondering if she had joined a monastery or eloped with a mysterious man. In the background, Shin and Chio immediately panicked, loudly clarifying that they were merely working together. Learning that Elaine was now happily living as a commoner and enjoying her daily work in town, Maria inquired if she was aware of the major political upheavals that had recently shaken the high nobility. Maria explained that after Prince Frederick had his engagement with Sandra officially acknowledged, events took a drastic turn, culminating in the prince being stripped of his royal title. The former heir removed, intense political friction arose between the king, who backed Prince Wilfred, and a faction supporting the disgraced prince. Amidst the chaos, Sandra severed ties with His Highness, declared her undying affection elsewhere, and withdrew from the academy altogether. Elaine expressed her gratitude for the updates, so she confessed that high society now felt like a distant memory, opting to steer the conversation away from such troubling conflicts. Promising to keep her informed of any further news, Maria asked where they could meet again, and Elaine warmly directed her to the Fairies Inn across the river. Shortly after parting ways, the group loaded their newly acquired plants onto a small horse-drawn cart to transport their heavy haul back to the inn. Shin and Chio voiced their surprise that the noblewoman was a former acquaintance of Elaine's, while Elaine smiled softly, hoping Maria would indeed come visit them soon. Arranging for Kevin to take the initial goods ahead on the cart, Elaine decided to remain behind in town with the others to finish up the rest of their errands. Teasing Shin about making even more purchases, Elaine strolled past the shops while secretly pondering what thoughtful gift she could buy him as a token of appreciation for all his help. Meanwhile, back in the bustling market, Maria prepared for a tailor's visit, privately plotting to secure a breathtaking dress for an upcoming gathering in hopes of capturing Prince Wilfred's gaze. Aware of the political schemes continuing to swirl among the nobility, the small wagon rattled along the cobblestone road, carrying the rest of their supplies toward the peaceful inn. She sat in the rattling carriage alongside her companions, explaining her plan to line the inn with vibrant plants. When questioned about where they would all go, she admitted that seeing a single flower by a window had reminded her of how deeply nature could soothe a restless mind. Companion teased that the inn was turning into a botanical garden, but she simply laughed off the remark, perfectly content with the idea. She began to mention what the spirit had told her about fairies. The driver glanced back, startled by the casual mention of magical beings. Suddenly, a sudden shift in the carriage caused her companion to reach out instinctively to steady her. He clarified that spirits absorb plants for nourishment, but as she leaned in close, her flustered companion blurted out that she was far too near. Watching their interaction, the driver jovially asked if they were married, prompting an immediate synchronized shout of denial from both of them. Sudden violent bump in the road sent the carriage jolting wildly, throwing everyone off balance as the driver called out a warning. Companion pulled her close to shield her from the impact, staring into her eyes with earnest concern as he checked if she was hurt. Noticing how rough the ride remained, he pulled her tightly against his chest, instructing her to hold on to him until they reached their destination. Folded in his embrace, her cheeks flushed bright red, completely caught off guard by his sudden boldness. Looking up at his resolute expression, she realized he was simply focused on keeping her safe, feeling foolish for letting her self-consciousness get the better of her. Heart hammered against her ribs as she felt the steady warmth of his arms surrounding her. Unbidden tears welled in her eyes as an overwhelming sense of nostalgic comfort washed over her just as the carriage pulled to a stop at the town gates. Stepping out from the vehicle, they were greeted by the magnificent view of a bustling marketplace city enclosed by towering stone walls. She marveled at the immense scale of the market, thanking the driver for the trip while her companion suggested taking time to explore the city. She took her first steps forward, puzzling over why she had felt so emotional moments before, Something suddenly caught her attention and made her stop in her tracks. She suddenly spun around and dashed off into the busy street, offering a brief apology to her confused companion as he called out after her. She scurried off into the marketplace distance. Low, ominous growls reverberated near the edges of the square, where massive shadowy paws paced unseen. Intense feral pair of glowing eyes narrowed from the shadows, growling menacingly at the unsuspecting crowd. Meanwhile, back in the bustling market, the young noblewoman reflected on her secret desire to pick out a gift for Shin, though finding a moment away from him proved to be a real challenge. Her opportunity presented itself when an overly enthusiastic merchant cornered Shin, aggressively pitching his rare imported wares to the reluctant young man. Seeing Shin thoroughly distracted by the pushy vendor, she seized her moment and quietly slipped away into the bustling crowd. Suddenly, a mysterious hand snatched her by the wrist, yanking her out of sight into a narrow alleyway with a sharp gasp. Shin finally managed to shove his way past the persistent merchant, turning around to call out for his companion amidst the noisy crowd. Paused, scanning the immediate area as a sudden wave of unease washed over him. Searching frantically through the bustling streets, he spotted her dropped ribbon on the ground, sending a jolt of panic through his chest as he realized she had vanished. Heart pounding, he charged blindly through the crowded plaza, desperately calling her name as he resolved to drop all hesitation and find her. Bound and helpless, the situation took a grim turn as time ticked away. Desperate cries for his employer echoed across the tall stone walls of the city. Shin ran frantically through the crowded streets, asking passersby if anyone had seen a woman with blonde hair and striking indigo eyes, but everyone simply shook their heads in ignorance. Local man warned him that a rash of kidnappings had been occurring in the area recently, a revelation that struck horror straight into Shin's heart. Driven by sudden panic, the young chef sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him down the stone-paved alleyways, prayed desperately that she had merely lost her way, but swore to himself that if she had indeed been abducted, he would stop at nothing to find her. Tears welled in his eyes as he shouted her title into the wind, begging her internally to wait for him. His mind, memories of Elaine flooded back. She was far more than just a benefactor who had cured his sick brother Taki. His gaze narrowed with unwavering determination as he recalled the impact she had on his life. For him, Elaine was the person who had saved his entire existence. Presence had granted him a place to belong alongside her. 4 years earlier, when he was just 14 years old, Shin had been drowning in silent despair despite consistently topping his school's academic rankings. A classmate admired his top test scores and asked for a secret. He dismissed her casually, showing complete indifference. Uttering that he simply read a lot of books, he turned his head away in apathy, ignoring her complaints about his distant, dull nature. Remembered how his younger brother Taki had always defended him to others, insisting that despite his blunt demeanor, he truly possessed a soft heart. Peaceful days came to an abrupt halt when frantic villagers summoned them to the church, where two lifeless forms lay draped beneath sheets in the street. Stunned into disbelief, the young brothers could only stare at the covered bodies of their mother and father. Townspeople whispered about a fatal accident under heavy lumber, pushing Taki into a violent spiral of denial and anguish. Refusing to accept their death, Taki desperately poured every drop of his healing magic onto their corpses, until he collapsed from sheer exhaustion, marking the onset of a dark, painful ordeal. Confined to his bed, Taki apologized weakly for failing to do the household chores, but Shin urged him not to worry and to focus entirely on resting. Shin offered gentle words of reassurance that it was merely a mild cold. He watched with growing worry as his brother cried himself to sleep each night, worn down by grief. Determined to support them, Shin secured employment at a local restaurant. But despite the passage of endless months, Taki's illness only deepened. Quiet days blurred together as Taki remained bedridden, while Shin quietly bore the heavy responsibility of taking care of him. Unable to afford a doctor, Shin watched helplessly as his brother's health deteriorated, fighting off overwhelming terror at the thought of losing him. In the dim stillness of their home, Taki's feverish groans for their mother and father echoed through the sleepless nights. Life reduced to an exhausting cycle, Shin moved relentlessly between his job and his duties at home. 5 long years ground on with Taki growing progressively weaker, while Shin endured the tough environment of his workplace. Tragedy struck once more when the kind restaurant manager who had taken Shin in suddenly died of a heart attack, forcing the shop to shut its doors. Overwhelmed by relentless misfortune, Shin wept in despair, agonizing over why tragedy continually claimed everyone he loved most. Sat up slowly in his bed, his mind heavy with grief yet forced to face reality. Knowing that wallowing in despair would change nothing, he realized his immediate priority was to find work. Wandering through the busy plaza near a central fountain, his attention was suddenly caught by a lively voice calling out above the hum of the crowd. Instinctive bow-shaped ears twitched as someone shouted enthusiastically that a local establishment was urgently seeking cooks. The speaker turned out to be Chiyo, who was passionately handing out flyers and pleading for anyone looking for immediate employment to step forward. Watching her energy, Shin approached her cautiously. After confirming his name as Shin, the young girl explained that they needed to test his culinary skills first and guided him straight toward their kitchen. Shin readily agreed to the trial. Upon entering the establishment, he couldn't help but notice how pale and faint she appeared, gently asking if she was eating properly. Before she could answer, she burst through the inner doors to announce their arrival. As the door swung open, a soft breeze rustled delicate fabric, announcing the arrival of another presence within the room. The elegantly dressed young woman turned to greet them with a gentle smile. Shin initially assumed she was merely a waitress, but Chiyo excitedly introduced him as a new applicant. Bright welcoming struck Shin instantly, leaving him temporarily speechlessly transfixed by her warmth. Sudden sense of recognition washed over him, making him wonder if she had been a guest at his former restaurant, though a deeper, inexplicable nostalgic comfort settled in his heart. Understanding that he possessed possessed prior kitchen experience. She explained that their restaurant served somewhat unusual dishes and offered to teach him the basics, all while Shin felt that familiar, soothing presence around her. Moving into the kitchen area, she instructed him to watch closely and try reproducing one of her recipes first. She began prepping the ingredients with remarkable swiftness and precision. Shin's initial assumptions shattered. She was clearly a master of her craft. Seeing his surprise, Chio gleefully revealed that Lana was not an employee at all, but the actual owner of the entire establishment. Shin could barely contain his astonishment at how young the shopkeeper was, while Elaine simply offered a soft, endearing giggle at his bewildered expression. Gentle, welcoming smile immediately put Shin at ease, causing him to blush furiously alongside a beaming Chio. Securing a position at the inn took very little time, and he quickly grew to trust her gentle nature. For the first time in 5 years, genuine happiness returned to his life, especially after seeing how deeply she cared for his precious younger brother. Because she had saved his entire life, Shin viewed her as an indispensable benefactor to whom he owed an unpayable debt. Yet, staring into the night, he couldn't help but ask himself if she was truly just a benefactor to him. Driven by this deep devotion, he made it a point to accompany her whenever she ventured into dangerous places, stubbornly lingering nearby. During a particularly rough carriage ride, he had thrown himself forward to shield her from the jolts, quietly hiding how terrified he actually was inside. Terrifying memory of past tragedy loomed heavily in his mind. If someone so precious were to suffer the same tragic fate as those he had lost, he knew he would be completely broken. Calling his mother's old words about flower fairies bringing happiness, he prayed with all his heart that this time she would know joy instead of suffering. Those prayerful thoughts pushing him forward, Shin sprints desperately through the crowded streets, shouting out for her at the top of his lungs. Frantically questions the local townsfolk along the path, but no one seems to have any answers regarding her sudden disappearance. Overwhelmed by rising panic, he calls out her true name with tears of desperation brimming in his eyes. Unable to contain his anguish, he slams his fist against the alley wall in frustration, agonizing over where she could have vanished and what he should do next. Just as helplessness threatens to consume him, a noise from an overhead window catches his attention, signaling a hidden presence above. Meanwhile, inside the upper room, Lana slowly regains consciousness, recalling how someone had grabbed her arm and pressed a cloth over her face. Looking around in bewilderment, she finds her prospective captors mysteriously collapsed on the floor, unconscious with dizzy swirls in their eyes. Uncertain of what transpired but determined to seize the opportunity, she considers making a quick escape just as Shin breathlessly climbs up the ladder to search for her. He turns in sudden surprise as Shin calls out her name, his voice filled with overwhelming relief at finding her intact. Before she can even process his presence, he rushes forward and pulls her into a fierce, protective embrace. Holding her tightly against his chest, he breathes heavily and softly hushes her while she stands frozen in utter shock at his sudden display of emotion. Intense thumping of his heart vibrates through her as he refuses to loosen his grip, desperate to assure himself that she is truly real. Feeling the rapid pounding of his chest against hers, she listens as he stammers out how terrified he was and how glad he is that she is safe. Flustered by the intimacy, she stammers an apology for stepping away, but he vehemently counters that the mere thought of losing her or seeing her hurt felt like dying himself. Burying his face near her neck, he whispers repeatedly that he is so glad she is fine, swearing to himself that he will never let her out of his sight again. Stepping back slightly to face him, she offers a gentle, reassuring smile, apologizing for causing him such distress and insisting that she is not so easily broken. Looks down at her with quiet, lingering anxiety, prompting her to speak up to soothe the remaining tension in his eyes. He points out how deeply he worried for her, highlighting the fact that he rushed straight to her side without a second thought. Cupping her cheek softly, she gives him a brilliant, affectionate smile, explaining that her sense of security comes entirely from him being present. Turns his gaze aside, humbly pointing out his lack of combat strength, but she counters that his courage to come save her is what truly matters. Rightly recalling how he supported her during their past outings in moments of danger, she teasingly explains her simple logic. Whenever he is near, she feels completely invincible. Words leave him momentarily speechless, his eyes widening as he processes the sheer depth of her absolute faith in him. Humbled and fully aware of his own physical limitations, he offers her a quiet, earnest expression of thanks, leaving her tilting her head in affectionate confusion. He looked up into his eyes, struck by the sudden warmth and soft gentleness in his expression. Calling the bitter pain of losing those he held dear in the past, Shin explained that he carried that lingering fear as a constant reminder to protect her at all costs. Hearing him address her so intimately by her short name made her heart leap, leaving her flustered and rosy-cheeked as she processed his gentle smile. Curious about how he had managed to track her down, Lana asked him for the truth, to which Shin simply gestured toward tiny magical companions. Recalled the moment floating glowing lights had suddenly materialized right before his eyes. Desperate for any lead, he had pleaded directly with the spirit guides to help him locate her after she was taken. Listening to his extraordinary story, she offered a serene smile, wondering if the tale about fairies bringing happiness was truly real after all. As they prepared to leave, her gaze shifted to the unconscious captors bound tightly on the floor, wondering if it was truly safe to leave them behind. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, as armed searchers rushed toward the room after tracing reports of her abduction. Rescue party burst through the doorway, calling out in relief as they confirmed her safety. Wilfred froze at the entrance, his eyes widening in complete shock upon witnessing her standing unharmed. His consciousness slowly returned to the scene, a groggy head lifted from the ground, surrounded by lingering confusion. Standing resolute beside her companions, Elaine met the gaze of those before her with an unwavering, serious expression. Wilfred stared back in surprise, calling out her familiar name as he recognized her amidst the unexpected gathering. Flanked by royal guards, he stepped forward to confront the situation directly, shocked to find her at the center of the incident. Explained that his presence was due to ongoing investigations into recent kidnappings, while Shin assured everyone of his own well-being alongside Chio. Detailing their operation, Wilfred recounted how they had tracked down the culprit's hideout the previous night, planning to catch them in the act as they sought new prey. Expressed shock upon learning the abducted woman was Lana, inquiring anxiously if she was harmed, to which she calmly reassured him that she had merely been unconscious. Turning his attention to the bound captors, Wilfred inspected the strange, thick plant vines securely wrapping around the defeated men. Captured thugs stirred with a groan, squirming against the tight bindings that held him helpless on the stone floor. Terrified by the overwhelming force that subdued them, the criminal begged for mercy, cowering away from Elaine as Shin and Chio watched in utter astonishment. Elaine paused, perplexed by his extreme panic, realizing that his reaction seemed far too dramatic for someone who had merely been restrained. Wilfred grabbed the culprit firmly by the hair, staring intently into his face as he recognized the man from a previous encounter. Piecing the clues together, Wilfred recalled this group's connection to past events involving Sandra, realizing that the narrative surrounding her framed accusation was falling apart. Interrogating the captive directly, Wilfred pressed him about the written orders found on his person, asking if the woman named in the letter was his true employer. Sweating under the intense questioning, the criminal blurted out that they were instructed only to keep the envelope and attack the target as directed. Demanded to know who commanded the attack if it wasn't the client, only to be told they never even checked what was inside the envelope. Realization dawned as memories aligned, confirming Sandra had orchestrated the entire plot herself, targeting Elaine directly. Processing this truth, he acknowledged that Sandra staged the situation, proving Elaine's complete innocence once and for all. As the captives were marched away, Wilfred informed Lana that they would schedule a meeting during the afternoon break to discuss the case further. He expressed relief that her family's honor would be restored if her innocence was proven, though the weight of past betrayal still lingered. Shin looked on silently as the quiet moment passed between them amidst the open courtyard. Turning back, Shin extended a hand, gently urging her that it was time for them to head back as well. Blushing furiously, she suddenly noticed they were holding hands, while Shin playfully remarked that he would be in trouble if she got kidnapped again. Leading her forward, Shin gently held her hand in a manner that reminded her of traditional folk dances from her past life, sparking squeals of delight around them. She looked up at him in gentle wonder, catching the subtle, affectionate tension between them. Unable to contain her light giggles, she drew a curious look from Shin, who asked what was making her laugh. Reflecting on their journey back, she noted how exceptionally protective Shin had been, holding her hand continuously along the street and safeguarding her like a seatbelt in the carriage until they reached the inn safely. Back at the inn, Chio and Elaine marveled together over the beautiful, flourishing flower beds. Kevin showcased the garden beds built to her request. The children excitedly begged to hear Elaine sing a song. Flustered by the sudden request, Elaine tried to wave it off before pausing as she realized she hadn't sung in years. She hesitated for a moment, recalling how her grandfather had strictly forbidden her from ever singing, but then realized she was finally free to choose her own path. She softly raised her voice in melody. Tiny green sprouts instantly burst through the soil, rapidly expanding at the sound of her song. Voice echoed into the night air, wrapping everyone nearby in a radiant wave of warmth as lush flowers blossomed fully beneath the moonlit sky. Finishing her song with a gentle sigh, she smiled brightly, relieved by how wonderful it felt to sing once again. Chio gasped in utter shock, pointing toward the soil where the tiny seedlings had suddenly produced fully ripened tomatoes and fresh blossoms. The entire garden bed had transformed into a lush, fully grown bounty in mere seconds, leaving the onlookers speechlessly staring at the miraculous growth. Stammering in disbelief, Chio asked if that song had been magic and whether she was actually a powerful mage in disguise. Realizing that her grandfather had likely forbidden her from singing precisely to hide this extraordinary power, she struggled to formulate an explanation for everyone present. She asked them to wait just a little longer, promising that she would seek answers tonight and explain the truth to them properly the following day. Later that evening, she entered Leviant's room with a bouquet of fresh flowers, asking him to reveal whatever ancient secrets he held about her lineage. Leviant complied, narrating the ancient legend of Lenathamus, a beautiful goddess banished to the mortal realm as a human after drawing the ire of the other deities. Described how the goddess had fallen in love with a mortal man, giving birth to a child whose bloodline inherited her extraordinary vitality. Gazing intently at her, Leviant pointed out that the very hue of her soul matched that of the goddess's direct daughter. Revealed that she was not merely a biological descendant of Lenathamus's child, but also her true spiritual reincarnation. Leviant further explained that her divine essence imbued her cooking, watering, and singing with restorative power, unlocking endless potential to nurture life around her. She gasped as the realization struck her. The young boy Taki was the one Leviant referred to. The Fairy King confirmed that her gentle magic had unconsciously purified the child, freeing him from a malevolent affliction. Recalling how Taki had described a jet-black haze attacking him, she urgently pressed Leviant to tell her if others were suffering from this same darkness, to which he gravely confirmed they were. Determined to prevent further tragedy, she resolved that she had to find and purify those afflicted as quickly as possible. Resting his chin on his hand, Leviant gazed at her with warm admiration, remarking that her selflessness and constant dedication to relieving the suffering of others made her a true saint at heart. She flushed with embarrassment at such praise. Leviant's tone shifted to a chilling gravity. He revealed that the girl officially chosen as the saint of the realm was, in reality, the very source spreading the corruption across the land. Sandra, who had become the dreaded Yama herself. Leviant recalled the prophecy of the girl born with the saint's qualifications. Elaine's eyes widened in realization, asking if he meant Sandra. Leviant confirmed it, prompting Elaine to pause as she processed the revelation. Elaine pondered whether this meant Sandra was a true saint, admitting that she had previously assumed the proclamation was false given how ordinary Sandra appeared. Leviant explained that Sandra's soul was genuine, and that her powers should have awakened had she grown up straight, but she lost those qualifications during her childhood. When Elaine inquired how and why she lost her qualifications, Leviant grimly revealed that Sandra had encountered the Black Monster. 10 years ago, a young Sandra ran home weeping to her mother, crying out about how everyone had been making fun of her appearance. Sobbing uncontrollably, the little girl lamented that people claimed she didn't look like her father or mother, suggesting she wasn't truly part of the family. Mother gently comforted her, telling Sandra how adorable she was and expressing disbelief that anyone could be so cruel to her. Despite her mother's kind words, young Sandra stood alone with tears filling her eyes, still burdened by the harsh remarks. 5 years old, tears continued to stream down Sandra's cheeks as she reflected on her doubts. Sighing outside her home, she recognized that her mother was beautiful and her father was handsome, making her feel even more out of place. She wondered why her face looked so different, contrasting her own features with her mother's big, sparkling, beautiful eyes that she loved so much. Suddenly, a boy shouted taunts nearby, threatening to bully her again alongside the other village kids. Sandra scrambled to hide behind a barrel, letting out a sigh of relief once she realized the local bullies had moved on. She caught her breath. A pulsating orb of black and violet light caught her attention, mesmerized by its strange beauty. She stared down at the small, dark creature that had tumbled from above, wondering what could have possibly fallen right before her eyes. Noticing how weak and defenseless the strange shadow appeared, she gently scooped it up against her chest, deciding to shelter it despite her modest circumstances. She asked if the creature possessed a name, but it responded with only a faint, low croak, confirming her suspicion that it was unable to speak. She decided to name the creature Kuro, unaware that this banished former fairy had survived 2 centuries in exile by feeding upon the darker, negative emotions of mortals. Clutching the dark spirit close, resentment festered in her heart as bitter hatred toward her mother began to take root. In a sudden outburst, she screamed at her mother, blaming her for not giving her a beautiful appearance. Influenced by the parasite, her once pure heart became thoroughly tainted by jealousy. Desiring her mother's beauty above all else, her bitter wishes triggered a dark change, and from that day forward, her mother took to bed with an unexplained, debilitating illness. Versely, as her mother withered away, the young girl's eyes grew strikingly larger and more beautiful, though she naively believed her changing features were merely a natural part of growing up. Deviant explained that the parasite possessed the ability to siphon traits from others, causing her to unconsciously steal her mother's physical beauty, magical capacity, and life force. The spirit revealed how the entity obsessed over vitality, prompting Elaine to realize with mounting horror that the monster was capable of stealing life itself. Deviant confirmed the tragic truth. Sandra's mother had perished after having her vital energy completely drained away. Horrified by the realization that someone dies whenever Sandra steals another's essence, Elaine urged Leviant to teach her how to wield her own power so they could put a stop to her. Leviant explained that her true potential remained asleep because a spiritual lid was blocking her awakening, suggesting she had buried something deep within her heart. Elaine pondered his words in silence, surprised by the notion of a hidden barrier suppressing her true self when she had believed she was living completely freely. Meanwhile, at the estate of Duke Norris, First Prince Wilfred arrived at the gates, urgently asking the attendants for the whereabouts of Lana. He confronted Lana's grandfather directly, pointing out that, despite claims of her being placed in a convent, exhaustive searches throughout the realm yielded no trace of her. Suspecting the old man of concealing the truth, he pressed for answers, only to be met with amused laughter. The old nobleman mockingly apologized before firmly stating he was under no obligation to share matters from a decade ago. As tension simmered, the young prince countered that the grandfather should have fought to protect Lana instead of erasing her memories and severing her ties. Acknowledging his own past powerlessness, the prince listened as the elder revealed a crucial detail. Mere days after her memories were sealed, Lana had miraculously regained them on her own. Shocked by this revelation, the young prince listened as the grandfather recounted their meeting at the party, where Lana initially failed to recognize him. However, once her recollections returned, she wept bitterly, begging to see her beloved. When informed that their engagement had been officially annulled, her grief shattered into uncontrollable anguish. Unable to bear the overwhelming sorrow of being separated from him forever, the young girl stood before a mirror and sealed away her own memories. As the realization struck the listening prince, he finally understood the true nature of the barrier suppressing her soul. In her profound heartbreak, the child had placed a lid upon her own heart. Adjusting his dark hooded jacket, Taki looked thoughtful as the quiet surrounding him set a somber tone for the discussions ahead. Inside the bustling cafe, Elaine recounted everything she had learned from Leviant the previous night. Hearing that Elaine was actually a descendant of the goddess left those around her thoroughly astonished. She explained the truth about Sandra, who had originally been born a true saint until an evil fairy possessed her and stripped away her divine qualifications. Elaine detailed the fairy's two major misdeeds. First, stealing whatever Sandra desired, be it appearance or abilities, causing her victims to wither away and die. Second, absorbing the life force of those it stole from. However, if the fairy were purified, everything stolen would return to its rightful owners, just as it had with Taki. He went on to describe how Sandra had envied Taki's blessed life when they were children, stealing his skin, hair, and magic, which were only restored after purification. Back to Elaine, the companions inquired what she intended to do with her power. Elaine admitted that while she didn't quite feel like a goddess's descendant, she couldn't simply ignore those cursed by Sandra after watching Taki suffer for so long. Her unwavering resolve resonated deeply with Taki, Chiyo, and Shin as they listened intently. Deeply touched, everyone eagerly offered their assistance, though Shin cautioned Elaine against putting herself in danger. Touched by their loyalty, she thanked them warmly, while Taki looked on with quiet gratitude. Taki suddenly realized the conversation had turned toward him. He pointed to himself in surprise. Meanwhile, far away at the temple, attendants desperately pleaded outside Sandra's door, bringing meals to the shut-in saint. Inside her room, Sandra screamed in a rage, throwing things and demanding they bring cosmetics instead of food. After a house fire had left her homeless, she had taken refuge in the Shrine Maiden's quarters. But lately, she refused to leave her room without permission, hiding her face behind a veil, as townsfolk whispered about her erratic behavior. Behind closed doors, Sandra looked in the mirror with despair as her once proud beauty continued to fade rapidly. She remembered her mother's words that girls bloom into beauty as they grow, recalling how resentful she had been as a child for not inheriting her parents' good looks until her mother passed away, and her appearance magically transformed into a stunning visage. Now clutching her face in horror, Sandra realized that heavy makeup and veils were no longer enough to hide her deteriorating skin and emerging freckles. Suddenly, a knock sounded at her door. Looking up in surprise, Sandra saw a noble woman in elegant temple attire standing composedly in her doorway. Introducing herself as Irina, the newly appointed overseer of the Shrine Maidens, the woman offered her services as Sandra's attendant, leaving Sandra unsettled by her calm and mysterious presence. She observed the woman's smooth, clear skin with growing envy, realizing it remained flawless all the way to her fingertips. Even beneath her modest gown, the attendant possessed a slender, beautifully toned physique that was impossible to hide. She scoffed at her attendant, boasting that her superior rank granted her power to perform true miracles. Unmoved, Irina calmly explained that she possessed the rare ability to perceive the true spiritual power and aura of anyone before her. Irina then delivered a chilling observation, warning her that a dark shadow completely enveloped her body. This revelation sent Sandra into a spiral of rage and resentment, furious that this woman possessed both beauty and a rare divine ability while exposing her own hidden corruption. Irina gently offered to perform a purification ritual to clear her clouded heart. Sandra reacted with explosive hostility. Stepping forward to attempt the cleansing, Irina urged her to stay calm. However, as her power drew near, Irina recoiled in horror as she felt a vile corruption oozing from within, openly questioning whether Sandra was truly a saint at all. Unable to tolerate the woman's piercing gaze and pure light any longer, Sandra shrieked for her to stay back. A violent blast of force exploded outward, striking Irina and hurling her violently onto the floor. Hearing the heavy crash echoing from within the quarters, nearby temple attendants rushed through the doorway to investigate. Taking immediate advantage of the chaos, Sandra pointed dramatically at the collapsed attendant, screaming for the guards to drag Irina away and banish her, claiming that the woman's very proximity made her sick. Pleading instantly with the order, the distressed attendants gathered around the weakened Irina to haul her out of the room. Left alone at last, Sandra caught her breath as a sinister, exhilarated smile crept across her face upon realizing she had struck down the holy attendant. She gloated over her hidden power, reaffirming her ambition to hoard ultimate authority, win the king's favor, and live in lavish luxury alongside Prince Frederick. Meanwhile, out in the bustling town plaza, Elaine walked side by side with Taki, offering her sincere gratitude to the young boy for accompanying her. Taki turned to her with a warm smile, expressing his happiness at being able to help the person who had saved his life, before asking where their journey would take them next. Listen quietly as Elaine inquired about his ability to perceive the true colors of people's hearts, confirming that those burdened by corruption were enveloped in a telltale black haze. Leviant pondered whether the porridge had granted Taki temporary relief. Elaine reflected on the limits of her restorative water, realizing she needed to train further to awaken true purification magic. Placing her trust in him, Elaine asked Taki to help identify anyone carrying the dark aura, and he gave a firm nod of agreement. Directing her gaze toward the town square, Taki pointed out a man in a brown coat seated near the fountain who was surrounded by a faint dark haze. Focusing all her willpower, Elaine attempted to disperse the haze surrounding the stranger, But despite repeating her efforts, the dark aura remained untouched. Frustrated by her inability to clear the aura, Elaine apologized to Taki for keeping him out so long, noticing he was breathing heavily. Suddenly, Taki's knees gave out, and he collapsed forward directly against Elaine, gasping for air. Catching him in alarm, she asked if he felt sick, while he weakly offered an apology for sudden weakness. Trying to reassure her, Taki claimed he had simply felt unwell for a brief moment, and apologized for causing worry. Elaine came to the sudden realization that because Taki was sensitive to the spiritual colors of hearts, exposure to dense crowds filled with dark haze physical overwhelmed him. They made their way past the Grand Cathedral. A commotion near the entrance caught their attention. While Taki urged Elaine to avoid the gathering crowd, stretcher bearers rushed past them carrying an unconscious woman from the church. Catching sight of the unconscious maiden, Taki gasped in terror as he perceived an immense, overwhelming mass of black haze completely engulfing her. Onlookers in the street whispered rumors that the injured maiden was a shrine maiden banished from the temple after incurring the saint's wrath. Back at her shop, Elaine resolved that despite her incomplete mastery over her powers, she could not stand by and let the afflicted maiden perish. She stood resolute in her decision, prompting Shin and Chio to immediately volunteer to accompany her on the dangerous task ahead. However, Shin stepped in to urge caution, reminding everyone that moving as a large group would draw unnecessary attention and risk exposing her powers to the public. She pondered how to slip into the church unnoticed without relying on a simple cloak. Chio suddenly perked up with a clever solution, realizing that her secret stash of lifelong crafting projects could finally serve a greater purpose. Chio revealed that although cosplay did not exist in this world, her overwhelming urge to transform others had driven her to sew costumes night after night, declaring that the moment had finally come for her passionate hobby to shine. Dramatic flair, Chio unveiled the completed disguise, leaving Shin and Taki absolutely stunned by the striking transformation. Chio marveled at how handsome her young mistress looked dressed as a boy, while Shin could only cover his face in disbelief at the series of absurd shocks he had experienced all morning. Observing the group's reactions, Taki noted with amazement that her soul shone even brighter with the passion of a cosplayer, leaving her confident in her new look as she prepared to enter the church the following. Outside the grand estate, a quiet gratitude hung in the air as thoughts of thanks were offered for everything that had transpired. Wilfred pondered whether she was truly happy now, while Prince Evan firmly rejected any further interference, pointing out that she was finally free from needless ties and returning to her true self. Prince Evan asked to be left alone, and Wilfred complied, accepting the royal request without further argument. As Wilfred walked away, he found himself plagued by doubts, wondering how her memory seal could have undone itself when she lacked the magic to break it, questioning if the original casting had been incomplete. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how her lively personality had changed into a plain, quiet demeanor after her memories were sealed. He assured himself that he had no regrets, believing that erasing her memories was the best decision at the time if it meant allowing her to be happy. Resolving to sever his lingering feelings, Wilfred arrived at the bustling diner, where the staff warmly welcomed him as he stepped through the door. Dressed in a hooded cloak, he greeted them, well accustomed to being called Fred in this comfortable establishment. His body double Leanne had originally used the place. Wilfred had found himself staying regularly ever since that fateful stormy day, drawn by its strange comfort. Presented a gift of tasty treats to share with everyone, which Elaine accepted with sincere gratitude. Theo offered freshly brewed tea and urged everyone to enjoy the treats, inviting Wilfred to join them at the table. Playful energy in the room brought a subtle smile to Wilfred's face as he watched Chio react to the light-hearted banter. Sipping his tea, Wilfred found himself genuinely enjoying the cozy atmosphere and the delicious flavors. As evening fell, Elaine bade everyone a pleasant night while preparing to head off, bringing the peaceful day to a close. She received heartfelt encouragement from her companions before departing, each reminding her to take care as reports suggested the mysterious affliction might claim more victims. Wilfred's earnest warning to fall back if danger arose echoing in her mind, she soon arrived at the sanctuary doors, calling out to the attendant within. Introducing herself as a traveling healer, she learned from the troubled priest that neither conventional medicine nor standard magic had alleviated the priestess's suffering, prompting him to guide her straight to the sick room. Upon entering, she gasped at the sight of Lady Rinna, who lay bedridden and writhing in agonizing torment. Observing the severity of the affliction, far worse than what Taki had endured due to proximity to Sandra, she politely requested the attendants leave the room so she could focus uninterrupted. Knelt beside the bed, she quietly vowed to save the suffering priestess. Closing her eyes tightly, she focused every ounce of her concentration. Clasping her hands together, she summoned the internal energy required to trigger her miraculous power. Despite pouring her entire spirit into the prayer, silence hung in the room. No healing aura manifested, leaving the woman in unyielding agony. Confused by the failure, she recalled Levi's prior warning that her initial miraculous feat had been a wild burst of unguided magic that could not be easily repeated. Words resonated clearly. To channel her magic reliably, she needed a precise, tangible image in her mind. Determined to try again, she visualized a radiant light emanating from within her to dispel the surrounding darkness. Clasping her hands tightly, she poured every drop of intention into casting away the lingering curse like a sudden gust of wind. The severe writhing continued unabated, forcing her to exit the chamber and apologize to the waiting priest for her inability to help. Tears welling in her eyes, she was forced to confront the harsh reality that her magic had failed entirely. She was seized by panic, desperately calling out in her mind to Levi, while dreading that her failed attempt had only exhausted Lady Irina further and worsened her condition. Overhearing the temple attendants whisper that the task was impossible, and that they had merely distressed the patient needlessly, she bowed deeply in tears, apologizing repeatedly for her inadequacy. Hoping to find Levi to seek any possible clue, she rushed out into the night, only to spot Wilfred walking down the street nearby. Knowing she could not afford to be seen by him at such an hour, she drew back into the shadows. Suddenly, a sharp wave of dizziness struck her head, causing her to stagger and clutch her brow as unexpected fragments of memory began to surface. Her eyes widened in bewilderment as a mental image emerged of a massive treasure chest bound tightly in heavy iron chains, accompanied by the fleeting memory of someone with milk tea-colored hair. Vivid visions of a forgotten childhood burst forth, recalling cheerful laughter and playful teasing while chasing a young boy through a sunlit courtyard. Memories deepened, bringing back innocent promises of marriage made during childhood games and the warmth of a bond forged long ago. Tender embrace from that distant past echoed in her heart, along with a quiet whisper promising that their next meeting would bring a new beginning. Within the depths of her consciousness, the heavy padlock snapped and the iron chains binding the hidden chest shattered completely. Gasping as her true memories flooded back, she felt an unmistakable surge of energy course through her body. Unprecedented power overflowed from within her, granting her absolute clarity and an innate understanding of how to perform true divine purification. Filled with newfound resolve, she turned back toward the sanctuary, brushing past the startled attendants who tried to stop her due to Lady Irina's exhaustion. Awakening the blood of the goddess flowing through her veins, she channeled radiant holy light to banish the dark curse gripping the afflicted woman. She stepped before the resting place of Lady Irina, bathed in brilliant divine aura as the dark energy dissolved into nothingness. Slowly opening her eyes, Lady Irina looked up in awe, recognizing the divine presence standing before her. She slowly fluttered her eyes open. The realization dawned on everyone present that Lady Irina had finally regained consciousness, prompting Elaine to react with immediate relief. Overcome with immense gratitude, the elderly priest bowed deeply before the young noblewoman, offering his heartfelt thanks for saving them. He implored her to accept his gratitude, but she modestly insisted that she had only done what anyone in her position should do. Marking on the extraordinary divine power she wielded, he expressed his deepest thanks once more as she smiled gently. Explaining that the temple lacked funds for a monetary reward, the priest offered her a unique obsidian pendant containing great magic instead. Gazing at the massive power stone in awe, she learned that obsidian amplifies spiritual power and mana in this world. Her eyes widened in surprise as the mention of Artemi was brought up, recognizing it instantly as her great-grandmother's homeland. The small kingdom of Artemi, a priestess of extraordinary magical power, once lived before a great calamity submerged most of the land. During the romance of how her great-grandmother fled to Alfred and married a prince, Elaine felt hesitant to accept such a rare heirloom. Priest urged her to keep it, recalling how a young boy with healing powers once advised him that someone who saves others should possess such strength. Exhausted from the day's ordeal, the young noblewoman sighed as she walked back, eager to reunite with her companions and finally rest. Creeping into the darkened doorway at a late hour, she quietly wondered if everyone in the residence had already fallen asleep. Suddenly, light illuminated the room as Chio and Shin greeted her warmly, welcoming her back with wide, bright smiles. Noticing the stunned expressions on their faces, Elaine paused, calling out to her gathered friends with gentle concern. Relieved to see her safe and sound, Shin remarked that everything seemed to have gone well, bringing a light-hearted atmosphere back to the room. He and his brother greeted her with warm, bright smiles, offering a blanket and a cozy seat at the table as if nothing troubling had ever transpired. Glancing down at the carefully prepared plate of fluffy pancakes topped with fresh fruit, she felt an overwhelming wave of affection. At the same time, the young girl pouted playfully, complaining that special treats were always reserved exclusively for their beloved owner. Meanwhile, the winged pig spirit paid no attention to the squabbling, happily wolfing down a plate loaded with berries and cream. Watching their effortless warmth, tears began to drip quietly down her cheeks as heavy guilt pressed against her chest. Unable to bear concealing the truth any longer, she took a deep breath and declared her real name to the entire room. She laid bare her entire past, explaining that she was actually the Duke's third daughter, formerly betrothed to Prince Frederick and currently living in exile. To her utter astonishment, the companions remained entirely unfazed, admitting they had already figured out her noble background from the moment they met due to her refined demeanor and official connections. Pointed out how her extensive knowledge of aristocratic affairs and her emotional reaction to news about Lord Finlay had made her true origin obvious. Stunned by their easy acceptance, she gaped in disbelief as they simply shrugged off the secret and warmly welcomed her home. Overcome with emotions, she threw her arms around all of them in a tight, tearful embrace, shouting how much she cherished her found family. Meanwhile, high above the bustling city, royal officers convened within the imposing walls of the Grand Castle. Inside the private chambers, the royal aides discussed the bizarre details regarding the capture of the dangerous criminals near the West Gate. Reviewed eyewitness reports describing a powerful young woman capable of mysterious healing, accompanied by a formidable silver-maned beast who effortlessly defeated the assailants. Recognizing the unmistakable description of her companion, a sharp, scheming smile broke across the prince's face as he commanded his men to take him to her without delay. Stared in absolute disbelief, his aides clutching their heads in sheer frustration as the astonishing truth settled over them. High above the Grand Palace courtyard, an incredulous voice echoed out. Unable to comprehend the unbelievable, surrounded by his inner circle, Prince Evan stood quietly as his companions debated the mysterious woman at the center of the recent turmoil. One of the attendants urged him to visit the victim. Evan dismissed the suggestion with a sigh, finding the whole affair tedious and predictable. Companion pressed further, questioning whether anyone truly knew where the woman had come from, observing how difficult Aaron was to read. Aaron maintained an impassive demeanor before his lord. He had already privately connected the dots, realizing that the victim and the onigiri shop owner were one and the same. Evan expressed his desire to meet the woman properly next time, while his companion warned that even Aaron, his most trusted confidant, was deeply concerned about his reckless curiosity. Begging forgiveness for his bluntness, the companion warned Evan against using a commoner to fill the void left by Sandra. Pointed out that Sandra was completely ignorant of the world, clinging to Evan out of sheer self-interest, only to end up miserable under his whims. Continued his harsh assessment, asking Evan if a quiet, clingy woman was truly what he desired, suggesting that a strong, noble woman like Elaine was a far better match. Chilling surge of hostility suddenly flared from Evan at the mention of Elaine's name, though the deadly aura vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Evan sharply cut off the conversation, demanding an end to the topic, while his companion breathed a sigh of relief at his agreement to stop pursuing the shopkeeper. Mood shifted dramatically as an official report was brought forward, revealing damning evidence that the attack on Elaine was entirely staged by Sandra herself. Evan listened in utter disbelief as the report detailed how the captured criminal was the very same thug who had escaped during the previous incident. Investigation further confirmed that Sandra had untied the culprit to silence him, and that the forged instruction letter matched handwriting found in her own classroom notebook. Realization struck Evan like a physical blow, his mind racing as he understood the full scope of Sandra's deceit and Elaine's complete innocence. Overwhelmed by guilt, Evan collapsed into his seat, haunted by the dreadful realization of what he had done to an innocent woman. As he sat consumed by overwhelming guilt elsewhere, she stretched out contentedly across her bed, letting out a satisfied sigh after enjoying a meal of delicious pancakes. Lying back in peaceful comfort, she whispered to herself how deeply she cherished this newfound happiness, wishing she could remain at the inn forever. Thoughts drifted warm-heartedly toward Chio, Shin, and Taki, hoping with all her heart that their joyful days together could endure without end. A shade of gloom crossed her face as she acknowledged that true peace remained out of reach if she simply turned a blind eye to those suffering under Sandra's curse. Placing a hand gently against her chest, her resolve hardened. She vowed to put a stop to Sandra once and for all so everyone could live without fear. Light steps sounded beside her as a familiar spiritual presence descended into the room. Deviant noted that the spiritual seal restricting her heart seemed to have loosened slightly, as her divine radiance had surged significantly since her interaction with Lord Wilfred. Visualizing the heavy chained chest, suppressing her latent goddess power, she listened as Leviant urged her to carefully reflect on what emotional shift had caused the lock to begin opening. She recalled a bittersweet dream from that day, a memory of playing happily alongside a young boy with milk tea-colored hair whose face remained obscured from her view. Waking with unexplained tears on her cheeks, she had watched the brothers downstairs, pondering whether that mysterious boy's hair had matched Lord Wilfred's distinct shade. Suddenly, the sharp clatter of carriage wheels on the street outside shattered her concentration. Peering through the window, she recognized the arriving royal carriage and realized Prince Evan had arrived at the inn. Downstairs, Evan set down his bag at a table while a courteous offer was made to serve him tea. Bluntly turned down the hospitality, insisting on keeping interactions strictly minimal. Evan coldly declared that he wished to conduct his business swiftly without disrupting their work, prompting Shin and Taki to exchange wary glances at his remarkably guarded behavior. Made a respectful bow toward the kitchen staff as Shin desperately urged Taki and the others to stay calm in the presence of nobility. Young noble stepped smoothly past Shin and Taki, maintaining an unreadable composure. Lane let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing the eerie aura surrounding him had completely vanished after he ate her purified rice ball. Evan decided to get straight to business, reporting that the men who abducted her were human traffickers and that all accomplices had been apprehended. Holt breathed a sigh of relief, relieved they hadn't realized her identity as a duke's daughter, while Evan pressed forward to the primary matter at hand. Looking directly into her eyes with serious intent, he announced that he would be entirely direct with his next questions. Evan asked outright if she could use magic. Taken aback, Elaine admitted she possessed no mana, offering to cooperate fully with any tests he wished to perform. Presented a glowing orb meant to measure mana, asking her to place her hand upon it. As she did, Elaine recalled that her divine power was distinct from mana, proven in her childhood when tests revealed 0 mana capacity. Measuring device registered no reaction whatsoever, causing Shin, Taki, and the staff to exhale collective sighs of relief from the background. Elaine inquired if he was satisfied with the test, questioning why he had been so concerned about her mana in the first place. Evan explained that the captured culprits recounted extraordinary events. She had overcome an unbelievable dose of drugs and summoned a terrifying glowing silver beast. He noted that such feats were typically associated with summoners, found only in picture books, leaving Elaine chuckling nervously. Pushing the mana orb aside, Evan declared there was still one more test to conduct, stepping aggressively toward her and causing the kitchen staff behind her to tense up. Elaine raised her hands to reassure Shin, Taki, and the others that everything was perfectly fine. Evan raised his palm and challenged her, suggesting that even without mana, she might still possess martial arts skills, urging her to strike his hand with full strength. Accepting the test, Elaine took a firm stance, silently musing over whether she looked like an expert in Kenpo or Jujutsu, yet finding this physical challenge far more realistic than summoning monsters. Seeing her prepare to strike, Evan and Shin reacted in surprise as Elaine privately remembered enjoying fighting games and studying martial arts moves for cosplay in her past life. She executed her strike with dramatic flair, but Prince Evan easily braced himself and met her blow, noting with amusement that she possessed some degree of fighting spirit. However, as the force of her attack connected, it amounted to nothing more than a soft, harmless pat against his hand. Determined, she continued patting rhythmically against his palms, pouring all her enthusiasm into a completely ineffective series of cute taps. Watching from the sidelines, Shin and Taki struggled to hold back their laughter at the absurd disparity between her intense preparation and the gentle result. Taki burst into laughter, cheering her on and calling it the ultimate kitty punch, while Shin tried in vain to maintain composure despite finding her sense of humor entirely lethal. Addressing the prince, she offered her apologies, acknowledging that despite her pristine stance, she possessed neither magical mana nor actual combat prowess. Prince Evan accepted her explanation smoothly, agreeing to report to Lord Findlay that an unknown benefactor must have rescued her before she regained consciousness. Continuing their discussion, Evan admitted that while the captors had been tied up for them, the presence of a mysterious silver beast mentioned by the abductors still deeply troubled him. He mentioned that they intended to interrogate the culprits further regarding a fairy and a silver lion. Her eyes widened in sudden realization. Looking surrounding the room, she observed the floating spirits around her and frantically whispered to Shin and Taki, discovering that no one else could see the winged beast floating right beside Evan. She realized that Leviant was visible to ordinary people, whereas the silver-winged creature currently standing in the room was completely invisible to everyone but her. Cold sweat broke across her brow as the reality of the situation began to settle in. Majestic silver lion spirit turned its gaze toward her, its calm expression carrying an unmistakable presence. The magnificent creature took a step forward. She contemplated the mysterious nature of this silver lion standing. Calm atmosphere of the inn courtyard shifted as a mysterious majestic creature stirred quietly nearby. Its pale silver eyes glinted with intelligence, observing its surroundings with unwavering focus. Feline features belonged to a mythical beast, small yet brimming with divine energy. Even after the prince's departure, the winged silver lion remained steadfast at the inn, refusing to leave her side. Levi explained that this creature was a juvenile holy beast, sworn to the divine service of the goddess Lenathamus herself. Stunned by this revelation, she listened as the spirit king clarified that the creature had drawn near due to the sacred aura surrounding her. As Leviant leaned down, communicating wordlessly with the young beast through soft nods, she wondered aloud if the two were having a direct conversation. Translating the creature's thoughts, Leviant recounted how it had been keeping watch over the town from high above. On the fateful day, she had been abductions at the market. Seeing her taken right before its eyes, the young beast had acted instinctively to defend her. It was then that she realized the true sequence of events. The holy beast had briefly possessed her unconscious form to strike terror into her attackers and drive them away, explaining the sinister aura they claimed to have witnessed. Overcome with warmth, she gently gathered the winged cub into her arms and whispered a heartfelt expression of gratitude, while Leviant looked on fondly. Leviant added that the creature had watched her desperate efforts to protect the saint and had finally made its decision, suggesting that she bestow a proper name upon it. Went on to proclaim that the young beast had chosen her as its true master, leaving her wide-eyed in astonishment. Questioning whether she was truly worthy of bound to a holy beast, she looked down at its adorable face and declared its new name to be Weiss, signifying pure white. Naming instantly sealed their bond. To her shock, the cub spoke aloud, bowing respectfully and pledging to answer whenever she called upon him, reassuring her that he would protect her no matter where she went. The small beast hovered by her side while she processed the overwhelming reality of her divine lineage. Next morning, she listened as guests in the dining hall marveled over their sudden miraculous recoveries from chronic ailments. Others joined in the disbelief, noting that old scars had completely faded overnight and their failing eyesight had remarkably improved. She quietly absorbed the ambient murmurs, realizing the far-reaching effects of her divine energy. She pondered whether her magic was growing too powerful to conceal. A hooded figure approached the counter, prompting her to greet him as Lord Fred. The hooded guest offered a polite apology as he stood before the empty service counter. He asked if the morning meal service had already concluded, and she confirmed that it had. Concerned for his well-being, she insisted on preparing something for him, gently noting that skipping meals would be bad for his health. Suddenly, the hooded visitor recoiled in shock, startled by the intense, unwavering glares from the divine creatures perched nearby. He turned around in confusion, asking the conspiracists why they were staring at the guest with such somber expressions. Without warning, Leviant and Weiss launched themselves forward, aggressively tackling the visitor and pulling off his heavy hood. He gasped in sheer astonishment as the hood fell, exposing a face identical to Prince Wilfred. After restoring order, she offered a warm meal, while expressing worry that the sudden incident might drive him away from staying at the inn. Assured her that he held no resentment, but she began to question his true identity, noting his striking resemblance to the kingdom's prince. Quietly revealed his secret, explaining that he functions as Prince Wilfred's body double, despite the subtle differences in hair color. Chuckled softly while requesting that she keep his role confidential, to which she eagerly agreed. Noted to himself that her shocked reaction made total sense, since no one would ever expect a member of the royal family to be staying incognito at a commoner's inn. Lana reflected on how much the prince and Fred resembled each other, though Prince Wilfred possessed black hair. Even knowing the young man before her was Lord Fred, she found herself pondering whether a simple pair of glasses could serve as a clever disguise. Fred declined the idea of wearing corrective lenses since his vision was fine, but Lana pushed further, realizing that using glasses on someone with good sight was precisely the kind of unexpected trick that would throw off suspicion. He enthusiastically listed potential makeover ideas, suggesting a stage wig to alter his noticeable hair color and more casual clothing to completely transform his public image. Creative passion overflowed as she suggested tinted lenses and letting his hair down, practically begging for the opportunity to completely produce his new look. Ed stood utterly stunned by her sudden burst of intense enthusiasm, while Lana quietly apologized after realizing her inner cosplayer instincts had momentarily taken control. He admitted that while he had considered lower-profile disguise techniques, avoiding draw-attention methods like hiding under a deep hood seemed far more practical. Lana tried to wave off her earlier outburst, but to her surprise, Fred turned to her with a genuine smile and asked when she might be available to carry out her styling proposals. He inquired when she could begin her makeover service, and she promptly replied that she would be free starting at 2 o'clock that afternoon. She offered to go shopping together for whatever supplies they needed, and Fred agreed, confident that his double Liam could easily cover for his absence. Meanwhile, at Willingham Castle, Prince Evan returned to his quarters, where the palace attendants greeted him and prepared to begin the handover of official duties. Prince reflected on his body double and cousin Liam, whose striking resemblance allowed him to step in seamlessly, aside from a slightly lighter hair tone. They began swapping outfits. Liam reminded the prince of an upcoming afternoon party that he was scheduled to attend. Liam pointed out that the event's host was Lady Maria Calvani, reminding Evan that he couldn't easily turn her down given everything she had done for him. He discussed Maria's persistent attempts to get close to Evan under the guise of being Elaine's friend, leaving Liam to lightly tease Evan for always taking her side. He adjusted the hood of his cloak, casually suggesting that Liam take on the duty of escorting the noble lady instead. When Liam, bewildered, asked what other obligations he supposedly have, the prince nonchalantly revealed his true intention. He was going shopping with the innkeeper. Shocked by the sudden announcement, Liam protested in disbelief, calling out to his royal highness as Evan strolled out the door with a jovial laugh, leaving the heavy responsibility in Liam's hands. Meanwhile, Lana sat quietly elsewhere, wondering if Lord Fred would really have the nerve to show up for their outing while still wearing that suspicious hoodie. Elaine muses over various expensive items, tallying up their staggering costs while holding a heavy pile of goods. Outside on the street, Chio spots Lana holding present boxes and asks if she had the afternoon off, to which Lana confirms she is waiting for someone. Chio playfully teases if she is going shopping with Shin again, but Lana flusteredly denies it, insisting that is not the case. Just then, Lord Fred arrives wearing a hooded cloak and apologizes for keeping her waiting, prompting a suspicious glare from Chio that leaves Lana mortified. Lana desperately attempts to clear up the misunderstanding, but Chio walks off, leaving her to sigh in defeat. Moving indoors, Lord Fred tries on non-prescription glasses and notes how his cloak stands out, prompting Lana to offer a spare staff uniform for his disguise. Looking at his hair, Lana comments on its rare milk tea shade and suggests tucking it into a net under a wig to complete the transformation. Fred explains that until 6 months ago he kept his hair dyed black, but now that he is permitted outside freely, he leaves it in its natural shade. Lana realizes that his hair color must have reverted to this milk tea shade after the last time she encountered him. Picking her train of thought, Fred asks her if the current ensemble works as a sufficient disguise. He pushes up his glasses. His handsome appearance leaves Lana overwhelmingly flustered by how charming he looks. He envisions how striking he would look in a military uniform or a knight's outfit, her imagination running wild. Posing herself, Lana notes that while it is a major change, they should visit a few shops to find matching clothing items. Together, they head out to shop, visiting an optician for colored lenses and a wig shop to further alter his appearance. Carrying multiple shopping bags effortlessly, Fred demonstrates his poise while Lana remarks on how surprisingly accustomed he seems to carrying her purchases. Reacted with flustered indignation when asked if he had prior experience in covert operations, hastily insisting that gathering disguises was merely a personal hobby. Turning her attention to the next essential need, Elaine led the way toward a local second-hand shop, knowing that pristine new garments would only draw unwanted attention. The idea of buying used attire left him bewildered, but she patiently pointed out that local second-hand clothing was the most effective way to blend seamlessly into the crowd. Browsing through the crowded racks inside the dimly lit shop, he hesitated, quietly processing the realization that every item had once belonged to someone else. Inspecting a garment with a trained eye, Elaine held up a suitable piece, and upon confirming its excellent condition, he agreed to purchase it. Grown eager as she selected matching accessories, she presented another fine pun piece for him, prompting him to flush slightly at her overt public enthusiasm. Cheeks tinged with red, he softly reminded her that she didn't need his approval for every detail, yet conceded to her judgment without protest. Merging back onto the sunlit street with their errands complete, he offered his heartfelt thanks for her guidance, to which she graciously replied that it was no trouble at all. Curious about her culinary skills, he inquired where she had learned to cook, prompting her to reflect softly on her childhood when both her parents worked long hours. She shared how seeing her weary family light up with happiness over a warm meal turned the act of cooking into a joy rather than a chore. Listening closely to her quiet recollection, his gaze softened with profound affection and admiration. Catching Watching him staring so intently, Elaine paused to ask if something was wrong, causing him to quickly turn away and brush it off as nothing. Shift her focus, he reached into his tunic and presented her with a small, neatly tied pouch. She untied the ribbon to reveal a polished gem. He explained that it was a rare protection stone capable of absorbing a single impending disaster. Elaine marveled at the exquisite artifact, recognizing its immense value as a protective talisman associated with royal lineage. She offers her heartfelt gratitude as he places the protective stone into her hands, urging her to take it without hesitation so she will not be dragged into harm's way. The final bow, he bids her farewell and hastens back toward the castle, leaving her to remark on how abruptly he departed. His boots click sharply against the stone path as he turns his back and walks away. Walking down the street with his packages, he tries to convince himself that his persistent thoughts about the innkeeper are merely due to her sharing the same face and name as Lana. Determined not to let his lingering feelings spill over onto her, he disappears from view. While back at the inn, she angrily confronts Leviant and Weiss for pulling off Lord Fred's hood earlier that morning. Weiss offers a calm apology for acting without her consent while Leviant lounges lazily nearby. Leviant explains that as she conversed with the man, her divine power was actively increasing, leading the Fairy King to suspect that Lord Fred might hold the key to unlocking the lid on her heart. He tries to dismiss the idea, insisting she only met Lord Fred recently. Yet she cannot ignore that his hair color is identical to the boy who haunts her dreams. Remembering how she saved Lady Irina right after seeing Lord Fred's hair, she gazes toward the moonlit sky, consumed by growing questions about who he truly is and how he connects to her past. A short while before Lana created Fred, the Saint's private residence on the temple grounds was finally completed. Sandra had moved into a sprawling mansion big enough to fit her burned-down family home 3 times over. Inside her grand new quarters, Sandra giggled quietly to herself, reveling in her good fortune. Admiring her reflection, she noted how good her skin felt lately and wondered if the new makeup was working, admiring her slimmer waist. She felt confident that with this level of beauty, even Prince Evan was bound to fall for her. However, a strange sensation washed over her as her vision blurred, noticing a dark haze swirling around her. She recalled her rapid weight loss and realized that Lady Irina had suffered a sudden collapse just after experiencing similar symptoms. Interrupting her thoughts, an attendant alerted Sandra to the arrival of a visitor, instructing the servants to prepare. Entering the room stood Prince Evan himself. Evan stood stoically before Sandra, who lounged comfortably across a plush sofa in the center of her opulent reception hall. Greeting him casually, Sandra noted it had been a while since the fire, while Evan met her gaze with a sharp, unreadable expression. She playfully asked if he thought she had gotten more mature and grown into her beauty. Ignoring her flirtations, Evan angrily revealed that he knew everything. The whole situation had been staged by her. He announced that they had captured the perpetrators behind the attack Sandra had allegedly staged on herself. Sandra merely blinked in mild surprise, meeting his intense glare with cold indifference. Evan demanded to know why she would pull such a stunt, to which Sandra mockingly scoffed, admitting she did it all because of Elaine. Unfazed, Sandra brazenly asked, "What?" leaving Evan stunned as she smugly asserted that as the Saint she would obviously never face punishment. Evan shouted her to get a grip and apologized to Elaine, but Sandra dismissed him entirely, complaining inwardly about another headache and ordering him to leave. As Evan stood speechless, Sandra nonchalantly remarked that since he was now the crown prince, she would forgive his insolence this time, but demanded he bring the first prince with him on his next visit. She sat comfortably in her elevated status, completely protected from any legal punishment now that the kingdom revered her as a sacred saint. Observing from afar, Evan simmered with quiet frustration, realizing how powerless he was to hold her accountable. Despite her glamorous surroundings and ostentatious lifestyle, he couldn't help but view her with deep pity. He reflected on the absurd expectations forced upon her, including living in a glass-walled mansion where even her private moments were subject to scrutiny. He recognized that her pious image was a total farce, maintained only because observers constantly monitored her every move to ensure she remained untouched. Turning his footsteps away, Evan shifted his thoughts back toward Elaine, deciding she was far more deserving of his concerns. Prince Evan departed in his carriage. Another nobleman arrived to greet Sandra, who welcomed him with a practiced, charming smile that instantly captivated him. Visitor, a nobleman named Gerald Powley, who was utterly devoted to her, expressed his deep affection and vowed to always remain loyally by her side. Turning her attention to immediate matters, she inquired whether he had discovered why Prince Wilfred refused to meet with her. Gerald reported that ever since Elaine's exile, Prince Wilfred had been frantically searching everywhere for her, consumed entirely by her sudden disappearance. Hearing that Elaine was once again the sole focus of royal attention filled Sandra with bitter jealousy and intense irritation. She began scheming, musing that if Elaine were to die, the prince would finally be forced to turn his eyes toward her instead. Putting her act into motion, she feigned intense vulnerability and put on a tearful face before her impressionable admirer. She wept softly, claiming to be terrified that Elaine was still alive somewhere out there, plotting revenge after trying to harm her. Gerald fell completely for her act, rushing to comfort her and passionately promising to protect her from any harm, which brought a satisfied smile back to her face. Remembered how everyone else used to mock him for his frail appearance, while she was the only one who ever truly relied upon him, calling every lie he had told and every scheme he had carried out for her, from spreading false rumors about Elaine to framing her before the prince. He he felt no remorse. Seeing her smile made every sacrifice worthwhile to him, reaffirming his fanatical devotion to do absolutely anything for her happiness. Listened intently as she offered gentle reassurances, urging him to remain put and wait patiently while he fanatically pledged to protect her at any cost. He watched her walk away, convinced she was the only person who truly understood him. She quietly reflected on how unsettling he was, yet recognized how remarkably useful his devotion could be. Bursting into triumphant laughter, she envisioned a future where, with her rival finally eliminated, the prince would have no choice but to turn his eyes toward her alone. Moments later, an attendant arrived at her chamber doors to deliver a large requested item, announcing its arrival with great enthusiasm. Unveiling a magnificent grand mirror, she celebrated with vanity, eager to gaze upon her own flawless reflection for as long as she desired. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over her as a shadowy spectral aura began oozing out from her skin, draining away without warning. Noticing the dark film lifting from her vision, she briefly assumed her eyesight was simply clearing, unaware of the magic unspooling around her. Looking into the glass, shock turned to sheer horror as her stolen glamour faded, exposing the freckles on her face that had been hidden only moments before while her attendants gasped in terror. Overcome with rage and panic, she shattered a glass goblet and screamed hysterically while her startled servants tried in vain to restrain and calm her. The truth of the moment was clear. The stolen beauty she had taken from Lady Irina was being cleansed by Lana and returned to its rightful owner. Fearing that remaining in place would leave her completely drained and ruined, she panicked amidst the cries of her servants, desperate to escape her impending collapse. The flow of stolen life force abruptly severed, the dark entity lost its nourishers, and lurking in the shadows began to feel a ravenous hunger take. Few days after their shopping trip, Lord Wilfred arrived at the inn wearing his disguise, trying on the wig and coat that had been prepared for him. Elaine was delighted to see how well the ensemble suited him. Satisfied that her efforts had paid off, expressing his sincere gratitude, he mentioned that Liam had taken a liking to the outfit as well. The compliment warmed her heart, reassuring her that the disguise had served its purpose perfectly. As they prepared to move on, she gently inquired whether Lord Liam had been upset about someone catching sight of his body double's face. He assured her that things had finally settled down into a calm state. Matters at the inn resolved, she decided to visit the church that morning, quietly wondering whether Lady Irina had made a full recovery. Upon her arrival, Lady Irina greeted her with a warm, serene smile, looking completely restored to health. Priestess gazed at her with immense kindness, her eyes reflecting deep respect and affection. Dropping to her knees, Lady Irina bowed deeply in heartfelt gratitude, wondering aloud if her savior was the human incarnation of the goddess. Flustered by such high reverence, the young noblewoman urgently urged her to raise her head. Priestess recounted a dream from when she was trapped in darkness, where she witnessed a form wrapped in dazzling platinum light that was distinct from any human aura. Hearing this, the young girl quietly marveled at the mention of such a divine radiance. Lady Irina offered her complete assistance in return for saving her life. Realizing this grand favor might grant her access to the sacred temple, the young noblewoman saw a pathway to finding a cure and purifying Sandra. Steady determination in her eyes, the priestess formally requested if she would be willing to stand at her side in the upcoming trials. Inside the private quarters, an elder priestess joined their conversation to discuss the troubling rumors surrounding Saint Sandra and the ducal house, expressing deep concern over the dark influences at play. Clarifying her current identity, the young noblewoman explained that she was presently residing under the name Lana. The elderly priestess gasped in shock at the familiar name, asking if she meant Lana of Artemy. Reaching for an ornate hand mirror, the elderly woman recalled the artifact given to her long ago by a woman named Lana Kronheim, wondering aloud if there was a deeper connection between them. Her eyes lit up with bright realization as she joyfully revealed that Lana Kronheim was her great-grandmother, the very person after whom she had been named. She listened intently as Lady Irina emotionally recalled how Lana Kronheim had once shared her jewels with helpless children, offering them a lifeline in times of desperation and ultimately saving her life as well. Reassured by Lady Irina's vow that the church would aid her whenever trouble arose, the young noblewoman stepped outside toward her waiting carriage, deeply grateful for having made the journey. Meanwhile, inside a nearby carriage, Gerald Powley suddenly ordered his driver to halt, his gaze captivated by a striking silver-haired figure who had just vanished around the corner. Ignoring his attendant's anxious warnings about Prince Evan's inevitable displeasure, Gerald casually inquired about the location of the famous rice ball shop in the area. Adjusting a dark mantle over his head, he noted the noble carriage passing by while confirming that the shop employing a platinum blonde woman was indeed close at hand. Chilling, twisted expression crossed his features beneath the shade of his hood as he silently pledged to eliminate every worry troubling Sandra. The low, ominous chuckle, he melded into the bustling street, advancing steadily toward his secret objective. Inside the Fairy's Inn, Elaine reacted with disbelief to the outrageous proposal that she should attend a royal ball as Prince Wilfred's dance partner. She firmly protested, arguing that as a commoner landlady who lacked any formal etiquette, such a request was entirely out of the question. Lord Gerald explained the circumstances behind the request, recalling how Prince Wilfred had been swarmed by noblewomen ever since becoming crown prince. To avoid unwanted suitors, the prince had sought a way to divert attention without making a permanent commitment. Went on to mention that Wilfred had originally asked a foreign noblewoman named Lady Dahlia to serve as his partner, hoping to keep other highborn suitors at bay. Hearing that specific name caught Elaine off guard, causing her to double-check if Gerald truly meant Lady Dahlia from another kingdom. Gerald urged her to accept, framing the royal ball as a rare, grand experience for a commoner landlady to step into the royal palace as the prince's partner. Suddenly, a surge of divine magic erupted in the room, setting off a chaotic commotion among the divine beasts and spirits present. The magical creatures squealed and created an uproar. Elaine found herself utterly overwhelmed by the surrounding noise and the sudden prospect of returning to noble society. Unable to tolerate the racket any longer, she threw up her hands and shouted her agreement just to make the noisy spirits shut up. Gerald instantly seized on her outburst as an official confirmation, thanking her enthusiastically while Elaine stood stunned by how quickly the deal had been sealed. Left bewildered by how rapidly events had unfolded, she was left with Gerald's final reminder that preparations for the ball would begin the very next day. Following day, a formal royal carriage conveyed Elaine across the capital toward the grand estate, carrying her back to a world she had not stepped into for a long time. Upon arriving at the luxurious waiting quarters, she politely brushed off the attentive attendants, reiterating that as a humble commoner she was unaccustomed to such royal treatment. Missing the palace staff, she insisted on preparing her own hair and makeup, requesting to be left entirely alone inside the dressing room. Once the doors closed, she let out a weary sigh, confessing to her spirit companions that she possessed very few pleasant memories associated with this place. She took a deep breath to calm her fluttering nerves, reassuring her small winged companion that she would be fine as she made final adjustments to her attire. Drawing strength from memories of her friends at the inn who had cheered her on, she clasped her hands together, reminded of the moment she first heard the name of the woman she was to impersonate, Lady Dahlia. Truth was that Dahlia, the eccentric daughter of Marquis Kenjit, was actually her relative. Since childhood, Dahlia had been obsessed with herbs and foliage, eventually devoting her brilliant mind entirely to work inside her research lab. Because Dahlia was a distant relative on her grandfather's side who rarely made public appearances, the opportunity for a disguise presented itself seamlessly. Reflecting on her past encounters with her cousin, she realized how fortunate it was that their physical features shared a distinct resemblance. Since their hair color and general facial structures were already so similar, she felt confident that she could convincingly pull off the deception. Dahlia was a 20-year-old intellectual beauty, so she squeezed into a tightly fitted gown and laid out an array of cosmetics to begin her transformation. To match Dahlia's sharp, mature look, she applied subtle contouring to give her face a more defined and three-dimensional appearance. She then swept her hair up into an elegant, practical style that projected the image of a strong, determined noblewoman. The final swipe of lipstick, she stepped out to present herself to Gerald. He turned and was completely stunned by her uncanny resemblance to Lady Dahlia. Moments later, Prince Wilfred arrived in magnificent noble attire, complimenting her remarkable makeover while explaining that he would be attending as her escort in Prince Evan's stead. As the palace attendants announced that the grand ball had officially begun, Wilfred gracefully offered his arm, inviting her to step forward into the hall. Standing before the towering double doors of the ballroom, he quietly asked if she was feeling nervous. Wilfred reminded her to address him as His Highness and to embrace her new identity as Dahlia Amber. As the doors swung open and the crowd gasped at their arrival, she steeled her heart, repeating to herself that she was no longer Elaine tonight. Side by side, Prince Wilfred and the flawlessly disguised Elaine stepped out into the glittering light of the royal ballroom. She steps into the venue under her disguise. Whispers of admiration ripple through the crowd, praising her striking beauty and intelligence. Looking around at the familiar faces, she bitterly recalls how these same people had easily fallen for Sandra's deception and cast cold, harsh judgments upon her. Reassuring herself that she is no longer alone, she steadies her composure, determined to uncover the missing piece that holds the truth to everything. Standing tall and proud in her elegant gown, her resolve solidifies. She will achieve her goal no matter what stands in her path. As Elaine stepped into the grand hall in her striking attire, murmurs swept through the gathered nobility. While the crowd admired her unexpected grace and elegance, others observed the subtle champagne gold radiance lingering around her, noting that the ambient darkness had begun to dissipate. Maintaining a calm and serene demeanor amidst the whispering onlookers, she greeted the company with practiced composure, ensuring that her poise remained entirely unshaken. Nearby, a teasing comment broke through the murmur as a dark-haired nobleman mocked the young prince, jesting about his apparent sudden preference for older, eccentric ladies. Tense exchange continued in front of Elaine, with formal apologies offered and subtle jabs exchanged among the high-ranking gentlemen surrounding her. Before the conversation could spiral into further disrespect, Wilfred intervened authoritatively, demanding an immediate apology for the improper conduct directed toward the lady. Turning his full attention to Elaine, Wilfred quietly extended an invitation to step onto the dance floor, casually leaning close to mention the careful concealment of her ears beneath the disguise. Guided gently away from the surrounding drama, Elaine allowed him to lead her, focusing her thoughts on keeping her composure and guarding her true intentions. Taking her hand, He led her seamlessly into the center of the ballroom, and together they began a graceful dance beneath the gleaming lights of the venue. As they moved in harmony across the polished floor, the ambient noise of the party seemed to fade into a comfortable silence. While keeping pace with the music, they exchanged light, pleasant remarks, with Wilfred expressing how enjoyable the dance felt, while Elaine playfully questioned his intention to keep the same partner all evening. Looking up at him with a knowing smile, she remarked on their surprisingly good match, keeping her tone light yet discerning. As Wilfred offered a soft, genuine smile, a sudden spark of recognition flashed through Elaine's mind, making her realize that she had seen that exact gentle expression somewhere long ago. Memory transported her back to a quiet, sunlit garden estate surrounded by greenery, far removed from the crowded luxury of the current ballroom. In the depths of her recollection, a young boy stood outside an ornate mansion, unlocking a forgotten moment from their shared past. Her eyes widened in sudden realization, whispering the name Dahlia as Wilfred noticed her distress and gently inquired if she was feeling tired. He recognized the grand structure from her childhood memories. It was unmistakably the royal palace. Noticing her fatigue, Wilfred suggested taking a break in the quiet garden within the palace grounds, leading her outside away from the noisy ballroom. As they stepped into the cool night air, he thoughtfully checked if she was cold, while an aide politely requested the prince's presence. Aide, Hubert, subtly caught the prince's attention, signaling that urgent matters required his immediate attendance. The soft sigh, Wilfred agreed to step away for a short moment, turning to explain his brief departure. Apologizing for leaving her side, Wilfred assured her that his companion would keep her company, a man whom she instantly recognized as her grandfather. Young noblewoman excused herself to stand nearby in case she was needed, leaving Elaine alone with her stern elderly relative. Turning to face her directly, her grandfather demanded to know what she thought she was doing, addressing her firmly as Lana. He warned her sternly that showing her face in such a place jeopardized the stable life and freedom she had finally secured, urging her to stay away from the palace. Surprised that he recognized her, she asked if he had known about her recent activities, to which he coldly affirmed. He revealed that he had been fully informed of everything, including her disguise, her weekly outings into town, starting a business, and that a guard had been watching over her since childhood. She wondered why her strict grandfather, who used to strike her with a cane, was suddenly giving her gentle advice and acting out of concern for her sake. He recalled how kind he had been when she was very small, until one day his discipline abruptly became harsh and his smiles disappeared, bidding her to take care of herself. The elderly man turned and walked away into the bright light, leaving her bewildered about which side of him was his true nature. He watched in stunned silence as her grandfather turned away, leaving her in the bustling ballroom where Prince Evan was dancing lightheartedly with Maria. Observing the couple gliding across the dance floor, she remembered how Lord Phoebo had been called away, leaving the prince free to dance with Maria, who looked noticeably nervous. Round her, the onlookers gossiped about Maria's sudden transfer from a prestigious academy and how she clung to the prince's inner circle despite her humble origins. Chatter continued as nobles mocked Maria's shameless, desperate attempts to secure another dance, noting how even the prince's aides looked visibly annoyed by her presence. Calling how she had cleansed those malicious whispers using the power of the goddess, she braced herself to drive out the surrounding darkness once more. She reflected on how Maria's purification had quieted the nasty rumors for a short time. Despite waiting for Maria to visit her inn ever since that day, the young woman had never come, nor had she ever mentioned transferring schools. Deep in thought, she quietly slipped away from the crowded ballroom and headed outside. Finding herself alone at last, she realized this was her chance to search the grounds for the mysterious location from her childhood memories. Struggling against her poor sense of direction, she pushed through a dense thicket of bushes, wondering if the building lay just beyond the grove. Just as her heel misstepped near a dangerous drop-off, a voice called out in warning, startling her as she looked up. Tumbling to the ground, she looked up to see Wilfred reaching out a gentle hand to help her, triggering a sudden sense of déjà vu. As he offered his hand and asked if she could stand, she accepted it warmly with a bright smile. Familiar gesture shattered a padlock in her memory, unlocking a forgotten past. Flood of childhood memories rushed back all at once, revealing that her history with Wilfred ran far deeper than she had ever remembered. She looked out at the night garden illuminated by soft lamplight, yet in her mind's eye the scene overlapped with a bright sunlit memory filled with fluttering butterflies. Staring at the young boy reaching out to her from those long-lost days, she softly uttered his name, realizing at last who he had always. Whispering his name under her breath, she turns away, leaving him bewildered as the memories of 10 years ago begin to rush back into her mind. As her mind unlocks the long-buried truth, her thoughts drift back a decade to the Norris estate, recalling the moment her younger self first awakened. Stirring from her slumber in her childhood bedroom, the young girl remarked on a strange dream where he was crying while holding her as she collapsed. She struggled to recall his faint parting whisper, remembering only that he spoke her name and hinted at what might happen the next time they met. Joining her family for breakfast, she brightly greeted her mother and grandfather, eagerly asking for a story once they finished eating. Grandfather warmly agreed to let her sit on his lap, while her mother looked on with affectionate amusement. However, the cheerful atmosphere shattered the moment she innocently asked when the next party would be so she could see him again, causing her parents to exchange looks of shock and concern. Behind closed doors, her family panicked over how the magic cast by the royal court mage could have possibly broken, grieving that she would have been happier remaining ignorant. Taking her aside with her favorite plush doll, her grandfather gently but firmly instructed her that she must never see the young prince again. She questioned why. He revealed the grim truth that shortly after their engagement was settled, the young prince had been targeted in an assassination assassination attempt. Stunned by the revelation, the young girl listened as her grandfather explained that the prince chose to void the engagement solely to protect her life. Clutching her plush doll tightly to her chest, she burst into tears, refusing to accept that their bond was being severed. Desperate for hope, she asked what the boy himself had said about the decision, forcing her grandfather to deliver the final painful detail. Grandfather explained that out of a desire to shield her from pain, the prince himself requested that all of her memories regarding him be erased, urging her to accept the heart-wrenching reality. He recalled his gentle face leaning close, whispering her name as the past echoed back into her consciousness. Dream from that morning replayed in her mind, carrying the distant voice warning that by the time they met again, everything would be different. Piece by piece, she pieced together his quiet farewell, realizing he knew she wouldn't remember him at all. Painful truth fully dawned upon her. He had erased every single happy memory they shared together. The present moment, her grandfather froze in shock as a sudden intense tremor shook the room. Overwhelmed by heartbreak at what had been done behind her back, her magic surged outward, alarming the nearby guards as the ground shuddered. Clutching her plush toy tightly, she wept openly as her emotional anguish caused her immense power to burst wildly. Shockwaves tore through the room as bystanders shouted in panic, realizing her innate dormant power was spiraling completely out of control. Desperate to reach her, voices cried out to calm her down, though others warned that approaching her unstable magic could be fatal. Ignoring the danger, her grandfather stepped through the raging magical storm and wrapped his arms around her in a firm embrace. She continued to sob uncontrollably. His steady presence offered a refuge in the midst of her agony. He held her close, sorrow deeply etched across his face as he acknowledged the immense pain she was enduring. He promised to protect her and free her from the heavy burdens of high society, so she would never suffer like this again. As his warmth seeped into her, the raging magic slowly began to subside, allowing her breathing to steady as she recognized him. Relieved that she had finally calmed down, he smiled softly through his relief while she rubbed her tear-stained eyes. She could only stare in utter horror at the limp body before her, the pool of blood spreading across the floor serving as a gruesome testament to her unleashed power. Chaos erupted around her, with panicked cries for a healer to stop the bleeding. She collapsed to her knees, trembling at the realization of what she had done. Harrowing truth dawned upon her. This destruction had flared solely because of her rage, proving she truly would have been happier remaining in ignorance. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she offered a desperate apology to her grandfather, reasoning that if her past had stayed buried, no one would have been hurt. Faced with the devastating reality of her uncontrollable strength, a quiet, decisive resolve settled over her mind. She determined that both this dangerous power and these painful recollections had to be locked away deep within a chest, sealed behind a lid that must never be lifted again. The final heartbroken farewell, whispered to the memory of the man she loved. She prepared to sever the connection entirely. A sharp, decisive instant, the psychic container snapped shut, plunging those forbidden thoughts back into total darkness. Snapping back to the present night in the quiet art gardens, she stood trembling, prompting Wilfred to turn back in sudden concern as he noticed her pale countenance. Questioned her sudden change in demeanor, unaware of the child within her heart that smiled mournfully through the resurfaced trauma. Looking at him with bewildered confusion, he watched in surprise as she unexpectedly reached forward and clutched his jacket tightly. Burying her face against his chest, her hands gripped his lapels while her heart pounded in an agonizing rush of emotion. A storm of resentment raged inside her, demanding to know how he could be so selfish as to alter her memories without asking, even as she wrestled with the lingering remnants of her affection. Collecting her composure, she offered a polite apology for overstepping, to which he gently replied that they had achieved their goal at the dance and should make a quiet exit. Under the pale light of the crescent moon, her troubled gaze trailed after him, deeply conscious that the man standing before her was not the true Lord Fred she once knew. She steadied herself inside the moving carriage, taking a deep breath as the wooden wheels hummed along the path. Unlocking those memories ought to have restored her divine magic entirely, yet frustration simmered within her. Wilfred had altered her mind without permission, earning her anger even if she lacked the resolve to face him directly just yet. Her mind then turned to her grandfather, picturing his weathered hand tightly gripping his familiar walking cane. Agony washed over her as she covered her face, realizing with harrowing clarity that his permanent limp was caused by the terrible injury he suffered during her childhood rampage. Groaning in deep self-reproach, she berated herself for conveniently burying a truth so vital and heartbreaking. Deep within her subconscious realm, the wooden chest of memories lay open, allowing radiant spheres of light to drift freely into her mind. Tucked inside rested a smaller casket tightly bound by heavy chains, rattling violently within her mind as she wept in the carriage, signaling that an even deeper secret was still sealed. Deep within quiet contemplation, memories of the past rested silently behind closed eyes as chapter 27 unfolded. In that gentle vision, a tender memory flickered of a newborn wrapped tightly in soft blankets, cradled warmly against a fatherly chest. Turning to the present room, she greeted Leviant, confirming that the spiritual seal upon her heart had finally opened to release her latent power. Observed her closely, noting that compared to before her journey to the palace, her divine goddess power had grown exponentially stronger, marking their effort a true success. Feeling relieved, her focus turned inward as she sensed something buried even deeper within her soul, an ancient memory represented by a heavily chained treasure chest. Leviant pondered the faint impression, suggesting that this lingering remnant might be a buried memory carried over from her past life. Leaving the room shortly after, she descended the exterior staircase with a heavy sigh, unable to purge the agonizing guilt regarding her actions toward her grandfather. Overwhelmed by remorse and knowing no amount of atonement could erase past wounds, her heart desperately yearned for someone trustworthy to listen to her burden. Realizing that the person she longed to see most was waiting nearby. Stepping inside the quiet dining area, her eyes widened as she caught sight of Shin sitting alone in the dimly lit room. Turning to greet her warmly, he admitted he had been waiting out front for her return, completely missing her subtle entry from the back. Offered a gentle smile, explaining that though he knew her errands would keep her late, little Chio had insisted on waiting up for her until exhaustion finally claimed the child. Tears welled in her eyes at the realization that they had stayed up late waiting just for her, touching her heart deeply after such a grueling ordeal. They sat together over warm drinks. Shin summarized her heavy confession about encountering her childhood friend at the ball and unlocking the painful memory of accidentally paralyzing his legs long ago, leaving her to hide her face in shame on the table. Listened patiently to her quiet distress as she sat motionless, carrying the overwhelming weight of her past mistake. Offering steady support, Shin urged her to simply apologize to him, reassuring her that her friend harbored no anger and only wished for her to live her current life without ruin. Suggested that if she ever sees her grandfather again, she should simply tell him she is sorry for what happened back then. Shin deliberated over the proper wording, musing that a casual apology might sound too trivial while a formal one felt overly stiff. Overwhelmed by his gentle guidance, tears welled up in Elaine's eyes and began to overflow, leaving Shin flustered as he tried to comfort her. He wept openly, expressing her deep gratitude to Shin for his unwavering kindness and patience, resolving that she would definitely apologize to her grandfather if given the chance. Storing a light-hearted mood, Shin teasingly offered to stay until she fell asleep, prompting her flustered reaction before telling her to rest well. Gently placing a reassuring hand on her head, he bade her a fond goodnight, urging her to ensure she actually got some sleep. The following morning, Elaine felt a flush of embarrassment over the previous night's tears, yet her resolve remained firm to one day make amends with her grandfather, even as she pondered how long her sanctuary would last. As they chatted, Chio brought up a regular visitor, wondering aloud if a certain familiar customer would visit their inn again that month. Confused, Elaine inquired about whom she was speaking, only to learn about a mysterious patron who delivered delicious cheese tarts to the inn every single month. Chio excitedly explained that while the inn had many loyal regulars, this specific guest brought exquisite treats from a famous high-end patisserie frequented by nobles. Elaine realized with a sudden curiosity that this regular always arrived precisely when she was absent, bringing cheese tarts from the exact noble-approved bakery she had loved since childhood. Connecting the clues, an elderly gentleman who consistently brought her favorite dessert while seemingly avoiding direct encounters, Elaine began to suspect who he might truly be. He pressed Chio for details, asking if the man walked with a cane, and upon confirmation urgently instructed her to bring the customer straight to her room the next time he arrived. Before long, the mysterious patron arrived at the inn, an elderly man with glasses, a cap, and a cane carrying the familiar box of tarts. Expecting faced her grandfather, Elaine rushed out to greet him, only to stop dead in her tracks upon realizing he was a completely different person, leaving her stammering out a flustered apology. He instantly realized her mistake. The man standing before her was not her grandfather at all. The dignified elderly gentleman cleared his throat softly as he adjusted his collar, leaving her staring at him in utter shock. Sitting together over warm cups of tea, Elaine gazed at her grandfather in sudden realization, finally understanding that he had been the mysterious visitor bringing her treats all along, and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Mused softly while resting his chin in his hand, chuckling about being summoned in secret where others might recognize his identity, even as she offered a quiet apology. Before he could react, she suddenly bowed her head deeply before him, catching him entirely off guard as he asked what she was apologizing for. Her voice trembled with remorse as she confessed her deep sorrow for causing him an injury so severe that it had never truly healed. Watching her bow, he looked down at her with a gentle, emotionally heavy gaze, countered that he was the one who needed to apologize for everything, for misunderstanding her and for conveniently putting the past out of his mind for so long. Acknowledging that the past incident had been an accident, he realized with a heavy heart that she had carried the memory of it all this time. She insisted that the fault was hers alone, yet he recalled how harshly he had treated her. Driven by a desperate desire to hide her beauty from untrustworthy nobles who might harm her, she assured him that he had always been by her side. He recalled forbidding her from wearing makeup and demanding she leave the estate immediately after her engagement was severed. He realized his harsh actions had been a calculated disguise to quietly secure her safety at the Fairy's Inn without raising suspicion, while he quietly admitted his own lingering questions during her stay there. Reflecting on the rumors that she had retired to a convent, she understood that her grandfather had intentionally spread those tales to protect her life, overwhelming her with the deep love he had harbored for her all along. Overcome with emotion, she tenderly clasped his hands, her eyes brimming with tears. He opened his mouth to speak once more, his voice soft with quiet sincerity. Reiterating that it was all an accident, he offered a sorrowful apology, prompting her to wish desperately that they could return to the time before his mobility was lost and start anew. She declared her heartfelt wish to make amends and restore her grandfather's mobility, tears welling in her eyes as her inner power began to surge violently around her. Surprised by the sudden activation of her magic, her thoughts rushed back to how she had inadvertently healed past guests, realizing her power had been working without her full awareness. With newfound clarity, she recognized that her healing abilities had expanded beyond merely cleansing dark Hanti, quietly mending injuries all along. She focused her determination. The young prince and her grandfather looked on in astonishment, sensing the profound shift in the air as divine energy gathered. Pragmatically offering a desperate prayer, she begged the goddess for permission to atone for her past missteps and heal the beloved elder before her. Channeling every ounce of her resolve, she unleashed a radiant wave of divine healing light that enveloped the entire room. Bright, luminous butterflies floated through the ambient glow, carrying the soothing magic straight toward her grandfather. Surrounded by the gentle, fluttering spirits of light, the old man gasped in disbelief as warm energy coursed through his frail body. Sinking down from the exertion, she panted softly, watching breathlessly to see if her divine plea had worked. Stunned, her grandfather slowly let go of his cane and tested his weight, amazed to feel sensation and strength returning to his long-afflicted leg. Taking a steady step forward without support, he looked at her with profound gratitude, thanking her warmly for the miracle. Gently embraced her, suggesting they leave all past grievances and regrets behind them once and for all. Later, as they sat together, he inquired if she still held lingering romantic feelings for Prince Wilfred now that her memories were fully restored. He reflected thoughtfully, admitting that while her childhood fondness had resurfaced, her heart belonged to someone else now. Nodding in understanding, her grandfather prepared to depart, warmly reassuring her that she should live happily and that he had never truly disowned her. He rushed back into the kitchen, eager to thank Shin for helping her reconcile with her grandfather. Planning to prepare tomorrow's menu right away, her cheerful mood was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected wave of dizziness. Shin noticed how lighthearted and bright she looked, asking if something good had happened. Bursting with joy, she beamed back, eager to express her deep gratitude. She began explaining her reconciliation. A strange sensation suddenly overtook them both. The world around them began to spin uncontrollably, leaving Shin disoriented and confused. Vision darkened rapidly as her body froze up, completely refusing to move. Shin called out to her in panic, but she collapsed to the floor as darkness consumed her senses. The heavy thud, she tumbled out onto grassy ground beneath an open sky. Groaning in confusion, she looked around to find herself lying in a mysterious forest surrounded by floating, glowing spirits. Just a moment ago, she had been inside her inn, but now she found herself in a mint-green forest, gazing in disbelief at tiny floating fairies and a winged unicorn. Sitting up in shock, she stared out at the vibrant, unknown landscape, completely bewildered by what had just transpired and where she had been taken. Elaine opened her eyes in an unfamiliar realm. She wondered aloud if she had passed into heaven. However, she was met by Vice, who gently reassured her that she was awake, while cautioning that despite her divine soul, her human body was reaching its absolute limits from overexertion. Still confused about whether she was truly dead, she listened as the small holy beast clarified that he had personally brought her to this sacred space. Deviant then appeared, explaining that they were inside the fairy realm, accessed through a portal from her room. He recounted how Shin had been terrified by her sudden collapse from exhaustion and high fever. Deviant sternly cautioned her that her goddess's healing magic only affected others and could not mend her own body, warning that she could genuinely perish if she remained reckless. Though Elaine insisted she had not done anything extreme, Deviant reminded her of her heavy exertions, including purifying the cursed priestess, explained that her mortal vessel simply could not keep pace with her powers leveling up, especially after she had healed her grandfather's crippled leg. Realizing the truth of his words, she acknowledged that her physical body had indeed reached its breaking point. To aid her recovery, Deviant and the surrounding fairies decided to lend her their divine power, surrounding her with a comforting and soothing aura of magic. He marveled at the gentle sensation, learning that as long as they remained in the fairy realm, the creatures could easily cleanse away the dark haze affecting her body. Suddenly, a grand presence made itself known as Weiss announced the arrival of the soul's true mother, having informed the heavens the moment Elaine collapsed. Gazing upward in awe, Elaine beheld the magnificent goddess Lanathamis descending upon a majestic lion. Goddess reached out lovingly, greeting her long-lost beloved child with profound affection. As the divine presence embraced her, Elaine felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and ease, as if reuniting with someone she had known long ago. Recognizing that Elaine's human flesh could no longer bear her past power, the goddess bestowed upon her the same blessing she had held in her past life, filling her with soothing warmth. Gazing gently into Elaine's eyes, the goddess noted her selfless nature, observing that she never hesitated to spend her power for the sake of others. She listened as the divine entity expressed how endlessly fascinating she found her, urging her to live life following her own heart. Reaching out as the goddess vanished into a warm light, she suddenly found herself lying back in her own bed. Looking up at the familiar wooden ceiling and hanging plants, she realized she was truly back in her room. She pondered the divine words, wondering what it meant for her body to be altered to withstand divine power akin to the goddess's own child. Relieved by the thought that her physical collapses might finally cease, her relief was cut short when she realized her left arm would not move at all. Glancing down, she discovered someone was sitting beside her bed, holding her hand with intense devotion. It was Shin, sitting silently with his head bowed low, clutching her hand tightly against his face. Shin stirred and opened his eyes. He gasped with overwhelming relief to see her awake, while she softly asked if he had remained at her side the entire time. Overwhelmed with with emotion, Shin buried his face in his hand, berating himself for failing to protect her while she burned with fever, leaving her touched and remorseful for causing him such distress. Seeing how such a broad, strong man was hunched over in worry, she softly apologized, explaining that it was her own fault for neglecting her health. Shin gently reached out to press his palm against her forehead to check her fever, his warm touch sending a quiet shiver through her heart. Holding her face gently, he gazed into her eyes with deep tenderness, filling her with an overwhelming sense of safety and comfort. As he leaned closer and closer, her heart beat rapidly at his proximity, her mind racing with confusion over the sudden intimacy. Surrendering to the moment, Shin gently leaned down and kissed her softly on the lips. Suddenly, Shikio burst through the door asking for an update, only to freeze in shock at what she witnessed, sending both of them into an embarrassed panic. She could barely believe her eyes, playfully teasing them about how far their relationship had already progressed. Flustered beyond measure, the noblewoman vehemently shouted in defense, insisting that he had merely been checking her temperature. Exasperated by the misunderstanding, the young man let out a weary sigh and urged them not to leap to wild conclusions. He calmly instructed the girl to help clean her up and assist her in changing into fresh clothes, to which she cheerfully agreed. The atmosphere settling down, the child offered to fetch fresh water and clean towels to wipe her down. Still blushing furiously from the intimate moment, the young woman could only nod in embarrassed agreement. Turning with a fresh bucket of water, the young assistant paused as she noticed something unusual floating inside. Reaching in, she pulled out a small, mysterious, shimmering shard. Examining the peculiar fragment of ice, the young girl wondered how such a luxury could be present in their modest home. Meanwhile, back in her bed, the noblewoman buried her face in embarrassment, her heart pounding wildly as she tried to convince herself that the moment had been nothing more than a medical check. Shin reached out his open hand, gazing quietly with a solemn, introspective expression as he contemplated the power dwelling within him. Meanwhile, in her room, Elaine panicked upon realizing she was barefaced without her usual cosmetics, mortified that Shin had seen her looking so unprepared. She agonized over the thought of Shin witnessing her unadorned state, while Chio watched her intently, analyzing her delicate features. Chio began to explain her observations, noting how people in this realm favored heavy cosmetics, but pointing out that Elaine possessed a natural, radiant beauty beneath it all. Elaine listened in quiet surprise as Chio mentioned how high expectations and makeup standards were set by individuals like Sandra. Chio continued to praise Elaine warmly, assuring her that her clear skin, smooth hair, and captivating indigo eyes made her truly stunning just as she was. Gently styling her hair from behind, Chio softly reiterated her heartfelt compliments, deeply reassuring the noblewoman. Touched to the core by the young girl's kindness, Elaine smiled with genuine warmth, praising Chio for being such a sweet child. Shifting the subject, Chio suddenly mentioned a strange detail about ice, causing Elaine to look back at her in confusion. Elsewhere in the corridor, Shin walked past, suddenly realizing he had left the wash basin in a suspicious state after using his magic. Worried whether she had realized it was him, recalling the stern warnings from his past, never to reveal his forbidden magic where others could witness it, felt a deep frustration over his helplessness when she had collapsed, lamenting that all he could offer was a bit of ice to cool her fever despite his solemn oath to protect her. Later that night, beneath the glowing moon, Shin looked out over the rooftop, determined to find a way to become stronger so he could truly safeguard her. The next morning, Elaine found herself placed on strict bed rest, watering plants inside her room while sighing in utter boredom. Theo firmly insisted that she remain in bed to recover, leaving Elaine to protest weakly that she was feeling entirely fine. She flusteredly realized she needed to change when a knock sounded at the door, signaling Shin's arrival with breakfast. Panicking over her lack of makeup, she panicked internally, but Chio quickly assured her that she was already naturally beautiful. Calling out for him to enter, she watched as Shin stepped into the room holding a tray of food. He sat down near her bed. A sudden tense silence settled over the two of them. Stammering awkwardly, Shin blurted out that he thought she was exceptionally cute even without any makeup. Struggling to voice his compliment, he stumbled over his words as her heart skipped a beat. Flustered and turning away, Shin finally managed to state plainly that he found her beautiful. Overwhelmed with joy, she softly thanked him, leaving him sighing in embarrassed relief. Shifting the conversation, she brought up the strange arrowhead-shaped ice found in the wash basin, questioning if Shin had created it. Looking down thoughtfully, Shin prepared to confide in her about his long-hidden abilities. Apologizing for keeping secrets, Shin manifested a sharp shard of ice in his hand, confirming her suspicion that his power matched Taki's. Shin explained that he had purposefully suppressed his magic due to a troubling experience from his past. Calling his childhood, he described how he had once attempted to copy his parents' magic to light a fireplace, only to create a dangerous outburst. Shared how his father had barely managed to put out the fire, leading his parents to strictly forbid him from unleashing his magic. Demonstrating his fine control over hot and cold, Shin carefully heated the teapot while explaining his trained restraint. Downplayed his extraordinary talents, explaining humbly that his late grandmother was supposedly a powerful priestess from Artemi, a heritage that both he and Taki had inherited. Elaine listened in sheer disbelief at his rare dual elemental gift. Reaching behind his neck, he began unfastening a delicate chain he had worn hidden beneath his shirt. Realizing what he was about to show her, Elaine suddenly paused as a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to hurry over toward her vanity. He produced a matching pendant set with Artemi obsidian, leaving him completely stunned as they realized their respective ancestors ancestors shared a profound connection. Rubbing the back of his neck with a gentle smile, he admitted that the matching tokens served as undeniable proof of their shared heritage. As they admired the small keepsakes, they acknowledged that while the sunken kingdom of Artemi and its grand temple were long gone, these past tokens were tangible remnants of their origins. A soft smile brushed across Elaine's face as she reflected warmly on how their grandmothers had once served together side by side. Firmly insisting that she rest, he ordered her to get beneath the covers and sleep, prompting her to smile affectionately at his fussiness. Resting alone, she recalled stories her grandfather had shared about a princess of Artemi who possessed unimaginable magical power. Realizing Shin belonged to that very same lineage, he contemplated the staggering possibility that if his grandmother was indeed that legendary shrine priestess, he might carry royal blood, though she quickly brushed the thought aside as absurd. Outside the room, he was greeted by a concerned visitor who questioned whether the landlady's sudden collapse was caused by sheer overwork. The newcomer expressed deep remorse, blaming himself for pushing her too hard, while Shin looked on, listening quietly to his explanation. Inside the dining room, Shin gathered the facts from Lord Fred, piecing together how Elaine had acted as a stand-in at the evening party. Realizing she had overexerted herself to assist them, Shin pressed Fred on the truth behind her collapse. Determined to help her recover quickly, Shin suggested bringing in a royal court mage who could cast a powerful healing spell. However, Fred gently reminded him that Elaine had already turned the corner and was resting peacefully. Reflecting on the formidable royal court mages, Shin suddenly realized Fred must know one directly. Eager to learn, he grabbed Fred's hands, passionately pleading to be taught how to use magic so he could protect her himself. Meanwhile, up in her room, Elaine slowly stirred awake as a gentle knock sounded at her door. Shin stepped inside to check on her, mentioning that Lord Fred was outside and wished to apologize in person. Elaine panicked upon hearing this, realizing that Fred was Prince Wilfred's body double and that seeing her exposed face could compromise her disguise. He gripped the covers nervously, acutely aware that without her makeup she was strictly Elaine, and Fred might recognize her as the noblewoman from the party. Seeing her tremble with panic, Shin quickly assured her he wouldn't let anyone see her bare face, asking where the landlady was so they could manage. Outside the room, Shin explained to Fred that Elaine was far too embarrassed to be seen without her makeup, taking care to shield her dignity. Fred felt a deep sense of responsibility for her collapse, offering his sincere apologies and promising to repay her kindness once she recovered. Elaine, peeking out, flusteredly accepted his gentle words. Assuring Fred that her state was not his fault, Elaine urged him not to worry, telling Shin to head down to the kitchen once he had changed. Fully dressed and rejuvenated, Elaine stepped out into the hallway, stretching her arms, feeling completely awake and ready for the day ahead. Entering the bustling kitchen, she watched as Shin instructed someone on how to prep vegetables, only to spot an unexpected guest. To her utter astonishment, Lord Fred was standing in an apron, helping prepare lunch. He turned to greet her warmly, asking if she should really be out of bed so soon. Elaine questioned his presence. Shin explained that Fred felt his apology wasn't enough and insisted on helping out in the kitchen during the lunch rush. He insisted on buying an expensive magic refrigerator as an apology, but after much negotiating, settled on helping in the diner kitchen. As Lana watched him and Shin prepare food, she wondered if leaving the task to them was truly wise, handing Shin the finished potatoes so he could move on to the onions. The two men had bonded remarkably fast, working side by side in harmony. Shin patiently demonstrated how to slice the ingredients, while Lana observed their easy camaraderie with a touch of envy at how quickly men could become friends. Lana was even more astonished when Shin shared an incredible revelation. Upon learning that Fred knew the royal court mage, Taki had requested an introduction to study magic. Desperate for strength to protect those he cared about, Taki had fallen to his knees before Fred, pleading passionately to be taught how to harness his latent mana. Lana questioned Shin about his sudden decision to join Taki in training, recalling how they had kept their magic hidden. Though reassured that forced military conscription was a thing of the past, she still worried whether commoners would truly be accepted into official royal training. Following Fred's arrangement, Shin and Taki arrived at the third facility of the night training grounds, buzzing with excitement as they stood before the massive stone complex. There they were greeted by Hubert Gilmore, the royal court mage and aide to the first prince, who politely welcomed the brothers and invited them inside after they expressed their gratitude. Stepping into the stone-walled interior, the brothers looked around nervously as they walked through the quiet, grand corridors of the facility. Hubert instructed them to wait in a nearby holding room while he went to collect the necessary materials for their assessment. Shin and Taki entered the waiting area. They discovered it was already occupied by several young Noble Academy students conversing lazily amongst themselves. Noble youths turned their gaze toward the doorway, their eyes locking onto the commoner brothers with sharp scrutiny. Mood in the room instantly turned hostile as one of the nobles stood up and demanded to know who they were. Realizing Shin and Taki were commoners, the nobles sneered in contempt, commanding them to get out immediately and mocking them as lost servants. Shin calmly reassured Taki that they had permission to be there, just as Hubert returned alongside the prince, who immediately asked for the location of the two commoners. The arrogant nobles scrambled to their feet in sheer panic, knocking over furniture as they recognized the royal presence before them. Rushed into the doorway, breathlessly apologizing for his late arrival to the surprised brothers. Wilfred greeted him warmly, while Shin presented a wrapped package, explaining that he had stopped by the inn beforehand. Observing the dark purple wrapping, the young noble instantly recognized it as a token from their generous landlady. Surrounding noble students watched in sheer disbelief, horrified that commoners had tasked the crown prince himself with delivering food. Prince lightly scolded them for refusing a ride in his carriage, though the brothers politely insisted it was no trouble. Awkward silence settled over the onlookers as they witnessed the prince speaking so comfortably with the commoners. Whispers echoed among the nobles, astonished by how open the prince was acting, right before he offered the treats to those standing nearby. Taking a bite of the wrapped rice balls, the noble students were amazed to recognize the famous onigiri from the capital's talked-about inn. Seeing the students enjoy the food brought genuine relief and satisfaction to the young chef and his brother. Watching them closely, the noble instructor pondered how deeply the landlady meant to the two brothers, serving as a maternal figure in their lives. Recognized the deep bond of affection and gratefulness that held their small family together. Looking at the humble meal, he reflected on how true warmth comes from care rather than status. Shin spoke fondly of their owner, describing her as an extraordinarily kind and gentle person who had changed their lives. Recalled their darkest days when their parents passed away early and his brother lay bedridden, until she reached out to offer them hope. Clenching his fist with quiet determination, he vowed to grow stronger here to repay the debt of kindness he owed her. Declared with unwavering resolve that he wished to become a man capable of protecting her, standing tall and firm before the gathered nobles. Piece by piece, the noble student deduced the truth, asking if he was genuinely in love with her. The young cook flushed crimson, unable to hide his feelings as the surrounding young men found themselves surprisingly moved by his romantic dedication. Seeing that he made no effort to deny his affection, the students chuckled in amazement, while Wilfred observed the exchange in quiet, thoughtful silence. Touched by such genuine earnestness, Gerald offered a sincere apology for his earlier rudeness, admitting that hearing the commoner's story had shown him how narrow-minded he had been. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Shin thanked them for the wonderful onigiri, realizing in his heart that receiving those rice balls was the exact moment his destiny had begun to turn for the better. Remembered Elaine preparing that food with gentle devotion, pouring her spirit into a heartfelt prayer that both he and his brother would find acceptance. Gazing up at the clear sky with a serene smile, he sent a quiet message of gratitude toward his beloved. High atop the 3rd training ground's stone fortifications, the royal knights maintained strict order. Beneath them, within the castle's inner ward, protective enchantments were woven into the very masonry to absorb catastrophic magical impacts. Concentrating his focus, Shin extended his hand forward, channeling his mana to construct in defense under the watchful gaze of Prince Evan and his companions. Kneeling low onto the dirt, Shin shouted an incantation to invoke a earthen wall, but the resulting barrier was barely a fraction of what was required. Evan lightly rested his hand upon the fragile mound of dirt, pointing out that such weak earth magic could never withstand even a basic ant's assault, urging Shin to at least produce a proper wall. Inspiring heavily from the strain, Shin admitted to himself that earth magic was indeed the very first spell he had been taught among many. Reflected on his past training, recalling how his inner blockages stemmed from the trauma of his father's accident, preventing him from outputting power effectively despite his best efforts. Determined not to give up, Shin gathered his energy once more, even as the onlookers noted that practicing defensive barrier magic was vital for commoners. Nearby, Wilfred deftly swung his training sword with swift elegance, offering encouragement while Evan observed Shin with a sharp, discerning gaze. Later back at the shop, Elaine and Taki rushed over in worry upon seeing Shin return completely battered and exhausted from his grueling spar with Lord Wilfred. Watching him carefully, Elaine pondered Shin's connections to Frederick and wondered how much he truly knew about the ongoing situation regarding the body double. Despite his fatigue, Shin offered a gentle smile, mentioning he was heading off to do some training runs for his shift that afternoon. Taki watched in astonishment as his brother pushed himself to keep training, amazed at his relentless drive to build endurance. Elaine discussed with Taki why Shin was pushing himself so fiercely, realizing the deep devotion he held toward his training. Flashbacks flashed through Shin's mind of Evan's strict instruction on the training grounds, demanding he visualize his power more clearly to break through his limits. Suddenly, Shin stopped mid-stride, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere that caused even Evan to turn back in quiet apprehension. Wiped away sweat, visibly shaken as Prince Evan questioned if he held some deep-seated aversion or traumatic resistance to learning magical spells. Determined to overcome his limitations, he insisted that he truly wanted to master the magic regardless of any internal resistance. Transitioning from magical training, Prince Evan announced it was time to practice swordplay instead, calling him over to begin. Observing from the side, Wilfred noted that Shin possessed solid fundamentals, sparking a discussion about why his magical progress had been restricted by past influences. Engaging in quick martial exchanges, Wilfred parried Shin's strikes while praising his swordsmanship, suggesting he might not need to rely solely on magic. The quick disarm, Wilfred dislodged the blade from Shin's grip, gracefully demonstrating the vast gap in their combat skills. Though outmatched, Shin recognized that every grueling rep made his movement smoother, fueling his drive to protect Lana. Meanwhile, at the estate, Lana washed outdoor fixtures alongside her companions, enjoying a peaceful moment of daily chores. Hovering near the window, Weiss bid Lana farewell as he prepared to return briefly to the heavenly realm. Sacred creature assured her he would report her recovery status to goddess Lanathamis before returning by nightfall. As Weiss departed into the sky, Lana turned back inside, called by her friends to help prepare the shop opening. Dressing in her hooded mantle, she adjusted her attire, stepping out with quiet resolve. Sun shone brightly over the tranquil courtyard surrounding the cobblestone pathway of the property. Back at the training grounds, Taki paused, groaning softly in confusion as an unsettling sensation washed over him. Sensing his hesitation, Chio asked what was wrong, but Taki could only rub the nape of his neck, plagued by a strange ominous prickle on his skin. Harbored an uneasy feeling, though Lana tried to reassure him that it was likely just his imagination playing tricks on him in the afternoon heat. Suddenly, Chio burst in, panicking about a shortage of tea and rice and urging Lana to come take a look immediately. As the bell chimed, Shin turned toward the entrance, pausing mid-sentence as a hooded visitor stepped into the shop. Visitor quietly inquired about Lana's whereabouts, catching Shin and Lana off guard. Shin asked Lana if she recognized the name Maria, describing a girl with dark hair and brown eyes who claimed to be a friend of Elaine. Shin explained that because the girl wore a shawl, her face wasn't entirely clear, but what stood out most was a dark, unsettling haze emanating from her. Knowing Maria was earnest and deeply principled, Lana felt a wave of concern, wondering what this mysterious dark aura could mean. Shin recalled that he had seen her face before at the bathhouse, suggesting they have his brother verify her identity when he arrived for his shift. Instructed Lana to wait safely in her room, firmly warning her not to open the door until he came to get her himself. Lana headed up to her room, pondering in silence the strange black haze Shin had described surrounding Maria. Sitting on her bed, she found it hard to associate Maria with dark omens, remembering her as bright and energetic during their last meeting. Outside the door, a hooded figure stood silently in the hallway. Lana suddenly heard soft footsteps approaching her room, realizing with a jolt that they couldn't belong to Chio, who didn't wear high heels. Knocks echoed softly against the wood as an eerie voice called out, addressing her as Elaine and identifying herself as Maria. Lana gasped in shock as the sinister visitor revealed her true intent, expressing a chilling desire to meet the woman who had stolen everything from her. She froze, her eyes widening in shock as the metal handle of her bedroom door suddenly began to rattle loudly. Driven by pure instinct, she stumbled backward, her breath catching in her throat as overwhelming fear took hold of her. Meanwhile, just outside the building, a figure walked calmly away into the quiet street. It was Shin, strolling down the alleyway without a care, utterly oblivious to the dangerous encounter unfolding within the private quarters. Inside, horror gripped her completely as she backed away, staring intently at the trembling door while desperately trying to identify who stood on the other side. Inside the quiet quarters, a sudden shadow intruded upon the peaceful room, casting an unexpected aura of dread across the chamber. Beyond the threshold, an unsettling silence hung over the open corridor, signaling that an intruder had stealthily bypassed all defenses. Gasping in surprise, Elaine recognized the hooded figure standing before her, wondering silently how anyone could have reached her private sanctuary without being stopped by Taki. Driven by instinct, she fled down the corridor into the open grounds, horrified to find the relentless pursuer matching her every step with supernatural swiftness. Sharp crystal projectiles cut through the air behind her as she sprinted across the stone path, narrowly dodging a barrage of lethal magic. Attacker closed the distance with violent force, striking Elaine down onto the pavement while a gleaming blade slipped from the assailant's grasp during the scuffle. Meanwhile, Taki awoke in a cold sweat, haunted by a distant, desperate plea for help echoing through his mind like a harbinger of doom. Recalled the bizarre dream from the previous night, where unknown figures were ambushed by a monstrous horde before a massive earth wall rose to protect them. Deep within that vision lay a glowing crystalline artifact, pulsing with ancient power amidst the dark abyss. Describing the vivid recollection, Taki explained how his dream self had desperately tried to protect those around him, while blood was shed in the chaotic struggle. Back in the present moment, the hooded assailant gripped the fallen dagger once more, raising it with deadly intent over the defenseless noblewoman. Pinned beneath the attacker, Elaine struggled frantically against the crushing weight as the lethal point hovered mere inches from her face. Screaming in terror, she threw her arms up to ward off the incoming blow, desperate to break free from the assassin's lethal grasp. That fleeting instant beneath the hood, Elaine caught sight of her attacker's face. It was not Maria, yet the features felt eerily familiar. Trembling from the shock, the dark realization began to connect the forbidden magic to the mysterious assailant standing above her. She cried out for Shin's help, his eyes widened with sudden resolve, and a jagged shard of magic crystallized in his hands. Manic assailant lunged forward with wild frenzy, intent on driving the sharp magic straight into the fleeing young woman. Realizing the distance was too great to reach her in time, Shin desperately reached out, determined to activate his magic to bridge the gap. Calling the vivid dream he had experienced, Shin seized his own palm with a knife, drawing blood to unlock the dormant magic within. The desperate cry, Lana ducked and shielded her head as the enemy's attack struck close by. Refusing to let another precious memory slip away, Shin bellowed Lana's name and poured every ounce of his spirit into protecting her. Slamming his bleeding hand onto the stone ground, Shin refused to lose anyone else, releasing a tremendous surge of power. Chanting a powerful defensive incantation, he commanded a massive stone wall to erupt violently from the earth. A giant hand forged of solid rock rose up beneath Lana, gently cradling and shielding her from the deadly assault. Killer's crystalline blade shattered uselessly against the stone barrier, leaving Shin astonished at the earth magic he had just conjured to protect her. Lana gazed at Shin in wonder, realizing he had saved her, while he felt a strange sense of familiarity wash over his mind. A fleeting, mysterious grin flickered in the background as the dust began to settle. Seizing the opportunity, Shin rushed the attacker, tackling the hooded figure to the ground and demanding to know who they were and why they attacked. As the hood slipped back, Shin was stunned to discover that the enemy was actually a heavily disguised man wearing makeup. Recognizing the unmasked attacker as Gerald Powley, a relative from the family that had overthrown Sandra, Lana gasped as the true plot came into light. Startled by a sudden loud noise, Gerald Powley spun around to investigate the disturbance. Inside the room, he was stunned to find Elaine being targeted, prompting him to call for guards to restrain the attacker immediately. As Gerald pulled the assailant away, the intruder gasped in shock upon realizing that the woman he had ambushed was not Elaine Norris at all. Driven by intense resentment, the captor gritted his teeth and confessed his motive, explaining that rumors of Prince Evan frequenting a shop with a blonde employee had led him straight to this location. In his desperation, he demanded a lock of her hair to present as proof to reassure his ally, causing Elaine to recoil in horror at his disturbing request. Gerald gripped the culprit firmly, demanding clarification about whether his target had indeed been Elaine Norris all along. Deciding that a thorough interrogation was necessary, Gerald stated he would escort the intruder away, asking Shin to look after Elaine while Shin agreed and took charge of her safety. As Gerald led the offender out, Elaine noted softly that the assailant had mistaken her for Elaine, while Shin listened with grave concern. Reflecting on the attack, Elaine pondered why anyone would attempt to kill her when she had no direct connection to him, wondering if Sandra could be the true mastermind behind the plot. Shin gently inquired if she was unharmed, and after she reassured him, she expressed amazement at how quickly the magical barrier had been broken during the assault. Believed that she was safe, Shin admitted his fear that she might have been hurt. While nearby, Taki apologized for not noticing the danger sooner. Noticing how exhausted Shin appeared from the ordeal, Elaine urged him to take a rest, leaving him alone with his thoughts in the quiet room. Later during the interrogation, the captive was pressed about his reckless actions, but he stubbornly maintained that he had simply done what was necessary. Groaning under the intense pressure, the prisoner looked up to find Lord Wilfred sitting opposite him, exuding an imposing presence alongside Gerald Powley. Wilfred sternly warned the intruder never to speak of this to his father, while Gerald stared down at him with cold, unforgiving eyes, furious that the man had brought harm upon them. In the aftermath of the intense interrogation, Gerald stepped out into the quiet courtyard, where he began his confession regarding his involvement in the unfolding events. Reflected silently on how Sandra had come to him in tears, claiming she was overwhelmed with anxiety upon learning Elaine was still alive, ultimately driving him to commit such a desperate crime. A series of tragic misunderstandings had spiraled out of control, causing him to mistake the shop owner for Lana and nearly costing her life in the process. Inside the dining hall, the door swung open as Wilfred stepped through, greeted warmly by Elaine's bright voice welcoming him back. He moved gracefully with a tray in hand, her face beaming with a radiant, gentle smile that lit up the room. Surprised by her lively demeanor, Wilfred observed how remarkably well she seemed to be doing, asking if she was truly fit enough to be working out on the floor. Elaine reassured him softly, explaining that interacting with the warm smiles of her customers served as her greatest comfort during such troubling times. He pointed out the influx of thoughtful visitations, flowers, and presents from patrons, explaining that such overwhelming kindness naturally lifted her spirits. Watching her closely, Wilfred wondered if she possessed immense inner strength, or was merely putting on a brave face, while secretly questioning whether his affection for her was genuine love or simple childhood nostalgia. Fond memories of their shared past flickered in his mind, causing him to grapple with the blurred line between old affection and present reality. Shaking off his lingering doubts, he turned politely toward her as she invited him to take a seat at an available table. Glancing at the stack of carefully wrapped gifts, he quietly pondered the true significance behind such gestures. A few days later, amidst ongoing security concerns and discussions surrounding magical barriers, Wilfred gathered with key personnel to assess their defensive readiness. Formal training commenced shortly after, with instructors beginning rigorous sessions on offensive magic techniques. Shin exchanged cheerful words with his companion, celebrating the milestone of mastering spoken spellcasting despite lingering obstacles. Wilfred listened attentively as Shin expressed confidence in his developing ability to harness intermediate shadow and attack magic. Watched intently as Shin stepped forward, casting a magic spell with sudden intensity that caught the observing instructor off guard. Driven by a resolve to grow stronger and protect the person he cared about, Shin gathered an immense surge of magical energy, causing the trainer to call out in shock. Realizing the sheer power of the incoming spell, the instructor tried to halt him, shouting that a fireball of such magnitude went far beyond basic magic. Unstoppable, Shin unleashed a massive beam of fiery magic that blasted across the training grounds with destructive force. Instructor scrambled to deploy a defensive magical barrier just in time to absorb the brunt of the explosive impact. Smoke cleared from the impact area. Spectators stood frozen in disbelief at the sheer destruction left in the wake of the spell. Widening his eyes, the instructor gasped upon realizing that Shin's attack had actually pierced clean through his protective barrier. Looking up at the sky, the instructor smiled subtly, acknowledging that Shin's dormant magic potential was far beyond ordinary. High above in the Grand Academy Library, two noblemen pondered how to win the favor of the young woman who ran the popular diner. Lord Wilfred listened intently as his companion suggested finding an exceptional chef to introduce to her, noting that gifted cooks were rare and highly sought after across the realm. Looking down at a small gift box resting in his palm, Wilfred recalled how Elaine consistently refused extravagant presents, knowing full well that she held no interest in high-priced luxuries. Even during the high society party, she had stubbornly declined every offered piece of jewelry and fine dress, preferring simple, thoughtful gestures over opulent displays. Refusal of lavish items was precisely what made her charm so captivating, leaving the nobleman intrigued by her unassuming nature. Observing the quiet determination on Wilfred's face, his advisor recognized that revealing Wilfred's noble lineage outright might ruin the delicate bond he was building with her, agreeing that keeping his identity hidden for now was the wisest course. Smirking slightly, the advisor proposed a clever alternative plan that would allow Wilfred to assist her practically without raising suspicion about his high status. Shortly after, Wilfred ventured down into the bustling commercial district of the town, stepping into a local carpenter's workshop to inspect wooden materials. The surprised shopkeeper presented his estimates. Wilfred explained his intention to construct a custom cold storage box himself rather than buying a costly pre-made item. With confident expertise, Wilfred detailed the precise design specifications, requesting a sturdy wooden crate identical in size to the ones used in traditional kitchens. Sketched out how cooling stones placed inside would maintain a freezing temperature for 2 full days, explaining the mechanism clearly to the attentive carpenter. Subtle smile touched Wilfred's lips as he realized this practical gift would give him a perfect reason to visit the diner regularly under the guise of maintenance. Moving to the storage room back at his estate, Wilfred gathered heavy crates and materials, determined to construct the appliance entirely with his own hands. Selecting a solid, well-built wooden box, he carefully inspected the timber, noticing rough splinters along the edge that needed to be smoothed down so Elaine wouldn't injure herself. As his companions watched in astonishment at his dedication, Wilfred rolled up his sleeves and prepared to craft the specialized icebox from scratch. Though he had never undertaken manual craftsmanship before, Wilfred took deep pride in creating something truly useful for the woman who had captured his devotion. Carefully confirmed the details of her schedule with his attendants, ensuring every moment was accounted for before setting his plan into motion. Focusing intently, he examined the raw wooden box and the materials gathered in his workshop, determined to construct something both practical and beautiful. Set to work with a hand plane, meticulously smoothing every rough edge of the timber to ensure it was completely flawless. Carefully checking for even the smallest splinter, he knew that any imperfection could hurt her delicate hands, so he painstakingly sanded down every surface. Next, he pondered how to arrange the magic cooling stones inside, worrying that a simple patchwork job would look unrefined for a gift. Frustration mounted as he struggled with the balance of the pieces, finding the small components difficult to align properly and forcing him to start over. Realizing he was missing essential parts for the edges, he sighed and resolved to remake the frame, constantly wondering if she would truly like the finished product. In his mind, he pictured her radiant smile as she received the finished icebox, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for the thoughtful gift. Blushing slightly at the thought of her genuine happiness, he quietly prayed that his hard work would bring a joyful smile to her face. Meanwhile, back at the diner, Elaine returned with a bright, warm greeting, announcing her arrival to everyone present after her break. Jin welcomed her back, explaining that the vegetable delivery person was expected today and was currently working in the backyard. Observing her fatigue, Shin gently guided her toward her room, suggesting she rest while he prepared a delicious meal for her. After enjoying the wonderful meal Shin prepared, she set down her empty plate, feeling refreshed and thoroughly satisfied with his culinary skills. Curious commotion outside drew her attention as someone excitedly called her over to come and take a look at what had arrived. Stepping out to investigate, her eyes widened in surprise as she caught sight of an unexpected delivery waiting in the room. She stepped closer to inspect the tall wooden cabinet, encouraged by Shin to open it and discover what lay inside. She opened the doors, a wave of cool air brushed against her face, revealing a functional magic icebox. Shin explained that Fred had crafted it himself as a gesture of gratitude, leaving her bewildered by such a valuable gift. Shin recalled how Fred worked tirelessly during her absence, investigating materials and building it with his own hands as a token of appreciation for all the care she had provided. Overwhelmed by the thoughtful gesture, she blushed deeply, struggling to find the right words to express her immense gratitude. Realizing he might still be nearby, she dashed outside, determined to find him and tell him how truly happy his kindness had made her. She hurried down the street, looking frantically in every direction as she rehearsed her heartfelt thanks. Hearing his familiar voice around the corner, she paused in her tracks and caught sight of Fred conversing with an acquaintance. Young attendant urged Fred to hurry so he would not be late for his afternoon classes, but Fred remained unbothered, assuring him everything was under control. Observing them from behind the wall, she recognized the companion as Fred's trusted aide and listened intently. The aide questioned why someone of his status frequented such a place. Fred simply smiled, replying that he had found joy and made 2 wonderful friends here. The aide adjusted his glasses with a subtle smirk, quietly accepting Fred's genuine contentment without further objection. As Fred prepared to board his carriage, the aide reminded him not to overwork himself. Watching from the shadows, she softly whispered his royal title, realization washing over her. Frozen in place, she looked on as Wilfred turned his gaze back toward her path, the stark difference in their worlds suddenly lingering between them. Stepped inside the carriage, and with a clatter of wheels against the cobblestone street, the vehicle rolled away. Overwhelmed by the revelation of his true identity as Prince Wilfred, she sank to her knees against the stone wall, her heart heavy with sudden realization. She stood frozen as the truth finally struck her with staggering clarity. The person who had been by her side as Fred was none other than Prince Wilfred himself. Piece by piece, the puzzle fell into place. Wilfred, often called Will, had simply shortened his name to create the transparent alias Fred, leaving her overcome with overwhelming emotion as she slumped downward. As the weight of the realization sank deeper, her fingers scraped uselessly against the cold stone wall, her face hidden beneath a veil of silent anguish. Tears began to spill uncontrollably down her blushing cheeks, leaving her questioning whether these drops were from the joy of reunion or the sharp ache in her heart, knowing he was her beloved childhood friend and former fiancé. Memories of their past surged forth like a dam breaking, filling her mind with images of their early years and bringing forth a devastating epiphanic truth. Bitter realization echoed in the darkness. He was the very person who had selfishly wiped away her memories, sparking a sudden resolve within her that her quiet, passive days were officially. Stepping forward into the quiet room, a small glass dish was presented, holding a freshly crafted chilled dessert as a token of hospitality. Gerald looked down at the delicate offering sitting upon the table, inquiring curiously about what she had prepared for him. Lane explained that it was a gesture of thanks for his previous assistance and detailing how she had utilized the magic refrigerator he provided to craft a light, fluffy chocolate mousse. Pleased to see his gift put to such wonderful use, he took a gentle spoonful, remarking that he had been craving something sweet. As he sampled the treat, his expression grew thoughtful, and he quietly asked whether the goddess had also taken a liking to it. The subtle fond smile, Elaine responded that the divine being had been moved beyond what simple words could ever express. Relieved to hear her words, Gerald closed his eyes in contentment, glad that his contribution had brought such joy. Recalled how acquiring that rare magical item had taken considerable effort, yet seeing its success made every hardship worthwhile. He shared a quiet moment of mutual gratitude, acknowledging how much they had each relied on the other's kindness. Looking directly at her, he expressed his sincere gratitude, knowing that without her guidance, such a peaceful outcome would have been unthinkable. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was broken as an attendant burst through the door, urgently calling for Lana before realizing a guest was present. Recognizing the urgency of the intrusion, Gerald promptly stood up, offering his thanks once more before taking his leave. Meanwhile, in a quiet chamber elsewhere, a young boy rested peacefully after being cleansed of a dangerous curse through divine intervention. Gazing down at the sleeping youth, concerns deepened over how such an innocent child could fall victim to the surrounding darkness following Lady Irina's incident. Irina revealed grim news of another tragedy having just occurred at the temple, leaving everyone to wonder what sinister forces were truly at play. He had recalled the events that transpired several days prior at the Grand Temple, where a young maiden gazed up at the sacred halls in silent wonder. Inside the sanctuary, Ivo, the priest assigned to care for the saint, tentatively inquired if it was time for her to perform another miracle, as her divine power should have recovered. However, Sandra flatly refused his request. Expressing her irritation toward the persistent priest, she complained about how exhausting it was to heal others, claiming her restored magic vanished whenever she exerted herself. Calling how she had cured the boy Taki and an injured knight, she lamented that her precious time was wasted while her own skin deteriorated from the strain of healing. Switching her focus to her physical appearance, she berated Ivo for trying to hide her reflection, and demanded that he bring her a hand mirror at once so she could monitor her figure. She fussed over her looks. Ivo stood by nervously, well aware of how volatile her temperament became around those serving her. Down in the bath area, a frail young boy named Taki trembled in visible fear as he waited anxiously. Dismissing the other attendants from the bathing chamber, the arrogant saint ordered everyone else to leave, leaving the terrified boy isolated in her presence. Moving her garments without a shred of modesty, she commanded the young boy to step forward and assist in washing her bare body. Splashing water playfully, she taunted the timid child, teasing him about whether her beauty was too overwhelming for a boy his age while he stammered out a hesitant agreement. Grasping his face forcefully, she berated him for averting his eyes, insisting that a boy like him should feel immeasurably honored to lay eyes upon her. Unable to bear the humiliation and discomfort any longer, the young boy burst into helpless, shuddering tears. Witnessing the appalling truth, Elaine recoiled in absolute disbelief and disgust at the saint's shameless entitlement and abuse toward an innocent child. Suddenly, the chamber doors burst open as temple attendants rushed inside, startled by the commotion occurring within. Quickly putting on a helpless facade, Sandra feigned distress to Ivo, while the priest privately questioned whether a woman capable of such cruelty could truly be the revered saint of prophecy. He flashed a cruel, condescending smirk, leaving Priest Ivo completely shaken by the chilling darkness lurking beneath her holy facade. Observing her from behind, he could sense a distinctly sinister aura surrounding her. Approaching cautiously, he announced that official instructions had arrived directly from the prince, catching her immediate attention. Her eyes widened in surprise as she learned of the royal directive ordering the shrine maidens to travel to the drought-stricken lands for a rainmaking ritual. Delighted at the prospect of displaying her divine authority, she threw her arms wide in celebration. She envisioned how proving herself as the true saint would force Prince Evan to acknowledge her, convinced he would have no choice but to come meet her in person. Bursting into wild, arrogant laughter, she declared that a saint deserved nothing less than a royal lover, eagerly boasting about the grand display of power she was about to perform. Ivo watched her outburst with a quiet, impassive gaze, reflecting in silence that his long period of unremarked obscurity would finally reach its end if this ritual actually succeeded. Far away, vast stretches of cracked, arid soil lay silent under the blazing sun, awaiting the arrival of the sanctuary's rich. Several Several days had passed since Sandra departed for the rain-making ritual, her grand procession of carriages rumbling across the dusty terrain. Inside her private carriage, Sandra idly nibbled on sweet pastries, indifferent to the journey's hardships. Complaining bitterly about the route's length and demanding to know their location, she snapped at her attending priest, who offered his humblest apologies for the delay. He was already gloating about the massive festival and adoration that would surely await her arrival in the stricken village. However, the priest cautioned her not to expect a grand reception in the destination village, causing her face to darken with immediate irritation. Upon arriving at the impoverished western village, Sandra stepped out into the dreary atmosphere, disgusted by her surroundings. Local villagers rushed forward in gratitude as the shrine staff delivered immediate food and water rations to relieve their suffering. Seeing a villager approaching her, Sandra recoiled in disgust and demanded he keep his distance, though the young man simply reminded her not to expect grand hospitality in such a desperate place. Overseeing the entire operation, Irina sternly instructed everyone to begin preparations for the rain-making ritual without delay. Just as they were about to begin, Sandra glared with frustration, realizing the grueling ordeal that awaited her. Irina noted with satisfaction that a veteran priestess, whom she particularly struggled to deal with, had arrived to assist. The experienced priestess immediately took charge, announcing that she had been assigned to oversee Sandra's ritual attire and conduct. Strict priestess scolded Sandra for her lax posture and overweight physique, reminding her that a saint must maintain perfect discipline. As the priestess struggled to lace up Sandra's tight corset, she bluntly remarked that Sandra must have been overindulging in sweets. Pushed past her breaking point by the strict fitting, Sandra threw a tantrum, demanding they hurry and make it rain, so she could leave this miserable village immediately. She stood atop the elevated ritual platform beneath the unrelenting rays of the sun, surrounded by solemn attendants prepared to begin the ceremony. The supervisor reminded her of the protocol to offer sacred vessel liquids onto the earth. Sandra carelessly hurled the jug to the stone floor, shattering it instantly to rush the process. 20 minutes elapsed in silence under the harsh glare, with Sandra full of smug confidence that her holy divine status alone would effortlessly bring forth rain. Rina quietly reflected on previous rainmaking rites where priestesses danced continuously for days without sleep to summon storm clouds, questioning Sandra's lazy claims of true power. Suddenly a sharp snap echoed as an ornament burst free from Sandra's ceremonial attire. Rina roundly scolded her for giving up mid-ritual, sternly asking if this meager display was truly the extent of a saint's resolve. Spurred by intense pride and anger at being doubted, Sandra snapped back and violently threw herself into the ritual dance to prove her capability. Gathering onlookers watched in rapt silence, captivated by the sudden intensity of the sacred dance. Though driven solely by her hatred of losing, Sandra endured hours of continuous physical strain, causing her self-centered malice to temporarily fade as total physical exhaustion cleared her mind. As her mind entered an unintended state of selfless emptiness through sheer fatigue, divine glow responded and wrapped around her body. An onlooker gasped softly, mesmerized by the ethereal sight of the glowing dancer. Raindrops began to patter down from newly formed clouds, splashing onto the thirsty earth and the solemn attendants. Villager held out his hands to catch the falling moisture, marveling in utter disbelief. With rain pouring down around them, Sandra cackled triumphantly, boasting arrogant praise over her own supreme talent. The grateful villagers offered prayers of thanks and Irina calmly prepared for their journey to the next location. Sandra reveled inwardly in her restored status and power. He left behind a young boy weeping softly in the downpour, whispering to himself whether it had all merely been a passing illusion. Meanwhile, the wooden wheels of the carriage ground through the muddy puddles, rolling steadily forward through the torrential rain as the procession made its way toward the next village. Deep within the shadows, a strange, dark creature with glowing, hungry eyes hovered in silence, drawn by a growing voice. As the people gathered, an insatiable hunger began to consume them, a relentless craving for food that left their bellies empty and their minds desperate for sustenance. Void grew darker and more intense, echoing with a singular desperate thought of wanting to survive, battling against the agonizing pain of starvation. Sandra arrived at the scene as thunder rumbled overhead, smirking to herself with the confidence that she had finally reached her target destination. Looking up at the darkening storm clouds, Sandra casually remarked that performing her task this time around should be quite simple. Nearby villagers pleaded with a young man who looked exhausted, suggesting he rest his body since his health was failing, though he stubbornly insisted on staying to work despite their concern. Companion gently asked the young man if anything was wrong, but he brushed it off. Nearby, Sandra watched them, secretly annoyed that despite having just eaten, her stomach felt strangely hollow and insatiable. Above the gathering, the dark spirit watched intently as Sandra took center stage, surrounded by villagers praying desperately around a ritual circle for divine aid. Desperate people begged Saint Sandra to bring down rain to save their dying crops, but she panted heavily, shouting back at them in frustration, demanding to know why they couldn't see how hard she was already trying. Thunder crackled above, Sandra's frustration boiled over onto her fellow dancer. Harsh words exchanged between them as they tripped over one another's feet. Overwhelmed and exhausted, Sandra collapsed onto the dirt, refusing to continue her dance any longer. Panicked onlookers pleaded with Saint Sandra to keep dancing, but she snapped back in fury, blaming her unbearable strange hunger for her inability to move. Spotted resting nearby, a young girl with noble features held a plate of food. Realizing the girl possessed sustenance, Sandra seized the opportunity and charged forward recklessly. The dramatic performance, Sandra Sandra threw herself to the ground before the young girl, feigning a polite apology while internally smirking at the golden opportunity to steal the food. Furious at the sudden intrusion, the young noblewoman lashed out at Sandra, accusing her of ruining the entire ceremony and wasting precious divine power, leaving Sandra startled and speechless. Lying weak on the ground, Sandra tried to defend herself by claiming her strength had completely failed her, while an attendant rushed to apologize on her behalf, explaining that Sandra was unaccustomed to such demanding rituals. As the crowd observed the argument, whispers spread among them, noticing the striking resemblance between the young woman's platinum blonde hair and Elaine's features, recalling how Elaine had always looked so refined and divine. She clutched her head as dark, malevolent whispers echoed inside her mind, driving her to the brink of collapse with an agonizing, insatiable hunger. In the midst of her torment, a shadowy figure materialized before her eyes, whispering cursed words that shattered her remaining composure. Dark, spectral beast with glowing red eyes emerged from the abyss, casting a sinister pall over her mind. Eyes widened in horror as the unnatural urge completely hijacked her senses, stripping away all rational thought. While the noblewoman leaned in to express concern, the saintly facade completely crumbled beneath the crushing weight of the dark spirit. Driven by delusion, Sandra reached out frantically, begging for whatever nourishment she could lay her hands on. The surrounding crowd gasped in utter disbelief as the respected holy maiden suddenly lost control. With an unhinged scream, she lunged at the young noblewoman, violently grabbing hold of her vibrant blonde locks. A frantic display of aggression, she pulled with all her strength, ripping the hair straight off the woman's head. Everyone's horror, the blonde hair turned out to be a wig, revealing the noblewoman's true dark hair beneath, while onlookers recoiled in shock. The victim shrieked in desperation, begging for help as she demanded the return of her stolen hair. As rain suddenly began to pour from the sky, Sandra collapsed to the ground, bewildered and breathless as the madness slowly receded. Realizing the long-awaited rain had finally arrived, she looked up in confusion, wondering what horrific vision had possessed her. Meanwhile, the onlookers began whispering among themselves in disgust, unable to reconcile her horrific behavior with that of a true saint. Whispers turned to bitter condemnation as the crowd agreed that she was no saint at all, but rather a dangerous witch. She lay weakened, her vital energy severed after purifying Taki and Lady Irana. The evil spirit possessing Sandra had cut off her supply of life force, leaving her in urgent need of medical attention back at the capital. Dark spirit driving Sandra had envied the shrine maiden's golden hair and eyes, stealing that life force to claim them as its own. Urgency mounted to load the priestess into the carriage before Hugh's domain ran out of air. Despite the grand rain ceremony, not a single drop fell from the overcast sky, bringing the ritual to a futile conclusion. In the aftermath, news arrived that the goddess's sanctuary had vanished on the way to the capital, leaving Hugh deeply unsettled by the strange turn of events. As concern spread, priests sought counsel upon realizing the gravity of the shrine maiden's report, revealing that casualties had finally emerged due to Sandra's curse, which targeted those with blonde hair and priestess qualities. Reflected on how Sandra's maiden might have absorbed the ability to alter appearance alongside stealing others' life force, while Irina recalled being summoned by her. Next morning, preparations were made to travel to the neighboring village, though Chiyo insisted on coming along despite the potential danger. Discussions continued over the strange phenomena, noting how Shin and his companion appeared ready to set off on their journey. Shin presented a selection of distinctive kimonos and traditional garments brought from the east, offering them for the journey ahead. Chiyo happily admired the beautiful fabrics woven with intricate Eastern patterns, delighted by the exquisite craftsmanship. She remembered her past life, recalling how she had bought a special outfit for an event, only to meet her end in an accident before ever getting to wear it. Shin glanced back with a calm, resolute expression as they discussed the logistics of their upcoming trek. Paused, turning his gaze toward Chiyo as she adjusted her vibrant new attire. Group considered the long 5-day carriage ride required to reach their destination, realizing how far they would be traveling from the inn. Recognizing a 10-day round trip would be taxing during busy times, Elaine decided to close the inn temporarily, while Chiyo enthusiastically assured everyone she could handle the trip. She and the others gathered inside, reassuring words offered comfort that there was no cause for concern. Just as Elaine caught sight of the small divine beast hovering outside the window, with a soft breath, the silver cub turned his head gently toward her. While Chiyo playfully covered her eyes and ears to give them privacy, Elaine asked Weiss what was wrong. The creature offered his back, explaining that taking to the night sky would shorten their long journey to a mere blink of an eye. Though touched by his devotion, she reminded him that he had assumed a smaller form specifically to avoid causing a spectacle. Before her eyes, a single feather fluttered down as Weiss shed his diminutive appearance, instantly expanding into a massive, majestic winged lion under the glowing full moon. Mounted upon the divine creature's back, Elaine urged them onward, realizing that taking flight now would allow them to return in time for the evening preparations. With sharp, glowing eyes, the holy beast prepared to soar into the night sky, marking the end of quiet, inconspicuous. Sailing through the midnight air upon the winged lion, Elaine clung tightly in fear, overwhelmed by the dizzying height as they ascended towards their destination. Shin gently reached over to hold her hand, reassuring her that he was right beside her while marveling at the divine blessing that granted them this journey. Weiss explained that only those with strong spiritual resonance could perceive his true form, prompting Shin to look around in quiet wonder at the vast night sky. Elaine questioned whether Shin found the height terrifying, He lightly teased her, noting that she was only scared because she kept looking straight down. Gently advised her to lift her head and gaze into the distance instead, reminding her of a familiar reassurance from a forgotten past. Taking his advice, she opened her eyes to witness the glorious horizon breaking above the clouds as the winged beast carried them forward. Soft gasp escaped her lips as the golden light bathed her face, filling her with absolute wonder. Brilliant sunlight broke completely through the mist, illuminating the sacred pendant around her neck. Calling moments from his dreams, Shin realized that the elaborate attire Elaine currently wore matched the visions he had repeatedly seen. In those vivid dreams, they lived together peacefully in a charming town, enjoying simple everyday moments as childhood companions. In that dreamscape, they were childhood friends preparing for their upcoming wedding celebration. Shaking off the absurdly convenient nature of these revelations, Shin snapped back to reality as Elaine announced their arrival. Dark clouds gathered ominously above. Elaine noted the impending rain and reflected on how impossible it felt to pray for a change in the weather. Encouraged by Shin to recall her past memories and try offering a prayer to goddess Lenathamis, she stepped forward to offer her devotion. She closed her eyes in prayer. A brilliant pillar of divine light suddenly burst through the storm clouds, startling them both. She bowed her head in profound gratitude as the luminous form of Lady Lenathamis manifested amidst a blinding aura of sacred light. Beside her, her companion marveled aloud, astonished that the day had finally come when he could return her true form to the divine goddess. As the brilliant light flickered overhead, a sudden searing pain struck the young man's mind. An echo vibrated within his consciousness, demanding that he break through the fog and remember his true origin. Eyes widened in sheer shock as visions of her gentle smile flashed before him, calling out his name. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of forgotten memories, he clutched his forehead and let out a tortured cry. Collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as his agonizing screams echoed across the area. Terrified by his sudden breakdown, she cried out his name in desperation, pleading to know what was happening to him. Opening his eyes amidst the disorientation, he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. Fleeting memories surged through his mind. Moments of traveling alongside her, preparing meals together, flying across the sky, and quiet conversations that felt intimately familiar. Mysterious command reverberated once more, urging him to recall everything about himself. Wincing from the sharp ache in his temples, he questioned internally what truth was waiting to be uncovered. His mind replayed a past conversation where he had spoken urgently regarding his daughter. In that memory, her mother had questioned the meaning behind his words and how it pertained to her child. Vivid vision of her radiant, smiling face flashed warmly in his mind's eye. Looking up, he stared ahead in silent realization as the scattered pieces of the past began to lock into place. Images of her laughing joyfully beside another man played out clearly before him. He finally understood how all the mysterious emotional threads had been connected from the very beginning. He realized that the profound sense of nostalgia he had felt during their very first meeting, as well as the deep affection in his heart, were all rooted in those ancient memories. Remembered her true identity from centuries ago, a woman named Lyra who had lived in Artemy hundreds of years in the past. Vivid memory emerged of her wrapped securely in the warm embrace of the dark-haired chef. He realized that she had belonged to another man in that former life. Image of the chef's gentle, knowing smile appeared vividly in his thoughts. Confronted the ultimate revelation. In his previous life, that man had been none other than Shin, her former fiancé. Church bells resounded across the square. A traveler paused in confusion, wondering where he had arrived amidst the familiar yet distant backdrop. Echoes of the past washed over him, bringing back memories of bright childhood days when voices called out cheerfully to gather and play. Back then, the three of them, Shin, Lyra, and Wilfred, were inseparable, spending every afternoon wandering freely until the sun dipped below the horizon. However, tragedy eventually broke the peaceful routine when Lyra's mother fell ill and passed away, leaving the young girl in the care of relatives who came to take her. Watching her depart with her new guardians, young Shin could only offer simple words of farewell as she was ushered away into her new life. Living under a strict household where she could no longer act like a child, Lyra wept quietly, leaving Shin feeling helpless as he reflected on his inability to comfort her. Determined to change that, he had handed her a wild flower, secretly vowing to grow strong enough to become her true family and protect her happiness. Weight of those early memories lingered heavily in his mind as the surrounding magic hummed softly. Years later, as the wedding preparations neared completion, Shin watched from nearby while Wilfred commented on the exquisite beauty of her bridal gown. Looking at her serene profile, Shin quietly affirmed to himself that the dress suited her perfectly. Wilfred flinched in embarrassment at the sheer earnestness of Shin's quiet devotion, yet both men shared a silent understanding that her happiness was their ultimate resolve. Walking through the quiet forest, Shin adjusted his cloak, as his thoughts drifted toward another defining moment from their youth. Remembered gathering fallen nuts in these woods for a ceremonial cake when sudden danger threatened from above, catching Lyra off guard. In a sudden reflex, Shin had invoked a massive ground wall spell, raising a barrier of earth just in time to shield her from harm. Though his hands were left bleeding from the effort, Shin paid no mind to his injuries, relieved solely by the knowledge that Lyra had remained completely safe. Recoiled in realization as he examined the ground, recognizing the familiar breastplate worn by the threat lurking in the brush. Deep within the forest, bandits trekked through the wilderness, boasting greedily about hidden treasure, buried in a cave behind the waterfall. Wilfred listened grimly as the men spoke, realizing these were the very bandits that Lyra had nursed back to health in the mountains. Dropped to his knees, finally understanding the true cause of the rejection feeling surrounding the ground wall magic. Sharp blade flashed in the light as the memory of past danger resurfaced with lethal clarity. Shadowy figures watched from the trees as Shin stood protectively near Lyra, observing the suspicious men passing through the forest. Ruthless marauders gloated over their luck, planning to claim both the hidden mountain treasure and the young woman who had shown them kindness. Shin urged Wilfred to take Lyra and Taki to safety while he remained behind to keep watch over the bandits' movements. Wilfred strongly protested, refusing to let Shin act alone in such dangerous circumstances, while Lyra pleaded with him not to push himself too far. Despite the danger, Wilfred resolved to move forward with Lyra, promising to stick together as they carefully navigated the woods. Armed with only a small dagger, Shin steeled his resolve to protect his companions against superior numbers. Watching the bandits gather in the distance, he determined to intercept them before any harm could reach the nearby village. Suddenly, a group of ruffians ambushed Lyra, grabbing her roughly as they laughed at their unexpected prize. She struggled helplessly against the brute's grasp, terror overwhelming her as she cried out for release. Shin looked on in shock as another detachment of bandits surrounded them, realizing too late that a secondary force was lurking nearby. He realized his current magic was inadequate against the looming threat. While nearby, bandits closed in on the young woman, leaving his companion apologizing in helplessness. Determined to draw the enemies away, he instructed Taki to take Lyra and run back toward the village, launching forward with a fierce battle cry. A hostile attacker raised a sharp dagger, lunging aggressively toward the fray. Warning his ally to watch out, Taki quickly grabbed Lyra and urged her to flee immediately. An opponent swinging a blade overhead, he deftly ducked beneath the blow to strike from below. Urging Lyra toward safety, he channeled every ounce of his power to cast a ground wall spell. A massive barrier of earth surged upward, cutting off the pursuing bandits in their tracks. A towering wall erupted between Lyra and her pursuers, sheltering her from immediate danger. Seeing the barrier hold firm, he shouted for the others to make their escape right away. Reluctant to leave him behind, Lyra was hoisted up by Taki and swept away to safety. On the other side, frustrated assailants slammed against the magical wall, while his vision began to blur from sheer exhaustion. Lapsing onto his knees, his strength drained completely, as he prayed that the three of them had made it away safely. A vivid recollection, he remembered carrying Lyra in his arms while she wept in distress over his severe injuries and bleeding. Tender gaze reflected warm affection as she admitted how much she adored his stubborn sense of justice. Breathing heavily, he gently told Lyra that unless she fled, he would not be able to leave this place. He held her close, explaining that if she left his side, the magic protecting them would break, making it impossible to escape together. She clung to him in tears, desperately apologizing, but he remained steadfast in his desire to protect her. Urging her to take Taki and head ahead, he promised that he would follow right behind them. She reluctantly agreed, extracting a solemn promise from him to return to her side without fail. His heart pounded frantically against his chest as he silently prayed for his body to hold out, resolved that he would never allow tears to ruin the smiling face he loved so dearly. Behind his makeshift barrier, the bandits roared in frustration, hammering against the crumbling wall. As he realized he might never see her again, a profound reluctance washed over him, wishing he could at least catch one last glimpse of her face. Beyond the wall, the bandits shrieked with bloodlust, preparing to shatter his magical barrier completely. The brutal shatter of rock, the feral ruffians broke through the wall, brandishing their blades with cruel, murderous intent. Grunted in agony as a cold blade pierced clean through his torso, forcing him back against the cold stone as blood sprayed into the air. In his final moments, Taki shielded the young girl's eyes, desperately pleading with her not to look as a sudden shower of blood droplets fell around them. Falling backward into the void, he drifted through the falling blood, his vision blurring as life slowly slipped away from his body. His failing consciousness, a vision of her tearful face remained etched in his mind, prompting him to silently apologize and promise that he would find her again in the next life, postponing their vow of marriage until then. With his final breath, a faint, gentle smile touched his lips as he reaffirmed his deep affection for her. His lifeless body collapsed onto the grassy ground as Taki sobbed uncontrollably, shielding the girl who screamed out his name in utter anguish. Taki stood over the fallen body, his jaw set in bitter grief and quiet fury as he stared down at his fallen companion. Thus, at the young age of 20, his past life came to a quiet, sacrificial end, carrying memories of the bride he loved as his spirit faded. Overcome with panic, Elaine cradles Shin's lifeless body, desperately calling out his name while wondering what terrible fate has befallen them as a low rumble shakes the ground. Looking at the carnage, Prince Evan reflects on the unexpected turn of events, realizing that their stall tactics were only meant to buy time before turning his attention to Lyra. Soldiers rushed toward the scene in alarm, calling for reinforcements to secure the area and checking on the survivors amidst the mounting chaos. Observing Shin's collapsed form, Evan remarks coldly that stalling them was the best he could manage before his time ran out. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, sweeping across the battlefield and engulfing everything in a brilliant haze. Prince Evan finds himself standing alone in a vast empty white void, wondering where he has been transported. Descending gracefully from above, the divine form of goddess Lanathemis appears before him in all her luminous majesty. She addresses him sternly, accusing him of bringing unhappiness upon her beloved daughter. Though she admits that things did not unfold as she originally anticipated, her expression remains cool and judging. Behind her, another divine presence materializes, joining in the judgment of Evan's actions. Shocked to behold a second goddess, Evan listens as they declare that he has made another of their daughters miserable. Goddesses gaze down at Shin, questioning how Evan intends to pay for the despair he inflicted upon their daughter. Evan considers his fate, realizing that despite being accused of bringing misery, he died right before his beloved's eyes right after engagement promises. Announcing his sentence, the deity banishes him to a distant world so that he may never cross paths with her daughter again. Enveloped in divine power, Evan begins to fall backward into the darkness of the unknown as his exile takes hold. Tumbled violently through a swirling vortex, crying out as space warped around him before slamming hard onto a smooth smooth tiled floor in an unfamiliar hall. Clutching his throbbing head, the prince cursed the whim of the goddesses who had cast him into another realm, marveling bitterly at the cruelty of divine beings, while strangers in strange garments casually strolled past. Kneeling amidst the bustling crowd of a modern shopping concourse, he looked around in absolute bewilderment at the towering shop fronts and bustling pedestrians. Suddenly, a familiar presence caught his gaze, forcing a gasp from his throat as he recognized a familiar man nearby. Remaining low on the ground, his eyes widened as he observed the man standing alongside a young woman speaking animatedly into a small black device. The young woman's radiant face lit up with a tender smile, her features bearing an undeniable likeness to the soul he had known before. Companion spoke gently into his own device, calling out her name with warm familiarity while the prince watched them intently from behind. Silently bore witness to their peaceful interaction, his expression tightening as he absorbed the reality of their existence in this strange world. The pair began walking together through the concourse, teasing each other good-naturedly about getting lost on their way to the food court. Watching them walk away side by side, he realized with a pang that even in this distant era and world, their destinies had drawn them together once again. In this world known as Japan, she lived under the name Kana Narumi as a co-worker at his company, standing as the true reincarnation of Lyra. When they had first met, an overwhelming wave of nostalgia had washed over him. She was searching for a craft shop that proved impossible to find. Offered a gentle smile, he had proposed looking for the store together, taking her hand in a gesture that bridged their past and present. Bond remained delicate and unspoken, not quite lovers, yet tied by an unspoken depth of affection that transcended ordinary companionship. Then came the fateful day he intended to confess his true feelings, only for a speeding truck to rush toward her, prompting him to throw himself forward to shield her from the collision. As he lay dying once more right before the young woman's eyes, Prince Evan reflected heavily on the tragedy. It seemed that in every lifetime the young man's fate was to perish in front of her, plunging her into deep despair. Evan considered how, if divine providence was truly at work, it had only made the young woman miserable by binding her to such a painful destiny. Memories of Elaine flashed through his mind, her image distant yet vivid amidst his contemplative silence. Steeling his resolve, the prince vowed to himself that he would not allow history to repeat a third time. Determined that this time he would be the one to bring her true happiness, resolving to make amends for his past inability to protect her, even if it meant honoring Jin's legacy. Recalled declaring that if she loved another man, he would support her wish, wanting nothing more than to stand before her and grant whatever desire she held. Past rushed back, reminding him of when Elaine held Shin's unconscious body, desperately weeping and begging for him to wake up as his spirit slipped away. He had cradled him, realizing the immense promises made across time and the burden of sacrifices endured to reach this moment. That poignant moment of recollection, Evan gently embraced Elaine as she wept over Shin, understanding that their fates had been bound together since an ancient promise made long ago. Even after being sent across worlds, Lyra's soul had sought out the man she loved, prompting Evan to pursue her soul to this realm as well. Back in the past, rain suddenly began to pour over the dry lands, signaling a bittersweet shift in their arduous journey. Villagers erupted into commotion and relief at the sudden rainfall, though concern lingered over the meager provisions left behind by the saints. Nearby, a distressed boy cried out frantically that his companion had reached his limit and was collapsing from sheer exhaustion. While Vice flew through the sky, the reality remained that rain alone could not immediately solve the severe food shortage facing the people. Amidst cheers and poignant cries, the frail and weak struggled to hold on to life, accepting that hope was still a fragile dream in these harsh lands. He remained motionless from extreme exhaustion, but she refused to give up on his life or anyone else's, desperately searching her heart for a way forward. Weakly confessed that he would use his mystery power again if he could, prompting her to urgently ask about the strange energy he had summoned back at the inn. Before they could dwell on the dilemma any longer, a sudden movement in the sky caught her undivided attention. Gliding down from the heavens atop a magnificent silver-winged lion came their companions, startling everyone on the ground as the holy beast made a soft landing. Surrounding villagers cried out in astonishment, terrified and amazed by the divine silver beast that had suddenly descended among them. Realizing that ordinary people without magic should not be able to perceive the sacred lion, she felt panic rising, though her companion hastily reminded her to stay calm. Holy beast lowered its head, fully aware of the dramatic scene unfolding and the heavy expectations resting upon them. Steeling her resolve, despite the overwhelming crowd, she decided to cast aside all hesitation and play her assigned role to perfection. Dressed in elegant ritual garments and wielding an ornate ceremonial staff, her majestic aura commanded immediate respect from those around her. Addressing the gathered crowd with authority, she announced herself as a rain maiden sent from above, promising that her heavenly power would bestow even greater blessings upon the land. Grasping her sacred staff firmly, she swallowed her lingering anxieties, fully committing herself to performing the divine rite. Raising the staff high into the overcast sky, she began to dance and sing, weaving a luminous spell through her melodious voice. The exhausted young man watched in quiet amazement as her gentle song and graceful movements filled the air with sacred harmony. Overwhelmed by the heavenly performance, the villagers murmured in reverence, captivated by the mysterious and sacred spectacle before them. Responding to her divine prayer, vibrant sprouts broke through the wet soil, rapidly maturing and blossoming into abundant ripe crops across the rejuvenated earth. She concluded the sacred performance. The onlookers stared at the lush field in utter disbelief, wondering if the impossible bounty before them was merely an illusion. One of the villagers reached down and picked up a plump, ripe tomato, marveling at its reality. Overcome with emotion, he handed the fresh produce to a weeping child, urging him to eat. Shouts of joy erupted across the field as the starving people realized they finally had real food to sustain them. Meanwhile, Shin recalled how Lana had explained her song possessed the power to promote plant growth, and he silently thanked her as a young child expressed pure gratitude. Soaring away on the back of the winged beast, Lana smiled gently beside her companions, while Shin asked if she was not afraid. Down below, the bewildered villagers watched the figure recede into the clouds, screaming in shock and wondering if an angel had been sent to save them. He stared up into the sky as a single white feather drifted gracefully downward, cementing the belief that a divine messenger had visited. High above the earth, the winged beast flew steadily through the open air, carrying the group far from the miracle they had just wrought. As they rode, Shin quietly questioned whether Lana retained memories of her past life, confirming his suspicions as he looked at her tranquil face. He pondered the complicated nature of their situation, realizing that telling Artie meant sharing facts from before they became human, and wondered if Lana currently had a man she loved. Thought of Lana harboring affection for someone brought back memories of her blushing, earnest expression. Determined to be supportive, he resolved that if she truly had a man she cared for, he would wholeheartedly back her happiness. Looking down from their high flight, Shin assured himself that when the time came, he would properly step back and support her. Later, at their destination, Chio cheered in pure delight upon seeing the magnificent building before them. He bubbled with delight as she discovered she could now clearly see the silver lion holy beast playing before her, prompting Lana to express relief that the young girl could finally witness the magical creature. Meanwhile, nearby, Shin tested the spirit's visibility with a quiet inquiry, only to confirm that certain mystical presence remained hidden from ordinary sight. Reflecting on the miraculous turn of events, Lana wondered if the goddess of light had granted her wish to make the holy beast visible to the child as a divine blessing alongside the rain. As the young girl affectionately embraced the silver lion cub, the spirit reassured Lana that it could easily conceal its form whenever necessary. Planning their next move, Lana announced her intention to visit Lady Arena at the church early the following morning to report the miracle. Shin gently agreed, advising her to rest after exhausting so much magical power during the ritual. By the next day, a lone figure made their way toward the church steps, under the bright morning sun. Calling the encounter at the temple, Lana couldn't help but smile at how unusually excited Lady Arena had become upon hearing of the goddess's direct descent, reacting with the pure, trembling devotion expected of a true believer. Turning home, determined to make up for lost time, the traveler paused upon noticing a dark-haired figure pacing restlessly in front of the residence's entrance. Stunned by the unexpected guest, the onlooker gasped in disbelief, watching as the nobleman thoughtfully adjusted the jewel around his neck, questioning why someone of his stature would ever visit such a humble commoner's dwelling. Recognition washed over her with sudden clarity as she uttered his name, unable to conceal the shock and emotion rising in her throat. Demanding an explanation, she demanded to know why Prince Evan, known to her as Frederick, was standing outside her door, confronting the dark-haired royal who stood composed despite the sudden. Standing inside the doorway, Elaine watched in disbelief as Prince Evan lingered outside. She could not comprehend why Frederick would be here, hovering near the entrance of their establishment. Inside, Prince Evan adjusted his collar with a cool demeanor, questioning if his hiding place had somehow been exposed without his knowledge. Elaine, Shin, and Chio looked on in tense silence, uncertain of his intentions. While Elaine remained frozen in place, Shin stepped forward firmly. He walked past her to turn the sign on the door to closed, informing the unexpected visitor that they were not accepting guests today. Outside, Frederick demanded to know why they were turned away despite no holiday sign being posted. Inside, Shin made it clear that the owner was away on business, refusing to let him enter regardless of his persistence. Supporting Shin's stance, Taki stepped up to politely request that the visitor leave for the day. Though Frederick complied and turned to depart, his attendant voiced frustration at their rude treatment toward royalty. The footsteps faded down the quiet cobblestone path. Elaine sank to her knees in immense relief, expressing her gratitude to Taki for diffusing the perilous encounter. Her heart was still pounding heavily in her chest from the sheer tension of the moment. She confessed that watching the confrontation unfold had left her completely terrified. Meanwhile, Shin wiped down the counter as Taki questioned how everyone had known the visitor was a prince. Shin admitted that even if he knew the man's status, he couldn't stand seeing someone who made their owner look so tearful. Shin narrowed his eyes with quiet resentment, unable to forgive the royal noble. He remembered how that man had brought so much pain and misery to Elaine in the past. Elaine listened quietly as Taki wondered what the royal noble had been trying to accomplish. Shin revealed that upon arriving, the prince had immediately demanded to see the mistress of the house. Contemplating the prince's parting words, Elaine realized he intended to return another time. Nearby, Frederick stood lost in thought, remembering how he had briefly sensed a familiar presence before the door was shut. Back inside the cafe, a customer called out upon noticing Frederick's arrival. Before Shin could respond, the guest made it clear he had business with him, not the owner. Shin glared sharply at the visitor, his expression hardening in immediate hostility. The guest warned Shin to change his disrespectful attitude, reminding him that impoliteness would not be tolerated a second time. Overwhelmed by the newcomer's terrifying aura, Taki trembled, realizing this man was far more dangerous than the prince. Sensing the dire threat, Elaine panicked internally, desperately praying for someone to help Shin. As tension filled the room, Elaine gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events. completely stunned by the dangerous intruder who now stood before them. She found herself under the intense transfixed gaze of Prince Evan, who could barely contain his awe as he stared at her, inwardly marveling at how breathtakingly beautiful she appeared. Calling their encounter twist of fate, the prince claimed they had previously crossed paths on the street, leaving her bewildered as she questioned if he was truly speaking about her. The cold and piercing glare, she asked directly whether he had mistaken her for someone else. Nearby, Shin struggled to hide the wave of frustration and disdain rising within him as he watched the royal prince's brazen behavior. Irritation flared within her as she realized he was utterly shallow, captivated purely by superficial makeup and outward appearances while ignoring anything deeper. Intervening smoothly, Taki offered to guide the royal guest to his room, prompting a flustered realization from the prince that he was speaking to a man. Prince Evan tried to protest and prolong his conversation. Taki politely insists on ushering him toward the dining area and guest quarters. Shin watched the prince's flushed cheeks in utter bewilderment, wondering if the royal was suffering from the shock of rejection or had suddenly developed an interest in men. Exhausted by the mysterious encounter, Prince Evan decided to retire for the moment, while Shin offered a dry, perfunctory apology for his lack of hospitality. As they led the prince away, Taki nervously voiced concern over how bluntly she had treated such a high-ranking noble, though she reassured him that the prince was surprisingly forgiving toward those he favored. Relieved that disaster was temporarily averted today, she pondered her next move regarding Lord Wilfred's upcoming visit and the delicate correspondence she had sent. Meanwhile, word had reached Wilfred that Prince Evan had eaten a simple rice ball at the cafe and taken an interest in the place, prompting Wilfred to rush down to protect her. Recalling how Wilfred had solemnly vowed never to let such danger threaten her again, she turned her thoughts to the remaining complications lingering over the cafe. As evening settled in, the group gathered around a table at closing time, chatting casually about the prince's unexpected visit while preparing to wrap up for the night. Shin prepared to take his leave for the night. She stopped him, requesting that he stay behind alone so they could speak privately. He gently bids goodnight to the younger children, leaving Shin startled to realize he is the only one being asked to stay behind. As Taki teases them about being left alone together at such a late hour, Chio drags him away and shuts the door behind them, leaving Shin thoroughly flustered in her presence. The rest of the group gone, she warmly invites him into her private quarters to begin. Shin hesitates nervously, muttering that entering a young lady's room alone at night feels highly inappropriate, but she steps ahead and opens the door, asserting that the current state of affairs simply cannot continue. Perplexed by her solemn urgency, he gasps as she turns to face him with absolute poise. Bearing a serene and radiant smile, she boldly proclaims her intention. She is going to personally transform him into a proper and distinguished gentleman. Shocked by the declaration, Shin barely has time to react before she brandishes a training pointer stick with a sharp flourish. She warns him to prepare himself so he will never again display improper etiquette before royalty or high nobility, promising an intensive course in manners that will forever alter his quiet life. Shin carefully sliced vegetables in the quiet kitchen. Taki noted how unusually exhausted Lana had looked upon her return the previous night, despite her incredible endurance. She calmly warned his brother not to pry too deeply into her personal matters. Observing her refined posture, Taki could not help but wonder why someone who possessed such flawless high society etiquette had chosen not to display it in the past. While folding an apron, the younger brother was interrupted when Shin approached him with a curious question, mentioning that he had heard him calling out the name Lyra in his sleep. Sudden mention of that name startled Taki, causing him to freeze in stunned silence as his mind raced to process what his brother had just said. Hesitating to offer an explanation, Taki was met with a gentle knowing smile from Shin, who revealed that he too had regained the memories of their previous existence. A soft look of recognition settled across Shin's face as he addressed his brother by the name from his former life, Taki. Sitting down together at the table, Shin explained that ever since succumbing to the Saint's curse 5 years ago, relentless nightmares had haunted his sleep. The pained expression, he confessed that every single night he was forced to relive the agony of dying repeatedly right before Jin's eyes. Revealed his unique ability to perceive the color of human souls, sharing that he had immediately recognized Lana because the radiance of her soul matched Lyra's perfectly. Continuing his tragic tale, Shin recounted how Lyra had fallen into complete despair following Jin's tragic death, ultimately choosing to take her own life. 2 agonizing months he had watched helplessly as she wept continuously, desperately wishing only to rejoin Jin in the afterlife. Clutching his head as fragments of the past clashed with his current knowledge, Taki tried to reconcile the historical records of Lyra's family line with the heartbreaking reality. Realizing the deep emotional scars tied to her former life, Taki resolved to keep these painful recollections hidden from Lana, believing it best that she remain unburdened by those tragic memories. Far from the quiet restaurant, inside the royal residence, Prince Evan endured a stern reprimand from his attendant, who warned him against making unauthorized visits to the lower district. Overwhelmed by bitter frustration and a growing sense of inadequacy, Evan grimly concluded that failure followed his every endeavor and that he was never truly fit to rule. He defended his actions, insisting that he had been working tirelessly to rectify his standing. Recalling his reprimand of a commoner who had insulted Lady Elaine at the inn, he felt justified, though Evan's stern command to never approach her again still burned in his mind. Reflecting on his sudden change of heart, he realized that everything had been for Elaine's sake, unaware of how deeply his past actions had hurt her. Meanwhile, word spread quickly through the noble estate about Lady Elaine's newfound favor with the prince, leaving onlookers gossiping in astonishment as her carriage rolled past. Sitting alone in his chamber, he pondered the sequence of events, questioning why the disgraced noblewoman's life seemed to prosper while his own standing crumbled. Convinced that a grand gesture would fix everything, he concocted a plan to hand over Elaine and issue a public apology, believing it would clear his conscience. Companion reacted with absolute disbelief, angrily warning him not to ruin the peaceful life she had managed to build for herself, but he refused to listen. Nearby onlookers overheard their heated argument about placing a bounty on Lady Elaine, whispering among themselves in utter confusion. Calculated the cost of his prospective bounty, debating whether 50 or 100 gold coins would be enough to secure his goal. Outside the town building, local laborers laughed over rumors of a massive gold bounty, dismissing it as unbelievable gossip. Inside the shop, Chio and Elaine discussed the lingering rumors, wondering who could possibly be spreading such outrageous tales. Elaine voiced her growing alarm upon learning that young girls resembling her were being targeted and kidnapped due to the gold bounty. She realized with dread that bounty hunters were actively tracking girls who fit her description, waiting for the bounty issuer to claim them. Determined not to stand by while innocent victims suffered, she declared that they had to put an end to the crisis immediately. Wilfred burst into the room to warn them that the suppression squad was mobilizing, urging Elaine to conceal her identity before it was too late. Without hesitation, she reached up and swiftly removed her wig, revealing her true appearance. She sat quietly before her vanity mirror, reflecting on the potential dangers surrounding her and questioning what course of action she should take if real peril materialized. Lifting a delicate pendant around her neck, she whispered a silent plea for it to protect her in times of need. Turning around as Wilfred prepared to depart, she called out to express her gratitude before he left. Noted the rarity of her wearing jewelry, prompting her to explain with a gentle smile that the stone was a humble gift serving as a protective charm. She reflected on how high-grade protective stones were considered rare power stones in this world, remembering how she had been instructed to keep it close. Wilfred cautioned that taking action after something goes wrong would be too late, demonstrating his genuine concern for her safety. Quiet moment passed as she softly repeated her thanks, watching him depart into the quiet night. Night fell completely over the establishment, cloaking the building in calm shadow. Inside, Chio rested beside Weiss, having been instructed not to go outside that day. Lane entered the room, calling out softly to Chio, who looked up at her entrance. Sensors heightened, she spoke to Weiss, sensing an unsettling presence nearby and requesting the divine beast's aid should the need arise. Downstairs in the dining hall, Shin was caught in a tense argument with a group of rough patrons who insisted there was no blonde woman present. Lane walked down the stairs to address the commotion, inquiring about the disturbance as the rough men recognized her arrival. A menacing man stepped forward with an ominous demeanor, pointing out that one of the employees indeed had blonde hair. The strange dark aura surge, a small rodent-like creature darted violently past, signaling that a sinister force was at play. He watched in horror as the aggressive intruder pinned her down, sneering that he would claim his prize without interference. Realizing the immediate peril, she called upon the goddess's holy light, unleashing a burst of purifying power directly at her assailants in an attempt to cleanse the dark influence controlling them. Her shock, the purification failed to stop the beastly man. Seeing her in distress, Weiss swiftly leapt into action, delivering a powerful strike that knocked the attacker off balance and created a vital opening. The attackers subdued, she rushed to check on Chio, ensuring the young girl was unhurt while the rest of the staff restrained the intruder on the courtyard floor. Shortly after, local guards arrived on the scene to escort the captives away. She bowed respectfully, entrusting the criminal group into their custody. Unbeknownst to anyone present, a sinister dark rat spirit slithered down the neck of one of the bound men, its glowing eyes hinting that a far deeper evil was at play. She stood quietly, contemplating why her purification magic had proven ineffective against the creature possessed by the malignant spirit. Deeply concerned that danger might still hang over everyone around her, thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a guard delivered an unexpected message directly from her grandfather. Courier explained that she was instructed to lay low and take refuge at her grandfather's estate until the commotion surrounding the kidnapping incident cooled. As morning light filtered soft rays through the tall windows, attendants quietly entered the room to tender their early greetings, finding the young noblewoman still resting peacefully amidst her bedding. Outside, songbirds fluttered beside the glass as the tall grandfather clock chimed the hour, gently rousing her from sleep. He recalled how she had once taken refuge in the royal villa to protect herself, a stark contrast to the lively house where a cheerful young girl was now bounding over to greet her warmly. Meanwhile, downstairs in the busy kitchen, young Taki called out a bright morning greeting to Shin, who was already passionately prepping ingredients at rapid speed. Suddenly, a sound caused the chef to freeze mid-slice, his expression instantly stiffening with sudden surprise. The doorway stood the young noblewoman in her simple nightgown, calling out to him, prompting him to call back in sheer astonishment. He stood wide-eyed and speechless beside Taki, completely taken aback by her unceremonious appearance in her sleeping attire. He could not help but smile fondly, remembering how in this household she had grown comfortable enough to let down her guard, even as the young girl scolded Shin to turn away and urged her to dress quickly. Brief shadow of painful past memories flickered across her mind, recalling moments of severe trial and aristocratic restraint. Now, feeling truly peaceful, she held up the formal attire laid out for her, resolved to present her respects properly. Looking upon her reflection, she decided to forgo excessive ornamentation, choosing instead to embrace her authentic identity as Elaine Norris once more. Fastening her mother's precious keepsake pendant around her neck, her heart filled with quiet reverence, she finally descended fully dressed, The household greeted her warmly around a bountiful breakfast table, laden with freshly prepared dishes. As they gathered, the conversation turned to the pressing official matters, demanding her father's attention early that morning, including an unexpected visitor. While Chio commented on how tense the atmosphere felt, the distinguished elderly gentleman let out a weary sigh, catching the young woman completely off guard. He inquired if the guest had already departed, prompting her grandfather to confirm and urge her to sit while they reviewed reports regarding the recent kidnapping cases. As they settled in, Shin, Taki, and Chio looked on attentively, listening to the grave conversation taking place. With a grim expression, the old gentleman explained that 12 young women had been abducted so far. Rescue efforts were underway, but 3 remaining victims were still unaccounted for. Deeply unsettled by the news, she lamented the remaining victims, while Shin remarked that something had to be done before the number of casualties increased further. Grandfather sternly pointed out that as long as her safety remained unknown to the public, the abductions might subside, asking if she meant to keep herself hidden indefinitely. Acknowledging his point with a composed nod, she clearly understood the gravity of his words. Declaring her decision firmly, she resolved to step back into the public eye officially as Elaine. Shin immediately voiced his alarm, questioning if it was truly safe for her to reveal herself to those who had driven her away, to which she warmly expressed her gratitude for his worry. Reflecting on her past, she admitted that harsh words might be thrown at her again, but unlike before, she no longer felt helpless because she was truly happy in the present. The serene and radiant smile, she added that knowing her companions were by her side gave her the courage to face whatever dangers lay ahead. Words deeply touched Chio, Shin, and Taki, whose eyes sparkled with affection and unwavering loyalty. Sensing her resolve, her grandfather smiled approvingly and revealed that in 3 days, Maria's birthday party would be held at House Calvour, ordering her to make her appearance there. He lightly teased if her grandfather would act as her escort among the gathered young nobles, but he dryly told her not to be foolish, noting Luke's presence. Grandfather grumbled about Findlay being too busy investigating the kidnapping incidents, dismissing the knights as all being the same. As her grandfather sighed and turned away, Shin looked on in surprise, sensing the subtle tension surrounding her upcoming public debut. Stood elegantly dressed in formal high-class noble attire alongside Elaine, who admired how handsome he looked. Though he felt as if he had tried on a lifetime's worth of clothes, Elaine's grandfather reminded them that escorting a noble lady required utmost preparation. Elaine urged him not to force a cheerful demeanor, emphasizing that his sole focus should be protecting Lana, a responsibility he took to heart. Examining a pendant adorned with a dark obsidian stone, Shin was told that it would enhance his defensive capabilities in case of an emergency, making it a crucial precaution. As Elaine called out to her grandfather to ask if he had found something suitable for Shin, the older gentleman caught sight of the dark jewel held in Shin's hands, his eye widening in sudden recognition. Recognizing the unique pendant, the grandfather asked Shin if his true name was Shin Alstead, leaving the young man stunned as to how he could possibly know his real identity. Grandfather explained that he had long wondered how the family of Artemis's grandson was faring, revealing a deep connection between Shin and Princess Artemis that left Elaine and Shin completely shocked. Shocked by the revelation, Elaine questioned if Shin was truly from the royal family of Artemis, while the elderly gentleman confirmed that the large black stone pendant undoubtedly belonged to Artemis' royal bloodline. Explained how Shin's grandmother, a royal who fell to commoner status during the heavenly disaster, fell in love with a knight, lived quietly in hiding, and how Lana's grandmother supported her as much as possible. Shin recalled visiting the grand mansion as a boy with his father's hand guiding him, a memory that made the elderly gentleman react with sudden recognition. Lady confirmed she remembered that time clearly, recalling how young Shin was around 3 or 4 years old and his little brother was just learning to toddler walk. Hearing this story for the first time, Elaine listened closely as the lady described how baby Lana wept all morning until Shin approached her, instantly pacifying her tearful face with his gentle presence. Calling the sweet childhood moment, Shin remembered promising to protect Lana and marrying her when they grew up, soft memories blooming between them. The conversation turned jovial as they teased Shin about asking if he would take Lana as his bride, while he looked away bashfully, pretending not to remember. Io piped up in excitement about Shin liking Lana since back then, sparking amused laughter among the group as they marveled at the unexpected proposal story. Shin felt a pang of sorrow thinking about how sudden circumstances had separated them, offering his quiet apologies for the lost time. Suddenly, loud commotion erupted outside the room, interrupting the peaceful gathering as servants frantically called out for Lady Elaine. Wilfred burst into the area in a panic, demanding to know where Elaine was and confirming that she had returned to the estate last night. The elderly gentleman stepped out into the hallway to address the intrusive noble, questioning why he was causing such a disturbance. Wilfred shouted furiously, questioning why Elaine had been hidden from him, and expressing frustration that he wasn't informed about her rescue from the kidnapping. Commandingly, he urged them to let him see Elaine just to ensure she was safe, unable to understand why they were keeping her away from him. Hiding out of sight on the balcony with Chio, Elaine listened quiet, aware that if anyone realized she and the shop proprietress were the same person, disaster would follow. He offered a polite, distant greeting after their long separation, inquiring calmly about his well-being. Prince Wilfred stood frozen in surprise, barely able to process her unexpected composure as he quietly asked if she was truly all right. Overcome with emotion, he impulsively pulled her into a tight, desperate embrace, resting his head against her shoulder as if clinging to a lost treasure. For a long moment, time seemed to stand still in the quiet corridor as he held her close, refusing to let go. Stunned by his sudden warmth, she gasped in shock, her mind racing with confusion as she wondered why he would embrace her so intensely now, after locking away her memories and ignoring her for so long. Slowly releasing his grip, Wilfred leaned back to gaze at her face, murmuring softly about all the time that had passed, leaving her looking on in bewilderment. Burning intensity, he demanded to know where she had been, explaining in distress that upon hearing she had been cast out of her house, he had searched the entire kingdom for her. He took a deep breath, holding her gently as he voiced his immense relief at finding her safe and sound, though she remained quietly hesitant. Gently addressing his misunderstanding, she clarified that she had not been driven out of her home, reassuring him that there was no need for him to feel pity or feel obligated to rescue her. Placing a hand over her heart with a gentle, sincere smile, she thanked him for his concern, softly declaring that she was now living happily surrounded by people she could truly rely on. The elderly gentleman stepped forward to support her words, reminding the prince that they had always believed she would forge a happy new life for herself, leaving Wilfred silent as the truth sank in. Accepting her peaceful state, Wilfred softly requested if she could walk him to the entrance. She agreed, and the two walked side by side through the spacious hallway. As they neared the exit, Wilfred hesitated before asking a deeply personal question, inquiring if there was currently someone else in her life. Catching himself before she could probe further, he quickly dismissed his own inquiry, muttering that it was nothing. Stepping out onto the grand terrace, Wilfred turned back with a gentle smile, promising that once the current crisis was fully resolved, he would return to visit and speak with her at length. He nodded politely in agreement, though Wilfred's eyes suddenly caught sight of the dark stone pendant resting at her neckline. Staring at the familiar Artemy jewel, he curiously asked if such pendants were currently in fashion. Noted thoughtfully that he had seen a remarkably similar accessory just recently. Unaware of the jolt of panic that surged through Elaine, she clutched the pendant tightly against her chest, her mind racing as she realized he had seen the exact same piece when she was disguised in her other identity. Quickly masking her anxiety, Elaine offered a bright, breezy explanation, suggesting that perhaps the design was simply a popular trend. Accepting her casual response with a polite wave, the young nobleman turned to take his leave. As he walked away into the courtyard, he remained lost in thought, the strange familiarity of the ornament still lingering in his mind. Elaine let out a long sigh of relief, clutching her pendant and believing she had narrowly avoided exposure. Meanwhile, as he took each step away, the image of that pendant refused to leave his thoughts. Details began to line up in his mind with unsettling clarity. The size of the gem, the intricate silver craftsmanship around it, and suddenly, the striking similarities between the mystery woman and Lana became impossible to ignore. Sudden bolt of realization struck him, prompting him to shout for his carriage to halt immediately so they could return to the mansion, shocking his driver. His driver urgently reminded him that they were already far behind schedule and needed to rush to their next official appointment. Trapped by his noble duties, he grimaced in frustration, clenching his teeth as the carriage carried him away. The truth finally crystallized in his mind, linking every clue together. As the image of her gentle, radiant smile filled his mind, he quietly uttered her name, knowing that nothing would ever be the same. Calling a cheerful, light-hearted moment shared with her companions, Elaine took comfort in the warm memories of laughter and camaraderie before facing the daunting task ahead. She reflected on the high society gathering taking place at the mansion, reasoning that by making an appearance herself, she could potentially halt the ongoing series of mysterious kidnappings. Standing outside the grand estate, she wondered if Wilfred would be too busy with his search efforts to attend, while an attendant respectfully inquired about her well-being. Inside, gentlemen discussed the day's event, a grand birthday party for Maria Calvon, contemplating whether Elaine would also make an appearance since she was currently staying at her family's residence. Though reluctant to step into a space filled with unpleasant memories, she steeled her resolve, while nearby companions quietly reminded each other that Wilfred's time to participate was limited. Outside, an ornate carriage clattered along the cobblestone path, arriving at the grand entrance of the estate where guests were gathering. Looking out from the carriage window as they arrived at the crowded venue, Shin caught sight of the grand manor, mentally preparing for what was to come. Surrounded by noble guests whispering in admiration about their attire and presence, the duo prepared to make their entrance. Glancing nervously at the grand entrance, she asked if they truly had to go inside now, to which Shin firmly replied that they had no other choice. Reaching out his hand toward her, Shin quietly steeled his nerves with a single, focused breath. Dressed in an impeccable vest and tailored attire, Shin stepped down from the carriage with a calm and captivating presence that immediately drew the attention of onlookers. He offered his open hand to assist her, causing her cheeks to flush with a sudden blush as she stammered in surprise. Gently taking her hand, Shin guided Elaine as she stepped gracefully out of the carriage in her beautiful dress and floral hat. For a quiet moment, their eyes locked in a soft shared gaze as she looked up at him with a subtle blush. Watching the strikingly handsome couple from afar, nearby noble ladies swooned, whispering to one another in admiration of their elegance. Stood beside her as the surrounding crowd erupted into hushed whispers, stunned by the unexpected appearance of the young noblewoman who was rumored to have been sent away to a convent. Sensing the tension in the room, he quietly leaned closer to ask if she was all right, to which she offered a calm, reassuring response amidst the lingering murmurs. Meanwhile, the young woman celebrating her special day was warmly showered with greetings and blessings by enthusiastic guests, accepting their well wishes with a radiant smile. More nobles called out her name in admiration. She gracefully turned to acknowledge them all. She gently announced to the surrounding crowd that she would finish her formal greetings first, so they could all converse properly later. Watching the guest of honor mingle effortlessly, the young companion noted how busy she appeared, prompting Elaine to share a gentle laugh of agreement. Elaine gazes onward, her serene smile masking her watchful eyes. Observing the nearby men, he quietly warned Elaine that those individuals were close associates of Prince Frederick, questioning whether the hostess could truly be trusted, a concern Elaine softly acknowledged. The hostess then approached Elaine directly, inviting her to step away for a moment to view a rare flower currently blooming inside the greenhouse. His expression darkened with immediate suspicion, hesitating at the thought of leaving Elaine unattended with her. Elaine carefully stepped in to ease his worries, mentioning the promise made to her grandfather, while the hostess accepted the arrangement with a polite smile. They made their way toward the glass greenhouse. Elaine observed the beautifully maintained gardens, remarking silently on how meticulously the groundskeeper cared for the flora. The hostess expressed her gratitude for Elaine's presence while apologizing for not visiting her inn, but Elaine dismissed the apology, privately wondering what kind of rare flower truly awaited them. Once inside the quiet sanctuary of the glass structure, the hostess called out Elaine's name, her soft tone abruptly shifting. Turning around with a cold, sinister sneer, she declared that her days of playing the plain and unremarkable girl ended today, leaving Elaine gasping in sudden shock. He leaned in toward Elaine with an unexpected sparkle in her eyes, suddenly shifting her tone from threatening to intensely curious. Elaine blinked in total bewilderment, completely caught off guard by the abrupt change in her companion's demeanor. Young Saint excitedly demanded to know when Elaine had managed to become so close with such remarkably handsome men. Overwhelmed by the wild romantic assumptions, Elaine hid her blushing face as Sandra openly swooned over thoughts of Elaine being surrounded and courted by noble suitors. Sandra then specifically inquired about the tall, attractive gentleman who had accompanied her earlier, prompting Elaine to realize she was talking about Shin. Sandra slyly suggested that Elaine might be involved with both men. Elaine frantically waved her hands, explaining that Shin had merely assisted her while busy with an investigation. Unconvinced, the saint giggled to herself, concluding that they were likely foreign nobles disguising themselves as commoners. He continued spinning an elaborate dramatic tale of star-crossed lovers fleeing persecution to live quietly in a distant land, leaving Shin standing nearby looking entirely dumbfounded by her wild imagination. Determined to make Elaine's presence even more dramatic, Sandra offered to announce her to the entire room, despite Elaine politely insisting that a brief appearance was more than enough. The bright yet sharp smile, Sandra assured her that she would handle everything. Turning toward the party guests, the young saint raised her voice to command the attention of everyone gathered in the venue. She generously praised Elaine before the entire crowd, crafting a favorable narrative that immediately drew warm murmurs of admiration from the surrounding nobles. Stepping forward to rejoin them, Shin quietly reassured Elaine not to worry as he addressed the onlookers. Went on to clarify the past misunderstandings, explaining how false rumors spread during a previous incident had unfairly blamed Elaine and caused her isolation at the academy. Continued to press the trembling nobles, demanding to know what other malicious rumors they had spread behind her back, leaving them stuttering in fear. As the men bowed deeply and offered feeble excuses about being caught up in the celebration's atmosphere, he reminded them sternly that they had yet to offer a single word of apology to the one they wronged. Hearing the firm demand for an apology caused her to flinch, a sudden ripple of realization washing across her. Observing her reaction, the surrounding guests whispered among themselves, suggesting that since Maria had also been misled, perhaps Elaine could find it in her heart to forgive them under the circumstances. Calling fond memories of her former academy companions, her gentle smile returned and she softly declared her forgiveness. In truth, a quiet detachment filled her soul as she stood gracefully, realizing that back then she had never truly cared about any of them. Serene acceptance left those who had once questioned her standing in quiet reflection. Brightly stepping forward to break the heavy mood, Sandra clapped her hands, declaring the matter settled and shifting the crowd's focus toward introducing Shin as a knight from a foreign kingdom. Mention of Sandra brought forth a memory of a quiet moment in the garden, where Sandra had approached her with heartfelt thanks and a desire to apologize. Trembling hands gripping her skirt fabric on the stone bench, Sandra had confessed to subtly hinting about Elaine's whereabouts to Lord Wilfred. Tears filling her eyes, Sandra had admitted her desire to draw Lord Wilfred's attention, begging for forgiveness through her overwhelming affection for him. Sandra had also shared a perplexing detail, how at times the Lord seemed like a completely different person, possessing a gentle warmth and brilliant, radiant hair. Icing together the description of hair lighter than Wilfred's and almost golden, Elaine realized with a shock that Sandra was actually referring to Lord Liam. Pondering the misunderstanding that had taken place, the memory faded back into the serene garden surroundings. Thoughts were abruptly cut short as Wilfred's voice called her name in the present, stepping forward alongside his companion to formally present his birthday wishes. Leaned in close to check on her, softly asking if she was feeling all right after everything that had transpired. Elaine looked up at him in surprise, her wide eyes reflecting deep confusion at his unexpected solicitude. Relieved that her distress seemed to be unfounded, Wilfred began to walk alongside her through the garden path, leaving behind the dark encounters of the past. He struggled to comprehend his intentions, silently wondering why he had worried for her, why he had suddenly hugged her before, and what was truly in his mind. Fingers tightened in frustration as she remembered how her memories had been altered, tortured, ignored, and manipulated without her consent. The resolute look, Shin turned his calm, attentive gaze back toward her, ready to listen to whatever she was about to share. Sitting by the bench in the quiet open clearing, Elaine finally spoke up, calling out his name with a heavy seriousness. Following the resolution of the incident involving the cold-hearted Duke, the official investigation concluded that the underlying magical influence was deemed non-existent. Consequently, all the young women who had been detained were released without further charges. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Shin served tea to Elaine and her companions, offering his polite thanks as they gathered together, discussed their plans, confirming that they had originally come to this town for rest and recuperation, and pondered whether it was time to return to the temple. Expressing concern over whether returning was safe, Gerald suggested that he could disguise himself to accompany Lana if Sandra were to use her power again. He weighed the possibilities, realizing that if things went well, it could kill two birds with one stone, while also questioning if they could present proof of her identity at the temple. Elaine rested her cheek on her hand thoughtfully, considering that the carriage to pick them up would arrive in a month, leaving her to search for another solution in the meantime. Calm, shared silence fell over Shin and Elaine as they both pondered their next moves. Looking out at the town buildings, she wondered to herself if there was any way she possessed the power to purify Sandra. Deviant made his presence known, bluntly stating that such attempts would be useless, reminding Elaine that even her previous attempt at purification in the sanctuary had ultimately failed. Explained that a phantom possessed the woman, unmatched in power, and pointed out that Elaine only had a single month left while a deep part of her heart remained locked away. Ornate locked jewelry box symbolized the suppressed memories and power from her past, or perhaps even before her past life, waiting to be released. He contemplated whether this referred to memories of her past life in Japan, or perhaps something deeper, like a seal placed upon her when she was summoned as a saint. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the night, shattering the quiet atmosphere and startling her awake in bed. Lying wide awake under the covers, she realized she couldn't sleep at all after remembering such unpleasant past events. Deciding to get an early start, she sat up from her bed, determined to head out and begin her work early for the day. She decided to take a stroll outside to change her mood, reflecting on how the recent bounty incident had prevented her from going out lately. Deviant gently expressed concern over her pale complexion, but she admitted that despite everything, she still couldn't recall her past memories. She mused about how happy her previous life in Japan had been. Taki called out to her from an upper window. Taki expressed his surprise at her early rise, teasingly admitting he had caught a rare glimpse of her bedhead. Inside, she offered to help prepare breakfast, but Taki warmly insisted she sit down while he whipped up a quick meal. Curious, she inquired about Shin's usual morning routine, to which Taki mentioned that his older brother usually slept in until the very last minute. Taki asked if she could wake Shin up since his own attempts were fruitless. She agreed and headed toward Shin's bedroom. Entering the room quietly with Taki, she approached the bed where Shin was still sound asleep. He glanced around the simple room, taking in the casual setting of a young man's living space. Looking closer at Shin buried under the covers, she smiled at his vulnerable resting face. He leaned in beside the bed, watching him sleep peacefully without a care. Shin slowly stirred, rubbing his eyes and groaning as he wondered if he was still dreaming upon seeing her face. With a soft chuckle, she reassured him that it was no dream and politely greeted him good morning. Wide awake now, Shin sat up in complete shock, realizing she was standing right in his room. Taki burst out laughing at his brother's startled reaction, enjoying the light-hearted morning chaos. Gaped in disbelief, wondering if he was still dreaming as his face flushed crimson, while Elaine gently teased him about his lingering morning grogginess. Reluctantly accepting the surreal morning, he let out a soft sigh before giving in to Taki's bright excitement over sharing breakfast with Elaine. As they settled at the dining table, conversation turned toward memories of her past life, leading him to ponder if recovering hidden recollections held the key to unlocking greater magical power. She explained that recovering her memories had significantly amplified her purification powers, prompting a stunned reaction from him as he learned more about her former fiancé. Listening quietly while she shared details from her early years, he absorbed every word with deep contemplation, pondered the unsettling thought of someone choosing to seal away their own memories voluntarily. He lightly mused that perhaps there were painful moments in her past life she had simply preferred to forget, though he remained subtly concerned. Both brothers sat in solemn silence, weighing the weight of her revelations. Unable to hide his anxiety, he quietly asked if there truly was no alternative path forward. Expression grew somber as she considered the risk of unearthing unknown memories best left untouched. Suddenly, a sudden realization struck her about Artemis' pendant and its connection to the goddess's daughter in her past life. With renewed determination, she asked if he would accompany her to Artemis, to which he readily agreed. A few days later, the group set off on their journey to Artemis, flying through the sky alongside the holy beast Weiss as they headed toward the place where her true story was born. They soar through the sky on the back of the winged holy beast. Leviant contemplates the arduous path ahead, realizing that unlocking Lana's true power requires the painful retrieval of her past life memories. Glares ahead with a somber expression, fully aware of the heavy burden this realization places upon them. Deep down, he resolves to keep quiet, believing it best not to speak of those dark, despairing days when her beloved perished, as such memories would bring only grief. Suddenly, her gasping voice shatters his quiet contemplation as she spots something remarkable in the distance distance ahead. Below them unfolds a sweeping expanse of snow-capped peaks giving way to a vast circular sunken city enveloped in lush greenery and mystery. Rushing water cascades endlessly through the ancient submerged ruins, drowning the majestic stone towers in a gentle flood. Stepping down into the flooded sanctuary, she marvels at how the city is truly submerged, observing the surprisingly thin, clear air and abundant magical energy filling the surroundings. Looking around in awe at trees bearing diverse fruits all at once regardless of season, she calls it a miracle, while Leviant agrees that it truly resembles a paradise of the gods. Surveying the pristine architecture, he remarks gently that everything remains exactly as it was when he lived here long ago, leaving him lost in fond nostalgic memories. He turns to see her puffing out her cheeks and huffing intensely. He asks in confusion what she is doing, only for her to explain she is attempting to blow away the floodwaters using her divine holy power. Noticing that entering the village is impossible until the waters recede, they agree to explore the surrounding perimeter first alongside Weiss. As their boots squelch against the wet ground, they trek past the giant winged beast resting near the cliffside. He gasps in wonder as they come upon a secluded grand shrine nestled within the rocky roots of the sacred mountain. Cascading waterfalls frame the ancient dome structure, echoing with the peaceful hum of flowing water and ambient magic. Examining the shrine, Leviant notes that no water has intruded inside, while Lana feels a mysterious, gentle presence calling out to her from within the sanctuary. She gasped in astonishment as her pendant suddenly began to glow, emitting a warm, radiant light that pulsed against her chest. Noticing her amazement, Gerald pointed out that his own pendant was reacting as well. Instantly, the ancient stone doors ahead unleashed a deep rumble, unlocking with a soft, magical chiming sound. As the massive doors slowly parted, an ethereal light poured forth, revealing the magnificent figure of goddess Linathimis, who announced she had been waiting for them. Addressing Lana with profound tenderness as her beloved child, the goddess explained that she had been awaiting her arrival because she had a vital favor to ask. Goddess requested that Lana search for a precious treasure hidden somewhere in this land. Realizing this might be a relic from her past life that could unlock her missing memories, Lana willingly accepted before the deity gently faded away. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous roar echoed from outside the shrine, catching both Lana and Gerald completely off guard. Turning back toward the flooded valley below, Lana looked out over the ancient sunken town in utter disbelief. Massive body of water surrounding the ruins was receding rapidly, draining away to reveal the long-lost settlement hidden beneath. Goddess's parting words echoed in her heart, offering the home she once lived in at the bottom of the lake as a gift for accepting the request. Lana wondered if other vital clues to her forgotten past remained inside. Silence settled over the shrine as the divine presence dissolved entirely, leaving Lana standing in quiet contemplation. Gerald suggested they head into the newly revealed village to search for the dwelling the goddess described, and Lana readily agreed. Navigating through the drained valley, they arrived before a charming, overgrown cottage nestled among lush greenery. As Gerald noted that this had to be the place, Lana stared at the house, overwhelmed by the realization that this was the very home where she was born in her former life. Surprised, Gerald asked if she was certain, and she softly confirmed it. Daisy's fixed on the home, she admitted to herself that even if her mind retained no specific memories, her very soul resonated with the place. Tears welled in her eyes as a wave of overwhelming nostalgia washed over her, filling her heart with an unmistakable feeling of home. She offered a handmade rice ball to her companion, who kindly suggested they pause their journey and take a brief rest. Sitting together on a fallen log looking out over the vast landscape, they quietly enjoyed their simple meal. Tears unexpected welling up in her eyes as she took a bite, unable to understand why the view and the taste felt so deeply familiar yet distant. Forgotten memories flickered across her mind, echoes of youthful laughter and shared moments from a long-lost past. Three children sat side by side at the water's edge, gazing peacefully together toward a radiant golden sunset. Turning to the present moment, the quiet, shared warmth lingered between them as they finished eating. They sat side by side in gentle reflection, bound together by feelings spanning across lifetimes. Days were spent thoroughly searching through the ruined buildings and dried basin, yet no sign of the requested treasure could be found. Studying the layout of the area, they reasoned that the divine artifact must be hidden in a location of profound personal significance from their past. They identified the remaining unsearched area at the foot of the mountain, prompting her to ask that they head there immediately. Vivid memory flashed back from their youth, a frantic warning about the dangerous mountain where tragic death had occurred. Overcome with emotion as realization struck her, she hastened her steps forward into the surrounding forest. Passing beneath an archway of tangled vines, she entered a hidden sunlit glade lost to time. Following close behind, he halted in shock as he recognized this exact spot as the final resting place of his previous life. Before them stood a mysterious stone monument, a structure that had never existed during his lifetime. Stood in thoughtful silence, quietly reading the engraved inscription that spoke of cherished memories with Jin, signed with love from Lyra. Believing this spot held the secret, Lana suggested they dig immediately, leading them to unearth an ornate wooden treasure chest buried beneath the earth. The latch clicked open, they discovered neatly folded cloth inside, carefully preserved across the centuries. The moment her fingers brushed against the fabric, a brilliant surge of magical essence erupted, overwhelming her senses as Shin cried out her name. Ethereal butterfly wings of pure spiritual power enveloped her form, radiant energy cascading outward in waves. The brilliant light finally faded, her eyes opened slowly, instantly, her mind completely restored as her ancient memories flooded back into her consciousness. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Levian entered the room quietly to check on the situation. Observed that her dormant spiritual powers had likely undergone a massive awakening alongside her lost past. Hearing this confirmation brought a quiet sigh of immense relief to those waiting anxiously. Levian stepped inside to inquire after her well-being, confirming that she was now fully awake and unhurt. Over a warm cup of tea, Shin sat across from her, his expression gentle yet burdened with unspoken thoughts. He revealed everything she had recalled, that in her past life as Lyra, she was born between a goddess and a human carpenter and was betrothed to Jin. Looking at the garments, retrieved from the chest, she explained that Lyra's true treasure was her intended wedding dress. Listened in silent contemplation, absorbing the weight of their shared history. Tears streamed down her face as she apologized desperately for his tragic death in that past life. While he gently tried to reassure her that it was not her fault, she softly reflected on her past, describing the boy who had lived next door, a childhood friend who was like a brother, a lover, and truly someone precious to her. Listening intently, he absorbed every word, his expression mixed with quiet astonishment. Internal turmoil gripped him as he realized she was entirely unaware that he himself was Jin. Heart pounding, he wrestled with whether or not to reveal his true identity. Looking across the table at her tearful face, he hesitated, struggling to find the words to speak. Fleeting memory of their previous life drifted between them, recalling simpler days filled with laughter. Yet, breaking the heavy silence, he quietly urged her to forget about the man from her past life. Reasoned gently that she was living in the present now, assuring her that even Jean would want her to be happy today. Contemplating his words, she quietly agreed to move forward. Letting go of the shadow seated upon his throne, the king addressed Wilfred, pointing out that now that Frederick was no longer the crown prince, it was time to consider taking a bride. Went on to mention reports that Lady Elaine Norris had recently surfaced publicly. Upon hearing her name, Wilfred's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. The ruler declared that she would make an irreproachable match, asking for his thoughts as Wilfred stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by the revelation. Later, visiting the cafe, Wilfred was warmly greeted by Lana, whose cheerful smile reminded him of her earlier proposal to renew their engagement. Attention shifted abruptly as Shin approached, leaving Wilfred to silently observe the sudden change in air between them. It was suggested that Lana take a break in the back room with Lord Fred. She faltered, wondering aloud about Shin's presence. Watching Shin work in the background, Wilfred had long suspected that Lana held genuine affection for the young chef. Yet, as he watched them stand near each other, he couldn't help but notice how unusually distant and awkward they seemed. Determined to move forward, Wilfred steeled his resolve to take Lana as his queen, praying that Shin would not harbor resentment toward him. Meanwhile, Lana reflected on the growing distance between herself and Shin ever since her past life memories had returned. She worried over their minimal exchanges and unresolved matters regarding Sandra, knowing she needed to secure entry into the temple. Gerald informed her that access to the temple was indeed possible. Lana reacted in utter disbelief while he explained how his family credentials made it feasible. Immediately set to work preparing a disguise, picking out discreet attire and brown hair dye to blend into the city seamlessly. Carefully altering her appearance with makeup and darker hair, Lana prepared herself to step out unrecognized. She had performed a few minor miracles, yet there were far too many suspicious details surrounding Sandra's claim to sainthood. The power she wielded felt more akin to a curse. Panicking before the temple priest, Sandra nervously tried to assert that she was indeed the genuine saint, leaving him utterly confused by her uncharacteristic composure. As the man pondered the situation silently, she glared at him, her hidden anxiety rapidly turning into desperate anger. He gasped in terror as the weight of her deceit began to crush her remaining composure, drawing uneasy glances from the onlookers. Darkness seemed to gather around her within the chamber, while observers kept their distance, increasingly suspicious of her divine authority. Confronted by a stern nobleman who openly declared her a fraud and a cursed witch, Sandra trembled violently, terrified of losing her lavish lifestyle. A desperate bid to salvage her standing, she shouted at the top of her lungs that she was the one who had summoned the holy angel. Priest and the nobleman stared back at her in silence, evaluating her grandiose claim with deep skepticism. He quickly fabricated a cover story, asserting that she had summoned the angel on her journey back and tasked it with saving the suffering villagers on her behalf. Unconvinced by her convenient tale, the nobleman locked her inside a cell and issued a strict ultimatum. She had 1 week to perform the same divine summon again. He desperately protested that her magical energy had been completely drained by the rain ritual, begging for more time until he reluctantly granted her 2 weeks. Nobleman coldly warned her that Prince Evan's attention had already shifted toward the true savior, who rescued the drought-stricken village, meaning failure here would mark her absolute end. Smirking sinisterly as he turned away, he mockingly expressed how much he looked forward to witnessing her divine spectacle in 2 weeks' time. Left alone in the dim dungeon, Sandra tightly gripped the iron bars, her eyes burning with dark resolve as her final ultimatum officially began. Standing quietly before an open wooden chest, Shin stared at the collection of keepsakes inside, deep in thought about Lyra's past. Decided to hold on to Lyra's treasures until her heart had settled, not wanting to see her suffer another shock. As he dug deeper, he pulled out a thick book tucked underneath the ceremonial attire, wondering if he should give this to her too. Surprised by what he had uncovered, Shin flipped through the pages, remarking on how carefully kept it was and how typical of Lyra to preserve it so dearly. He recalled her cherished memory, remembering the radiant smile she wore as she held her treasured book, promising to keep her memories with Shin close forever. Holding the book gently, Shin felt that the precious item deserved to be returned to her. He resolved to step back and support her bond with Lord Fred, deciding he must keep his distance to protect her path forward. Later, a knock echoed at the door as Elaine appeared outside. outside. Wishing her true happiness in this lifetime above all else, Shin welcomed her warm greeting. Exchanging a quiet moment, Shin held up a shimmering oval pendant, urging her to take it for her journey to the temple the next morning to serve as protection. Elaine initially hesitated to accept such a precious item, but Shin insisted it was all he could offer. Smiling softly, she proposed a compromise to trade items instead. Reaching up affectionately, Elaine leaned in and gently placed her own cherished pendant around Shin's neck. Looking into his eyes, she reassured him that their exchange was temporary, promising to keep his pendant safe until she returned so he wouldn't worry. Shin gazed at her with a gentle, affectionate smile, offering a quiet murmur of agreement while Elaine's cheeks flushed bright pink. Although Elaine wished to talk a little longer, Shin gently encouraged her to rest early for the busy morning ahead, softly bidding her goodnight. After Elaine bade him goodnight and closed the door, Shin stood alone in the dim room looking down in deep, contemplative silence. Next morning dawned peacefully over the estate, birds chirping under the bright sky as the household awakened. Dressed and ready for the day, Elaine carefully tucked Shin's protective pendant beneath the collar of her apron, holding it close before heading out. Adjusting her glasses with a steadying focus, she resolved to move forward with full determination. Urging her companions onward, she led her divine beasts outside, where a crowd of townspeople gathered near the church to bid farewell to Lady Irina. Observing the immense popularity of her mentor, she bowed politely as Irina offered her a warm, encouraging smile. Surrounded by well-wishers calling out to Irina, she marveled at the sheer number of people who had come to say goodbye. As they prepared to depart, her eyes caught sight of Shin and Taki standing among the onlookers. Realizing they had come specifically to see her off, she remembered her current disguise as a simple maidservant, understanding why they kept a respectful distance in public. Passing by them silently, she held onto a quiet resolve, mentally promising that she would return safely. Clasping her hands over her chest as the carriage wheels began to turn, she reaffirmed her determination to fulfill her duty. The carriage carried them away toward the temple. A sinister dark fog began to envelop the skies above their destination, signaling imminent trouble. Upon arriving at the temple grounds, they were met by anxious attendants who reported that something abnormal was taking place within. Inside, they discovered a room in total disarray with shattered glass covering the floor, as a flustered attendant apologized for the chaotic situation. The priest explained that Saint Sandra had suffered a severe panic attack upon seeing her altered appearance in a mirror, screaming in distress. Further revealed that the distress had caused her to burst out of her chambers and vanish, leaving everyone searching for her in a panic. Hearing this, Irina immediately ordered a search, and she readily agreed to assist in finding the missing saint. Bringing into action alongside Levi, she rushed forward to track down Sandra before any harm could befall her. She sprinted frantically down the dimly lit hallway, overwhelmed by confusion and panic as she wondered what was happening to her. She recalled the exact moment she had checked the mirror, watching in horror as her dark pupils transformed into a vivid blue right before her eyes. Desperately questioning where her beautiful black eyes had gone, and when they had turned blue, she paused as the memory of a light-haired maiden flashed vividly across her mind. She wondered if that terrible face from her memory shared the exact same eye color. Fearing that this disturbing change was another manifestation of the saint's power, a sharp gust of wind suddenly cut through the air, swirling around her in a blinding blur of motion. As the gust subsided into a strange glowing mist along the stone floor, she whirled around, startled by the mysterious sound. The glowing haze emerged an ethereal, majestic figure, prompting her to gasp in disbelief and ask who had appeared before her. Meanwhile, Elaine and Irina hurried through the corridors, wondering where Sandra and Levi had gone, until a strange noise and a rising mist caught their attention. Bursting into the room, Elaine called out to Sandra, while Levian explained that he had used his powers to show her the truth within this person's memories, leaving Weiss to marvel at the fairy king's magic. Overwhelmed by the sudden flood of memories, Sandra collapsed to her knees in tears as Elaine rushed forward to support her. Weeping softly, Sandra recounted her long dream of parting from her mother in death, realizing that Levian had shown her the true reflection of her past memories. Elaine held Sandra close and offered comforting words, gently teasing that crying would ruin such a beautiful face while introducing herself as Lyra, a shrine maiden's attendant. Interrupted by temple attendants arriving at the door, Sandra expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Elaine for finding her during her distress. Looking back with a bright smile, Sandra called out to Lyra, promising that they would surely meet again soon. Left behind in silence, Elaine pondered Sandra's sudden affection for her, quietly resolving that her plain inconspicuous days were finally drawing to a close. Taki walked into the room and caught Shin standing quietly inside Lana's quarters, startling his older brother into turning around with a guilty look. Shin quickly explained that Lana had asked him to water her flowers while she was away, prompting Taki to accept the explanation with a light-hearted nod. Looking at the potted plant, Taki recalled how surprised everyone was when Shin gave it to her, while Shin stared down in silent contemplation. Shin remembered back to his past life when he had presented Lyra with those very same blue daisy flowers upon proposing to her. Shin gazed out the window. Taki wondered aloud if Lana was doing all right, prompting his brother to softly reassure him that she would be fine. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lyra insisted on changing her mood by selecting a new dress, haughtily ordering those around her to fetch better options. Though hired to serve Lady Irina, attendant found herself unexpectedly taken by Sandra and tasked with catering to her every personal whim instead. Young attendant let out a tired sigh, knowing that as long as Sandra was kept pleased, her purification work would proceed smoothly. Noticing the attendant's heavy sigh, the girl with glasses turned to check on her, causing the attendant to apologize for her distraction. Conversation turned to the Daint's recent claims, recalling how Sandra had promised Prince Evan she would summon an angel, a claim bolstered by rumors of a miracle in a drought-stricken village. Shocked by the mention of of an angel, the girl realized it referred to Shin and Leviant, wondering if such a divine summoning was truly possible within the 4 remaining days before the deadline. Observed Sandra's energetic facade, recognizing that beneath her cheerful demeanor lay a desperate attempt to act strong amidst the mounting pressure. Finally, the promised day arrived outside the Grand Cathedral, where Sandra abruptly demanded yet another dress change right before the ritual. Companions scolded her impatience as she demanded to know where Lyra was, urging Sandra to focus on the ritual rather than wardrobe changes. Smirking mockingly as Lyra finally appeared, Sandra taunted her for being late as the decisive moment began. She glared in frustration as the attendants quietly inquired whether she intended to change her dress, leaving her with no choice but to proceed alongside the quiet observers. Caught under their steady glares, her composure continued to fracture beneath the weight of their silent scrutiny. Stepping out into the grand chamber, she boldly declared that the day of her promised ritual had finally arrived. Looking down from his elevated place, Prince Evan sternly demanded that she commence the summoning of the angel without further delay. As whispers echoed through the hall among the onlookers, she snapped at the crowd to be quiet, desperately reassuring herself that her status as the saint would protect her. Meanwhile, the young woman standing nearby remained composed, well aware that no true divine entity would appear, since the actual identity behind the miraculous events belonged to herself and her companion. Falling to her knees at the center of the hall, the self-proclaimed saint clasped her hands together in frantic prayer, begging God to grant her an angel. Losing his remaining patience, Prince Evan cut her off, shouting that he had given her enough time and that this farce was a complete waste of energy. Mockingly questioned whether 2 whole weeks of preparation were merely spent coming up with flimsy excuses regarding weak summoning conditions or national crises. Clutching her chest in terror, she stammered back, warning him that deceiving royalty carried a severe punishment and asserting that she had not lied. Vision of severe judgment and execution flashed through her mind as the cold reality of her treasonous deception pressed heavily upon her. Alone on the floor of the cathedral, her entire body trembled uncontrollably under the gaze of the silent court. Closing her eyes tight, she desperately prayed for an astonishing miracle to manifest immediately to save her from ruin. Suddenly, a glowing divine spirit shaped like a winged creature materialized out of thin air before the astonishment of everyone present. Gasping in sheer relief, Sandra pointed excitedly toward the radiant apparition, calling out to Prince Evan that a divine presence had finally appeared. Desperate cries gave way to a chilling focus as an ominous aura flared in her eyes. Reaching out her hands with a twisted smirk, she boasted that she would perform a miracle, unleashing a sinister reflection of dark magic behind her. Violent tempest of dark energy erupted across the cathedral, surrounding her in a vortex of shadow that shattered the holy atmosphere. Force of the blast sent Prince Evan and Gerald staggering backward in absolute shock as the malevolent power filled the room. As Evan recoiled in terror beneath the oppressive miasma, she smiled triumphantly at his utter horror. She gloated proudly over the cowering onlookers, declaring that this overwhelming display was her true power and proof of her sainthood. Gasping amidst the pitch-black haze, Evan recognized her not as a saint but as a wicked witch, while Irina realized in alarm that Sandra had awakened an ability to absorb and copy others. Shielding the prince from the surging dark tide, Irina invoked the protection of the goddess to hold back the encroaching shadows. Across the hall, Elaine readied her divine artifact, channeling brilliant light that manifested as shimmering wings behind her to counter the evil force. Breathing a sigh of relief, Elaine recalled her training with Leviant and Taki to control the goddess's power, stepping forward with unwavering resolve to purify the malice before her. Vision of divine radiance flared to meet the darkness, pitting sacred light directly against the wicked aura. Undeterred, dark butterfly wings unfurled fully behind Sandra as she gathered the pitch-black energy into her frame. Fixing Elaine with a sinister grin, Sandra mocked her naive ideals and demanded that the divine power be surrendered to her. Rena watched in horror as Sandra forcibly siphoned the goddess's light into her own dark wings, declaring that her life as an unremarkable girl was over. Overcome with shock, Sandra gasps in horror as she realizes the goddess's divine power has been completely stolen away. Desperate to counter the dark force, she calls out Elzasup, urging the holy beast to her side. Ferocious winged holy beast lunges forward with a roaring snarl, attempting to strike down the dark presence, yet the malevolent shadowy aura swirls ominously beneath them. The sacred creature collapses from the exertion, dark tentacles reach out menacingly toward Sandra, who stumbles back in absolute terror. Refusing to yield, Sandra clasps her hands tightly in prayer, convincing herself that her purifying power remains intact and calling upon the divine light to purge the evil presence. Yet her holy magic washes harmlessly over the dark figure, who looks back with cold indifference, completely unaffected by the attempt at purification. Enormous black hands materialize from the surrounding shadows, reaching aggressively toward Sandra as she recoils in defense. Meanwhile, the magical artifact bound to the focal point clicks and fractures, signaling an impending collapse of its containment. Intense flashes of light burst forth from the magical energy, blinding everyone present while Elaine watches in deep concern, recalling how she was protected. Tears in her eyes, Sandra stubbornly continues casting her purifying incantations, desperate to reclaim control over the overwhelming goddess power. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over Elaine as steam and magical residue dissipate from her hands, leaving her bewildered. She looks up at her empty palms in utter disbelief, feeling her strength rapidly draining away as the residual magic fades. Realizing that Sandra was the one who drained her vital mana and abilities, Elaine winces as the protective pendant suddenly cracks and breaks apart. Depleted of all strength, Elaine collapses to her knees, gasping for breath as her body refuses to obey her will. Sinking onto the cold floor, her vision blurs blurs into fleeting memories of those she holds dear, her consciousness rapidly slipping away. Her eye reflects a final glimpse of light just as the magic pendant shatters completely, exposing the flower seal hidden inside as darkness takes over. As her pendant breaks apart, she watches in astonishment as a pressed blue daisy flower spills from the shattered casing. A sudden surge of overwhelming warmth fills her chest as lost memories begin to flood back into her mind. Visions of her past unfold, recalling childhood promises, shared treasures, and a heartwarming proposal under the open sky. The delicate flower dissolves into radiant light, merging directly into her chest. Warm smiles from her cherished past reappear clearly, calling her by her true names. Tears spill from her wide, illuminated eyes as her true identity and feelings fully awaken. While the dark forces celebrate prematurely, Weiss roars out in defiance to herald her rebirth. A blinding wave of holy power bursts forth from the holy beast, shattering the surrounding dark aura. She opens her eyes with serene grace, recognizing the divine bond that connects them. Ascending in divine radiance, she transforms into her fully awakened heavenly form with gleaming wings. Looking down upon Sandra and the dark spirit, she calmly declares that their transgressions have reached their end. Reaching out her hand, she commands the malevolent presence to cease. Purifying light envelopes the corrupted spirit in Sandra, dissolving the dark influence. The final cry, the dark mass separates from Sandra and condenses into a tiny droplet upon the floor. Lane gazes in surprise at the true diminutive form of the dark spirit as Sandra gently cradles the helpless creature. He looked down at the tiny translucent spirit floating before them, marveling at how strikingly similar its shape was to something remarkably familiar. Deviant stepped forward and gently cupped the tiny form in his palms while Elaine continued to hold and comfort Sandra. Whispering that they were finally reunited after hundreds of years, Leviant held the spirit close, telling his brother that he could at last rest peacefully. As he embraced the spirit, a serene smile washed over its face and its shadowy form dissolved into shimmering motes of light, fading into absolute tranquility. Watching the light scatter into nothingness, Elaine softly asked if everything had truly come to an end. Leviant stood silent for a moment, gazing ahead as the last remnants of the magical energy subsided. Looking at the quiet grand chamber where the ordeal had unfolded, Leviant softly affirmed that it was over, expressing his deep gratitude to Lana for everything she had. Calling the recent chaos, the events following the sudden apparition were brought back to mind. How the sacred ritual was abruptly halted due to an unforeseen disturbance, and how the priests, witnessing the radiant light, were left in complete bewilderment as days drifted by. Inside a quiet, sunlit room, Sandra lay restfully in bed, slowly regaining consciousness while those attending to her monitored her gentle awakening. Rena spoke in low tones with the attendant, discussing the priest's reaction to the divine light and how best to manage the surrounding rumors to prevent further uproar. Continuing their quiet conversation, Irina expressed her belief that as clergy members, they ought to handle the truth delicately, deciding to keep certain details concealed from the others for the time being. Turning her gaze toward the bed, Irina noticed a subtle shift as Sandra's eyes slowly fluttered open. Rushing forward upon seeing her awaken, the attendant called out in relief, asking if the saint was feeling all right as Sandra sat up looking around in mild confusion. Looking closely at the faces before her, Sandra seemed disoriented, admitting softly that while their faces looked vaguely familiar, her memories remained hazy and blurred. Observing Sandra's altered appearance, the attendant realized that with the evil spirit expelled from her body, Sandra had finally returned to her true, natural form, completely distinct from her previous self. Forming the newly awakened saint, Irina respectfully announced that an audience with His Highness the Prince was arranged at the temple for an important discussion once she was fully rested. Irina then gently suggested to the attendant that it was time for her to return home, noting that important people were surely waiting for her arrival. Expressing her heartfelt gratitude before departing, the young woman bowed, taking her leave as Irina warmly bade her farewell. Left alone in the quiet chamber, Sandra sat quietly atop the soft mattress, watching the door close behind her visitors. Holding her head as a dull ache lingered, Sandra looked around the unfamiliar room, trying to gather her foggy thoughts. Recollections flooded her mind like a distant dream, memories of being praised as a saint, falling in love with a prince, and living a life grander than anything she had ever known. Then, as she recalled Irina mentioning a meeting with the prince, a sudden realization struck her, casting a cold shadow of tension over her awakening mind. She shuddered in sheer terror, the overwhelming memory of the prince striking her with cold dread as her body trembled uncontrollably. Panicked and desperate to escape, she realized her ornate gown would draw far too much unwanted attention if she attempted to flee into the city. Disguising herself beneath a dark hooded cloak, she slipped quietly into the bustling streets, desperate to return to the safety of her family. Approaching the city gates, she softly requested passage home, but the guard reacted with sudden shock upon seeing her face under the hood. Mistaking her for a simple servant who merely resembled the famed saint, the guard casually granted her permission to pass through the gates. Breathing a sigh of relief as she hastened forward, her heart swelled with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with her father and younger brothers. She hurried through the familiar alleyways of her hometown, expecting to see her family's house, standing among the neighborhood buildings. Upon reaching the familiar site, she found nothing but a barren, empty plot of ground with a lone marker sitting quietly in the dirt. Staring in disbelief at the empty lot, she struggled to comprehend why her childhood home was completely gone, and why people mistook her for a saint. A local man holding his 2 young sons approached her, apologizing for staring and asking if he had mistaken her for someone else. Praised the great grace and holy power of the saint, explaining to her that she bore a striking resemblance to the revered figure. Observing the cheerful twin boys playing beside their father, a tender warmth touched her heart as they reminded her of her own beloved younger brothers. The man pointed out that the vacant ground was the saint's former home, She urgently pressed him for answers about what had happened to the building. The man solemnized his expression, revealing that a tragic fire had destroyed the home, claiming the lives of both parents and the twin brothers while only the saint survived. Horrifying memory surged back into her mind, recalling the roaring flames and the desperate cries of her brothers calling out to her as the blaze consumed their home. She gasped as the horrific truth crashed down upon her, cold sweat breaking out across her face as the long-buried recollection flooded her mind. Vivid visions of roaring flames filled her consciousness, echoing with the terrified screams of her siblings trapped inside the blazing inferno. Overwhelmed by horror, the shattered maiden sank to her knees, choking back sobs as she realized that Tom and Sam had perished in the fire. Throwing her head back, she shrieked into the void, consumed by guilt as she blamed herself for taking their lives. Desperate wails drew the attention of nearby guards and onlookers, who recognized her distinct features and marveled that she was indeed the saint weeping inconsolably before them. Following her public breakdown, she was brought back to the sacred temple where officials sat in formal judgment to interrogate her about her disappearance. Though whispers floated through the hall questioning if this altered woman was truly the saint, those within the inner sanctum knew that shifts in eye and hair color were well-documented phenomena for the true chosen one. Looking up with hollow, despairing eyes, she begged the tribunal to execute her, confessing plainly that she had murdered her own family. Despite her desperate plea for execution, the royal leadership, led by Prince Evan, determined that public unrest must be avoided, deciding instead to preserve her official status as saint while confining her indefinitely. Stripped of luxury, she was relegated to a simple, quiet life behind closed doors, spending her days staring aimlessly out the window and wondering where her journey had gone so terribly wrong. Glancing into her reflection, a bitter smile broke across her lips as she mocked her own wretched appearance. Birds chirped cheerfully outside her window, a stark contrast to the desolate silence encompassing her solitary room. Suddenly, the heavy doors of her chamber burst open with a deafening crash. Standing outdoors along the cobblestone street, a familiar voice called out to Lana, welcoming her back. Taki approached with a bright smile, greeting her warmly and explaining that he had come out specifically to meet her. Weiss had informed everyone of her return beforehand. Though Lana expressed gentle concern that Taki didn't need to rush out, the boy offered to carry her things. While they walked, Taki shared how lost Shin seemed without her, fumbling with ingredients, cutting his fingers, and making mistakes. As Lana reflected on how much Shin missed her, her thoughts turned affectionately toward him. Suddenly, an ornate carriage rolled up along the street, its heavy wheels clattering against the stone as an impeccably dressed man stepped forward. Spotting the aristocratic carriage, Lana immediately sensed danger and urged Taki to step back with her. The man stepped out smoothly, looking down with a sharp, calculated gaze. Recognizing Aaron, Lana froze in surprise as he presented an official invitation directly from His Majesty the King. With a polite yet unyielding smile, Aaron stated he would wait right there until she was properly prepared to depart. Veiled pressure was clear. Waiting in front of the shop in such a prominent carriage left her with virtually no choice. Realizing the delicate nature of the situation, Lana closed her eyes briefly and accepted the invitation. She quietly instructed Taki to pass along her regards to everyone, knowing that causing a scene would only risk exposing her true identity. No alternative, she prepared to board the luxurious royal carriage under Aaron's watchful eye. Inside the kitchen, unaware of the summons unfolding outside, Shin carefully plated a dish, his heart noticeably lighter at the news of her return. Shin prepared the meal. Aaron escorted Elaine into the carriage, informing her that she was summoned to attend the royal evening banquet. She realized with mounting dread that her true identity had indeed been exposed, wondering why the king was extending such a formal invitation. When pressed, Aaron offered an explanation, leaving her to ponder if someone had deliberately silenced any prior warnings. Aaron bowed respectfully, offering his sincere apologies for the abrupt arrival while admitting he feared she might flee if given advance notice. Memory of Prince Evan flashed in her mind, reminding her of his cold words declaring she was free from any further duty or obligation to him. Soft wry smirk escaped her lips as she accepted the clever trap laid before her. Aaron spoke with pleasant politeness about his master's kindness. His piercing gaze and proximity served as an unmistakable warning. Transported directly to the Grand Royal Castle, she was ushered into a lavish waiting chamber. Stepping inside, she recognized the chamber as the quarters reserved for successive crown princesses, the very room she had used during her own education, leaving her bewildered as Aaron politely took his leave. Surrounded by silent attendants, she stood amidst the opulent furnishings, bracing herself for whatever the crown intended. Summoned to the dining hall, she formally announced herself as Elaine, the third daughter of House Norris. Deep, authoritative voice from within granted her permission to enter. Grand doors parted, and she took a decisive step across the threshold into the illuminated hall. Ahead of her sat a gathering of high-ranking royalty and nobles seated along a grand banquet table. Seated at the head of the lavish table was the king himself, accompanied by Prince Evan and key members of the high nobility, all eyes fixed upon her arrival. Among the distinguished guests were Lord Wilfred, his mother Layla, and Prince Evan, each observing her entry with guarded expressions. King welcomed her warmly, expressing his pleasure at her presence and hinting at matters he wished to discuss, while an unsettling silence settled over the room. He raised her glass with a forced smile, realizing that instead of the grand gathering of nobles she had anticipated, this felt uncomfortably like an intimate royal family gathering. Worse still, she could feel the oppressive, watchful stares of the royals fixed directly upon her. leaving no room for escape even after the meal concluded. Just as the suffocating silence settled, a maid announced a new arrival, prompting the king to grant them entry. Unexpectedly, a noble burst forward in protest, reminding his majesty that any contact with his daughter ought to have gone through her family first. Sudden intrusion sparked an immediate tense argument among the assembled family members, with raised voices questioning the breach of protocol as Elaine watched the dispute unfold in complete bewilderment. Sensing that the atmosphere had turned entirely unsuitable for dining, Wilfred quietly recognized the severity of the situation. Announcing to his mother that this was no place to eat, he abruptly stood up and began walking over to escort the young noblewoman out. Addressed Lord Norris directly, politely seeking his permission to take her away from the hostel room, and promising to ensure she was returned safely home afterward. Receiving a subtle gesture of consent, he turned toward her with a gentle expression and offered his hand, inviting her to leave the hall together while she blinked in surprise. Taking her firmly by the hand, he led her swiftly down the grand corridor, ignoring the startled inquiries of attendants behind them by lightly offering to grab a quiet bite from the kitchen instead. Looked down at her with a soft, affectionate smile, teasingly noting that she hadn't even eaten half her dinner and must still be starving. As they stepped beneath the moonlit sky outside the grand castle towers, she looked up at his radiant face, wondering to herself why he seemed so genuinely happy in that quiet moment. High upon the grand balcony overlooking the palace gardens, a delicate meal of neatly sliced sandwiches and fresh strawberries had been carefully prepared at a small table. Wilfred offered the refreshments with a gracious gesture, prompting Elaine to softly express her gratitude for his hospitality. Carefully tilting a bottle, he poured a deep red liquid into two shimmering crystal glasses set upon the table. Surprised by the elaborate arrangement, she questioned why he was going through such trouble, but he softly insisted that she was his honored guest today, and should simply relax while he attended to her. The gentle look, he asked if she would drop formal titles and address him simply by his nickname. Though she hesitated at breaking decorum, he countered by requesting that he be permitted to call her Lana in return. She began to object. He dropped his head with an exaggerated expression of rejection, striking a pathetic pose that immediately made her feel guilty for refusing. Unable to resist his playful guilt trip, she reluctantly agreed to the arrangement for today only, prompting him to cheerfully raise his glass to toast their agreement. Taking a cautious sip from her glass, she was instantly struck by a surprising warm taste that caught her off guard. Realizing the drink contained alcohol, she sputtered in surprise. He quickly noted that since she was 17, she was considered an adult in this realm, though he offered to finish the glass for her if it was her first time drinking. Refusing to let the fine vintage go to waste, she eagerly took another drink and praised its exquisite flavor, remarking that it far surpassed anything she had ever tasted, while he watched her reaction with an amused grin. Explained that his mother had personally selected the wine to make up for their missed meal earlier, filling her with immense gratitude for Lady Lyra's thoughtful gesture. His gaze softened with deep affection, a faint blush warming his cheeks as he looked at her. Reaching across the table, he gently covered her hand with his own, leaving her wide-eyed in quiet surprise. As he asked about her taste in fruit, she realized how intimate their shared moment on the secluded balcony had become under the evening sky. She noticed his unusually serious demeanor and wondered why he was behaving so differently today. Wilfred pouted, complaining about why he was not allowed to be fed strawberries like Shin was. She recalled the moment in the kitchen when Shin had simply asked to taste test the fruit during food preparation. Fending her actions, she explained that it had been strictly professional, while he continued to stare moodily. To appease him, she fed him a strawberry directly, asking if he was finally satisfied. Teased that it lacked mood, but as she protested his joke, he admitted he was entirely serious. Leaning in close, he gazed locked onto hers as he asked her to fall in love with him once again. Flustered and blushing, she accused him of being unfair, knowing no one could resist such advances. Noted softly that she still addressed him by formal titles rather than calling him by his name. He paused, questioning why he was suddenly bringing all of this up now. Confronting him, she brought up how he had unilaterally erased her past memories without her consent. Her voice rose in anger as she expressed the pain of having all her cherished memories wiped away in an instant. Revealed that back then he was surrounded by enemies and facing constant assassination attempts, shocking her. Explained that his overwhelming fear of her getting hurt left him with no other choice. Intense argument erupted as he claimed she would have acted recklessly had she known, while she demanded to know if he truly expected her to sit idly by. He could not hold back her tears, forcing him to immediately soften his tone and apologize profusely for letting his harsh words slip in the heat of the moment. Desperately tried to excuse his outburst, admitting he had indulged in a bit too much wine to numb his emotions, only to realize his reckless words had driven her to tears. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to be entirely honest with her and reveal the true motivation behind wiping her memories. Acknowledged that while protecting her from imminent danger was indeed a factor, it was not the main reason he took such drastic action. Clenching his fist against his chest, he struggled to voice the vulnerable truth that lay hidden behind his actions. Confessed that during their separation, he had lacked the confidence to hold on to her heart, fearing that if she rejected him, he could simply blame her memory loss to protect himself from heartbreak. He quietly noted how childish that motivation sounded, yet offered him a soft smile, sincerely thanking him for finally opening up to her. Before she could process his honesty, he pulled her into a sudden, overwhelming embrace, catching her entirely off guard. Poured out his heart, expressing his profound regret for hurting her, due to his own cowardice when she first learned of his identity as Frederick's fiancé. Revealed that for 10 long years he had loved her endlessly, whether as the goddess or as Lana, his devotion remaining unchanged. Holding her tighter as she pleaded with him to wait, he declared that his feelings for her had never wavered across time, begging her to see his devotion. Driven by years of agonizing silence, he pleaded with her to fall in love with him. Looking at his agonizing expression as he buried his face in his hands, she realized just how deeply he had suffered under the weight of his unrequited love. Placing a hand over her own chest, she felt the solemn weight of his confession resting upon her heart. Though she expressed her deep gratitude for his decade of unwavering affection, she softly admitted that she could not return his feelings, as her heart already belonged to Shin. She stood resolute, gently explaining that she could not accept his feelings, wanting to spare everyone further pain. Though he attempted to comfort her, she reflected on everything that had transpired from her past life to the present, pressed a hand to his forehead as the realization sank in, asking if she truly meant that in a past life she had been separated twice from her lover by death, and that Shin was that very person. She lowered her eyes softly, confessing that it had taken her hundreds of years to finally reach this moment, offering a sincere apology while reassuring him that she cared for him deeply as a friend. He acknowledged the truth in her words, watching as she looked up with absolute clarity to confirm her genuine love for Shin. Touched by her tearful honesty, he offered a gentle smile and advised her that those words of affection were meant for Shin, not himself. He pondered the concept of past lives before musing aloud whether a future life might exist as well, leaving her wide-eyed in quiet surprise. His eyes narrowed with playful determination as he asked if he could make a reservation for her heart in their next incarnation. He maintained his calm, confident expression, awaiting her response to his unexpected request. He blinked in astonishment at the idea of a promise without guarantees, yet felt relieved realizing he had chosen to let go of this lifetime out of respect for her feelings. He shared a light-hearted moment under the shimmering light, bonded by a newfound mutual understanding. Closing her eyes with a tender smile, she accepted his wish, hoping that in the next life he would find her. Shin finishes his task with a light sigh, relieved that the work is finally done. Taki watches him quietly, noting how exhausted Shin looks after everything that happened. Even as Chiyo teasingly tells him to cheer up, Shin brushes off her concern, lost in his thoughts about the owner's safety. Taki bursts into the room, breathlessly calling out to Shin with urgent news about Lana. Inside the dining hall, the group discusses Lana's sudden abduction by the aristocrats. They weigh the strange circumstances. No black smoke appeared, meaning no dark magic was used, making them wonder if her departure was somehow arranged. Panic sets in as they realize the truth. The nobles must have discovered Lana's real identity as Elaine Norris, leaving them desperate for a way to bring her back. Shin gazes out the window, quietly wrestling with his own helplessness. Taki urges him to take action, insisting that Lana obviously wants to return to them. Shin responds calmly, reminding his brother that the noble world is where Lana's former fiancé and true life belong, making it her decision whether to stay or return. Chiyo questions if he really intends to just sit back and do nothing. Standing near the doorway, Shin affirms that the ultimate choice rests entirely with the owner herself. Shin reflects on Wilfred, knowing that he is the former fiancé Lana truly cared for in her past life. Shin recalls how Wilfred revealed his royal heritage while training in magic, admitting that he always knew Lana loved Wilfred. Vision of Lana's gentle smile fills Shin's heart, driving home his single sincere wish for her present life happiness, even if it means she gets engaged to Wilfred. Meanwhile, in the Grand Palace, Wilfred addresses Elaine over wine, confirming the rumors regarding the king's upcoming proposal. Elaine worries about the upcoming ball hosted by His Highness, knowing she cannot refuse the royal invitation if she remains in her current position. Wilfred reassures her warmly, explaining that the event celebrates her restoration to noble society, and that the prince intends to finalize their engagement discussions during the evening. Wilfred gazes intently at Elaine, vowing with absolute resolve that he will safely escort her back to the inn. Gently asks if he may continue calling her Lana, not merely as a middle name but as the cherished hostess of the inn, and she agrees with a warm, relieved smile. He offered her hand in warm agreement, suggesting they address each other casually as friends from that moment on. By the following day, a lavish carriage rattled along the cobblestone streets, delivering her to the grand venue. Meanwhile, outside the prominent residence, an elderly gentleman departed after a quiet meeting, leaving a smartly dressed investigator standing on the street, gazing thoughtfully up at the building's facade. Inside the grand hall, the lavish party celebrating her formal return to high society was already underway, surrounded by murmuring aristocrats beneath shimmering chandeliers. She was present in her fine gown, anxiety weighed heavily on her mind. Her companions had not returned to the inn the previous night, leaving her with no choice but to trust Wilfred's promise that he would ensure their safety. Suddenly, a young noble approached to check on her, offering to serve as her escort for the evening since her guardian had urgent business elsewhere. Turning to face him, she steeled her resolve, determining that regardless of how much her circumstances had changed, she would no longer hide in the shadows. Together, they stepped forward into the spotlight of the ballroom, presenting a picture of elegance that immediately drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Onlookers gasped at her stunning transformation, whispering amongst themselves about the refined lady before them. She mentally declared an end to her quiet, inconspicuous life. Sovereign welcomed her warmly, encouraging her to enjoy the festivities hosted in her honor. But as she stepped forward, she found herself face to face with Prince Evan. Closing his eyes with a sorrowful expression, the prince bowed his head deeply, passionately, apologizing for everything he had done and expressing regret that he had been seeking a chance to ask for her forgiveness. He gasped in complete astonishment at his sudden display of remorse, entirely unprepared to hear him confess how deeply he wished to apologize for walking out on her previously. Staring at him in disbelief, she questioned why someone as arrogant and self-centered as the prince would suddenly humble himself so drastically before her. Calling past events, she remembered how Evan had mentioned eating rice balls made by her, which led her to suspect that the purifying magic within the food had cleansed the dark influence clouding his mind. Desperate to reach her, he insisted that his past affection for other women was merely a result of his own weakness, urgently proclaiming that she was the one he had truly loved all along. Both she and her escort reeled in absolute shock as the prince revealed how he used to gaze out his window as a child, enchanted by her bright, cheerful laughter. He recalled how genuinely happy he had been when their engagement was first officially established. She could not help but reflect on how that warm, gentle smile of his had never once been directed toward her. Deep down, she realized she had unknowingly hurt Wilfred as well, wishing she had set aside her pride earlier so they might have become true friends. After thanking him for speaking with her, the prince offered a final handshake, which she gracefully accepted. As he quietly walked away into the distance, she watched his departure with a calm, resolute heart. Before she could settle her thoughts, Wilfred stepped forward, asking if he might steal a brief moment of her time outside. Out on the quiet terrace, he expressed his deep remorse, acknowledging that despite considering Evan his best friend, he had failed to notice the dark influence clouding his mind. Overcome by guilt for his actions, Wilfred abruptly asked her to strike him, leaving her utterly bewildered by the request. Passionately insisted that a strong blow was necessary to relieve his conscience, suddenly recalling how he had nearly broken her bone in the past. Recognizing that a firm gesture was required to clear his serious, foolish mind of gloom, she agreed and assumed a stance. Observing her form from afar, he recognized that familiar box stance she had used before. He boldly declared that this time it would not be a mere cat punch, calling upon the spirit of Weiss as she gathered her strength. With explosive force, she unleashed a powerful straight right punch directly into his jaw. Impact knocked him flat onto his back, leaving him gasping on the ground while she dusted off her hands in satisfaction. Lying on the floor, he compares her strike to the strength of a lion, while she cheerfully invites Evan and him back inside for a meal now that his mind is clear. Stood within the grand hall as the heavy double doors swung open, a voice calling out to Elaine and causing her to turn around in surprise. Noticing her uneasy expression, he gently inquired if anything was troubling her, to which she quickly offered a polite reassurance that she was perfectly fine. Continued softly, assuring her that from this moment onward she would never have to worry about a thing because he would remain by her side, leaving her to ponder the deeper meaning behind his words. Before she could process his promise, a high-ranking royal approached with a wide smile, observing with delight that the two of them had been together all along. Onlookers began whispering about how remarkably well-suited they appeared, prompting a surge of dread inside her as she realized an official proposal was being pressed upon them. While he maintained a stoic posture, she silently recalled his earlier vow to resolve matters, desperately wondering what course of action he truly intended to take. Royal figure urged him to speak up and announce their formal engagement on the spot, assuming that she surely harbored deep affection for him as well. Stepping forward with quiet resolve, he extended his open hand toward her, asking her directly to take it if she truly wished to share her future with him. He stared at his outstretched palm in agonizing hesitation, her heart torn as her true identity and buried feelings warred within her chest. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the grand chamber burst open with a resounding crash, shattering the tense atmosphere of the ballroom. Jin stood breathlessly in the threshold, his gaze burning with fierce determination as she looked back at him in sheer disbelief. Tears welled in her eyes at the sight of him, even as the outraged nobles demanded his immediate expulsion from the hall. Drawing her close, Wilfred confronted the intruder head-on, boldly declaring his unshakable conviction to bring her true happiness. Proclaimed that his love for her was second to none, demanding that Shin finally state his own feelings clearly and without hesitation. Calling out Shin's full name across the room, he pressed for an answer, forcing the young chef to grit his teeth and prepare to speak his truth. Poured out his heart before the entire assembly, declaring his deep love for Lana that had burned quietly for so long. Vowing to bring her true happiness rather than leaving her fate to Lord Wilfred, he held out his open hand, desperately pleading for her to take it. Overwhelmed by the sincerity of his words, tears welled in Elaine's eyes as she gasped in shock. Seeing her reaction, Wilfred offered a gentle word of encouragement, telling the young man to go to her. With a serene and understanding smile, Wilfred gracefully stepped aside, releasing her from any obligation to remain. Heart raced as tears blurred her vision, moved beyond words by the incredible turn of events. Turning away from the grand altar of high society, she gathered her heavy dress and began to run toward the man who truly held her heart. Jin caught her in a warm, desperate embrace before tightly lacing his fingers through hers, calling out for them to make their escape together. Grand hall erupted into absolute chaos, the noble guests gasping at the scandal of an elopement, though Sandra raised her voice over the din to warmly wish Lady Elaine happiness. Stunned onlookers watched the pair dash hand in hand down the massive stone staircase. Maria watched them go with a bright, supportive smile. Nearby, little Chio sobbed joyfully while shouting her farewells as Taki and the others celebrated Shin's brave move. Sprinting out into the crisp air of the courtyard, the two lovers held fast to each other, leaving the stifling palace behind. While catching her breath as they ran, Elaine asked how he had known to come for her, to which Shin explained that her grandfather had warned him she was about to be forced into an unwanted marriage. Sudden wave of clarity washed over her as she realized her grandfather had orchestrated the whole thing to protect her from being bound to the royal palace forever. Strange doubt crept into her mind, leading her to ask if Wilfred and he had simply put on a dramatic act together to help her escape. Shin looked back in genuine confusion, assuring her that there was no performance involved. He had raced there desperately purely out of the sheer dread of losing her. Stopping in her tracks, Elaine looked up at him with wide, trembling eyes, quietly seeking confirmation that his passionate confession of love had been entirely real. He looked up at him in complete disbelief, questioning if his earlier words regarding his feelings were truly serious. Overcome with embarrassment, he buried his face in his hand, confessing that he had harbored these intense feelings for a long time and begging her not to stare at his flushed face. During his raw confession, she softly spoke his name, causing him to turn back toward her with a gentle gaze. Tears welled in her eyes as her face flushed deeply, finally vocalizing her own affection for him. Flustered by her sudden admission, she tried to process why he had avoided her if his feelings were mutual, but he cut off her doubt by firmly repeating how much he loved her. Reaching out tenderly, he drew closer to her in the quiet light, his eyes filled with devotion. He asked gently for permission before leaning in and softly caressing her cheek, to which she nervously blushed in acceptance. He wondered aloud how long he had felt this way, expressing amazement that she had been completely oblivious, while he softly assured her that his love went back further than she could imagine. Leaning down, he pressed a series of gentle, sweet kisses against her lips, folding her in a passionate embrace. Their tender kiss deepened in the quiet stillness. Steps came to a halt as momentum settled around them. Standing closely together, their boots rested side by side on the floor. Held securely against his chest, she rested quietly within his arms. As he held her tightly, he pondered aloud where he should even begin his story, admitting it would take a very long time to tell. Looking deeply into her tear-filled eyes with a gentle smile, he declared that it was a story spanning hundreds of years. Gently explained that it was a story originating from long, long ago, holding her close beneath the vast radiant sky as their long journey finally